Okay. All right. Oh, my lord. Is everything I think everything's okay. Get that up there, get this right here. All right, we're chilling. We're chilling. All right, there we go. Oh man. Oh my lord. Time to talk Nintendo. Oh, we're gonna get down to business. We're gonna get down to business. Thank you for being so authentic and true. It's a heck of a lot easier than being a liar. I'll tell you that right now. FR Dama, thank you for the Prime. Oh my god. I need more like stretching and shit like that after I get done at the gym. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to feel like super sore. I find like I've been being a good boy, a very good boy, for a while now. Actually, I had seen it like I've gone 7 weeks straight now without missing a day. That's tough. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's tough. As somebody that has gone like back and forth, like going to the gym and then like quitting and then going back and stuff like that. Nice shirt, man. I like this one a lot, actually. Spirit box. Good evening. Good evening. Finally get to catch you live. Good deal. Why stream here and not Twitch TV? I am on Twitch TV right now. I'm on both. I let you watch me wherever you want. Get a massage day after the gym helps a lot too. Yeah, I should probably do that actually. Have you seen the trailer for Mind Eye? I've never even heard of that. Really starting to consider buying a Switch OLED just to play my Switch games. That's a whole fucking thing. You know, for a while I was actually going to get a Switch OLED, but then I ended up not doing it because I was like, you know, chances are there's going to be a Switch 2. I'm not even going to need it. And then I got a Steam Deck, and when I got the Steam Deck, I was like, well, I'm just like not even using my Switch at all anymore. So I ended up getting rid of it. What's up, Witch? So I got rid of it, and I was just like, I'll just wait for the, you know, instead of trying to buy anything Nintendo related, I'll just wait for a Switch 2, and then, good lord. Good lord. Have you seen IGM blame Trump for the Nintendo pricing? Oh, we'll get into that. We'll get deep up in that. I have a video that that's going to be coming out talking about a lot of this stuff next week as well. So there's going to be a lot of things that we're not going to talk about today, or there might not come up today, that are going to be in that as well. Just kind of go through like the whole, at least like the way that I have deciphered things from my angle at the very least. I got entangled in the Warframe rabbit hole again. Send help. Good luck. Good luck. It's one of those games where like when you don't really have a whole lot that's going on, and then all of a sudden you get into the mood to like want to go and give it a shot, you know what I mean? The next thing you know, all of a sudden you're playing it for like 12 hours and you're like, what even happened right now? Good afternoon, Vietnam. Are you gonna make another video or stream covering Ghost of Tsushima? Did you finish the game? Close. I have not finished it entirely though. I think like that's just kind of like it's the nature of this work. It's like it demands that like there's certain periods in which like I can hunker down and just like hammer home one game. But that's only during the moments where there's like not a lot of like really key releases that I want to play and talk about and stuff like that. So I go and experience those games to be able to talk about them and have firsthand experience while making videos and whatnot, getting footage and whatnot like that as well, right? And then it makes it really difficult to stick for those like long burn games. And I've talked about this before, but I have I've grown into an allergy for open world games. And it's not the, I shouldn't even say open world games. It's become that, even though that's not what it is, right? So like as an example, like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, no issue whatsoever putting over 100 hours into that game. None. Want to know why? Because you never do that. You're never doing the same thing. You're not going up to it's not like, you know, what is it? Shadows, right? It's not like Shadows where I need to go and I need to collect 3 scrolls from fucking 50 shrines to be able to get a few experience points or you know, skill points for me to be able to progress a tree. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff, right? Like it's just a game where it's just like, oh, I want to engage with this story in this town, or I want to go progress this story in this town, or the main story, or maybe I just feel like making potions or whatever it might be, right? So there's I like the more immersive sim element of open world games than I do like the direction that the vast majority of the industry has gone in, which is turning open world into RPG grind. That's all it is. They're trying to, from my perspective, they are trying to indoctrinate an audience to make them believe that their $80 purchase, which is what it's going to be in the future, but right now their $70 purchase is worth it because there's just so much content. But is there really content? Because from my perspective, look at, you know, Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's probably, without filler and without barriers, like level barriers and things like that, it's probably 20 hours of campaign, and the rest of it is all repetitive side activities. All of it. It's all repetitive side activities. So is that really content? Is that what we classify as content nowadays? But then I go and I play an experience like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and it's content rich from my perspective. Like, it's just a game where there is just so much to do. Like, you feel like there's so much to do, and you never feel overwhelmed by it because everything is almost bite-sized in a way. Like, in a way, I don't know. I just find it way more enjoyable. Novotic, thank you for the $10, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Tip of the day: if you haven't played Path of Exile 2, do so. Don't be a pleb like my brother who goons and rivals. Hey, man, there's nobody stopping you from doing both. That's the real lesson of the day. Thank you for the 10. Can't wait for the quality of games to drop even more after $80 becomes the new standard. We have so much to talk about today. Like, imagine. So this is actually, I'll tell you guys a really funny story. So I got hit up for a sponsor. They were wanting to do, I think it's like Nintendo Switch like accessories or something like that. And I was like, and they're like, you know, but we want to make sure we're on his next video where he's talking about the Nintendo Direct. And I'm like, I watched the Nintendo Direct. There was nothing on it, right? Because there was like the smaller Nintendo Direct where they showed off a couple of games. They showed off a little bit of Metroid 4 gameplay and whatnot. And I was like, there's not, why would I talk about that? There was literally nothing. And then they did like the actual Nintendo Direct, and I'm like, oh, and I had already turned them down. I was like, I'm not gonna make a video on that. What are you talking about? And then all of a sudden it comes through, and I'm like, never mind. Now I am gonna be talking about this. There's no way I'm not. And it's crazy because like it's wild to see how like one event like that can have such a wide rippling like effect of all kinds of different topics that are going to like spread from there. People will be begging for $80 games soon. My guess it'll ramp up to $100 quicker than people anticipate. I don't know. It very well could. I mean, at the end of the day, that's always going to come down to publishers, and there's a very small percentage of both publishers and like console makers that can even make those kind of decisions, and people will actually buy into it. Is Path of Exile 2 worth getting now, or should I wait till full release? I mean, you're gonna win either way. If you play it now, I mean, you're gonna be able to experience them building the game from the ground up. Plus, on top of that, it's a good opportunity for you to get used to some of the stuff and kind of drip feed. Like, the reason I wanted to get into playing Path of Exile 2 early was specifically because of the fact that when I played Path of Exile 1, it was too much. It was just too much. There's just too much information. There's too many mechanics. There's too many skill gems and too many skills and too many, I wouldn't say classes, but like too many ways to build your character, too many things to interact with in the world, too many systems just through leveling, too many systems in the end game. The end game is a whole fucking thing, right? So what's really nice is being able to get in on the ground floor as they're still adding things to the game before you go to play that release version. That's going to be insane. What's going to change upon full release? I'm just going to illustrate something very simple to you, okay? When Path of this latest patch that they just put in, okay? This is the first patch that they've done since early access. The game is still technically in its beta. It is not finished, right? It's halfway finished from their perspective. This one patch added over 100 passive skill gems. Tons of new items. Completely different ascendancy classes, which are subclasses for almost every class in the game. A completely new weapon set. New skill gems, so new skills for those new weapons. Completely new sets of unique items. Entirely new ways to be able to traverse the endgame map. Entirely new ways to interact with that map. Like five, I want to say between like 4 and 6, we'll say it like that. Between 4 and 6, completely new endgame mechanics, new maps. I mean, like just a metric ton of content dropped into the game that you would normally see in an expansion. Oh, and a new class. So get a head start now. Check. Yeah, it's how I learn, and that's the advice that I give to other people, is that it's so much easier to get used to playing a game like that when you can get in on the ground floor, rather than be the person that's going to come into the game a year from now and go, oh, this is too much for me. This Path of Exile 2 update has more content than a $60 Diablo 4 expansion. Unironically, it does. And actually, that's pretty much true for almost all of their leagues that they've had in Path of Exile 1. Crazy. It's crazy. When do American consumers start putting so much energy into demanding fair and equal wages as much as they do things like price increasing and wage inflations? Motherfuckers, my name Hassan? Is my name Destiny? Am I? What? What? You think I know or understand world politics? You look like them? No. Better looking. Asmongold? I got too many teeth and too much hair. True. I tried Path of Exile and almost fainted after seeing the skill tree. That's true. That's what's pretty much for a lot of people. That's what ends up happening. Shots fired? He would agree. He would agree. Got this shit going in the background. I'm cackling. Welcome to stream. I have a question for JD Vance. Is this the right stream? No. Not even fucking close. What do you think of the Doom Eternal music? It's banging. What are you talking about? Some of the best music in games. Saw one of your earlier vids the other day. The non-beard and glasses look was unreal. It's called the construction look. When you work in when you go and you work in like oil refineries or chemical plants, what ends up happening is that like one, I don't want to wear glasses when I'm working in construction because it's a pain in the ass, especially because you have to wear like safety glasses all the time. So it's like, do I go out and buy a prescription set of, safety glasses? No, I wear fucking contacts. And then on top of that, you also have to make sure that you're clean shaven because any of the places that I was working at, they almost always dealt with hazardous chemicals and materials, which means that every single area has SCBAs or like air packs. So if there's ever a leak or anything like that, you have to be clean shaven to make sure that you get a clean seal so you can wear an air mask so that you can actually escape and not die. So obviously the minute that I got laid off, I'm like, my hair, I grew my facial hair out, my hair out. And also, I actually do like wearing contacts. There's really not a lot of reason to, especially since I stare at screens all the time. So it's just going to like dry my eyes out. Will you try No Rest for the Wicked update? I haven't tried it yet, but I will end up trying it. Yes. I thought they pay you more to not wear a mask when you paint. What? Paint? I don't work with painters. I work with boilermakers and pipe fitters, carpenters. Subtickle. Have you seen the DMC adaptation on Netflix? I still need to watch it. I haven't checked it out yet. I've seen some people like rage posting. Would you build? The company that I worked for mostly did maintenance work. So it's like, installing new equipment, installing new equipment, working with vessels, like pressured vessels and stuff like that. Replacing pipe, all kinds of shit. Anything that would be considered as like routine maintenance, and then also like scheduled maintenance for like turnarounds and stuff like that. There's a nice video online that will teach you what turnarounds are. I highly recommend it. You married with kids or a single dude chilling? Single dude chilling. I've been like until this last year when I started making videos, like I've been doing nothing but like traveling across the fucking country and working in construction for the past like fucking almost 10 years. Something like that. Bro's been in a confined space or two. Unironically, the funny thing is like what the fuck am I saying? When I first got into the industry, I got in through like tech and rescue for like confined space and stuff like that. So if there's ever like any fires or somebody got injured or something like that in there. Wild career change, good for you. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere, to be honest with you. Just a side hobby that I had picked up so I could actually go and, have something to do on the side. Mostly just because, like, I had gotten out of playing video games a lot. And, like, while I was, he's 65, respect your seniors. I am 65. You guys only have 5 more years of LD. And then the age will take me. age will take me. No, like while I was traveling for work, or before I started traveling for work, I kind of just like fell out of playing games and whatnot like that. And then when I got back into the hobby, it was just like another way for me to be able to, like, you know, I guess find something else to do. I'm somebody that has to have like a creative outlet. Maybe this is gonna sound weird. Maybe you know, maybe I'm of my millennial generation where I think that I'm special. I don't fucking know, but I have to have a creative outlet, and if I don't have a creative outlet, I do not feel like I am progressing in life whatsoever. So even when I was like when I was going to school, if I was not doing something creative, either writing music or learning guitar or whatever it is, then I just like felt like I wasn't really moving forward in life at all. So when I started traveling, all of a sudden I really couldn't play music the same way because I couldn't get into a band. And since I like playing like metal music and shit like that, well then, you know, that just doesn't fucking gel, right? And when I started traveling, I was like, well, I need to do something else. So then making videos is where it came up. I'm like, I'm just gonna make videos and talk about games and shit like that and see how it goes. I'm Gen X. We're incapable of thinking we're special. Cook dinner, lock up the house, did the grass and homework. Never even got a thank you. Yeah. At the age of 14. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Creatively minded person. Some people just get the urge to create. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where it really kind of, or like, I think that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Like, I just feel like I never did anything. Latchkey kids assemble. I was a latchkey kid too. Single parent, man. Single parent, and I mean, you know, like just run around the neighborhood. Run around the neighborhood. Let's see here. Auto Matlock, thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate that. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Can we bash Nintendo yet? Yeah, I guess we probably should get things moving, right? Because I do want to make sure that I end up playing some Path of Exile today. That is in the things to do. Fighting game players are down bad right now, dude. Man. I think everybody's down bad right now, man. I don't think anybody's feeling real good about things. All right, so let's talk about this Nintendo situation. This is going to be really interesting. So, I don't even know where to even start with this. So, Nintendo makes their announcement. What I find classic about all of this is the fact that not only did Nintendo make some of the worst announcements ever, but it's coupled with one of the best announcements ever. Like, I will say, without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, the Nintendo announcement, the actual Nintendo Direct, was fucking great. Like, the games looked really good. A lot of the games they revealed were really cool. We're finally getting a new Donkey Kong after over a decade. Mario Kart World is gonna be something, an open world racing game. Cool. I think that sounds relatively cool. You know, they showed off a lot of the improvements. 120 FPS on a fucking 1080p little micro screen. Not bad, man. Not bad. You know, I was actually a little bit surprised. I feel like they like really stepped it up when it came to the hardware, kind of, because when you start to look into it, it's really just going to be the same shit that Nintendo fans have been dealing with this whole time. But otherwise, like all the games, they fucking throw a curveball at us with a new From Software game. Like, there's just a lot of really cool announcements and a lot of really cool games that they showed off on there. And I think that you know, pretty much across the board, there was a lot of stuff that was in there like worthwhile to be excited about. But I'm like sitting there and I was watching this like a couple days ago, whenever they had showed the announcement, and I'm like, how much is this stuff? I'm like, normally they show off the price tag with any of the things that they're showing off, whether it's the console, whether it's the games, or whatever it might be. I'm like, usually there's like, or at least like an indicator at the bottom of the screen. And I remember while I was sitting there and I'm like thinking about that, and then they go and they show off the where is it at? This. They go and they start showing this off. The like hey, this is the Nintendo like tour. So you can go and like learn about the console and how the console works. And you have to pay for it. You have to pay for the guide, for the tutorial that just gives you a tour of what the console looks like. Paid interactive manual. Like, this is some like next level shit. Like, this is so greedy and so weird that I don't think anybody in this industry has ever even thought about it. They're trolling. I straight up think it's trolling. Like, it's Findom. Fucking Nintendo execs are like, you like that, dirty bitch? You like that? I bet you like that. Give me another $20. Oh. You want me to send you some more button pics? Better slide me another $15. Unreal, dude. Like this right here was the first thing that was like, while I'm watching the direct, I was, how are you? Did they just say that you have to pay for that? I'm like, I want to know who's going to pay for it, other than like people that are gonna meme. Like, I might pay for it just to stream it, right? Just for the content. But it's just gross, dude. It's so gross. And like, obviously their chats have been getting spammed with drop the price, drop the price, drop the price. And you know what the funny thing is that like, I mean, this is we have a multi-part conversation here. There's so many legs. There's so many heads to this Hydra, right? So many heads to this Hydra. And we'll just talk about the hardware cost, okay? We need to break this up because we have the hardware cost. We have the video game cost. We have the like the tariff situation and all of that stuff. We have how this has all been interpreted by the media and by fans and whatnot. So like we have to take it piece by piece. So let's look at the console price itself, right? Have I saved the console price itself? I don't know. I don't think I did. It's like here it is right here. So it launches in June, $449, $499 with Mario Kart. So you can get Mario Kart for $50 if you buy it with the console. Digital games are now $80. Jeff Keighley, motherfucker, you don't have the right to say that. Digital games are not $80 now. We have to wait for everyone else to adopt it first. I like how you're the one that's like, they're $80 now. Everybody go change your prices. Like, what? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Jeff Keighley. Nobody asked you. Nobody asked you. Nintendo still exists? Are you out of your fucking mind? Nintendo is head and shoulders above the competition. Across the board. The Nintendo Switch is only 10 million units behind the PlayStation 2 right now. The highest selling console in history. It's 5 million or 4 million units behind the Nintendo DS, the second highest selling console in video game history. It's always funny when people are like, "Oh, Nintendo, man, they're old news." I'm like, people buy their shit, man. And the one thing that I think a lot of people fail to realize when it comes to Nintendo is that I didn't expect them to do this. I'll be honest, I really didn't. I always thought that they were just going to continue to take the high road because it's the easiest way to make the loyalist, most subservient consumer base you possibly can. Because the better you treat them, the more they never ask any questions, right? And that's what they've done over the years. They have essentially cultivated a subservient audience. They are the only company in this industry outside of Rockstar, because regardless of whatever people's opinions are on Grand Theft Auto 5 or some of the things that apparently they've said, thank you guys, by the way, for the people that had commented on one of my last videos telling me about some of the stuff that Rockstar has said or Rockstar is planning on doing or they have done to be able to tone down because they don't want to punch down or whatever it is. But with that said, the Grand Theft Auto brand is so recognizable that it just doesn't fucking matter. All the internet drama aside, the posts from, you know, the anti-woke people and all that kind of stuff is going to have no effect on the sales. Not a measurable effect at the very least. Grand Theft Auto 6 will fly off the shelves regardless of whatever price they sell it for. They can replace bullets with fucking rainbows and people are going to be buying that game. It's too big. It's literally, it's one of the very few one of the very few occasions where I can say it is too big. Like, done. I just hope it's not mid. Same. I just hope it's not mid. Same. GTA 6 won't outsell GTA 5, especially if 6 is PC. Who knows? Here's the thing. GTA 5 didn't release day and date on PC. So they could very well double dip and people will buy it anyway. It just depends on how it goes. Simple as that. I think they're shooting themselves in the foot by not releasing on PC day and date. That's just me. I've also, like I said in the video, I'm wondering if they are also kind of thinking about the market implications of if they actually did release the game day and date on all platforms, how like heavy that would hit the rest of the industry. And if you destabilize everything, that could be a problem, you know, that could be a problem for the whole thing, right? So like whether they're that conscious or not, I don't think they are, but you know, here's to me hoping for the most part. Just from like a market standpoint, personally, it's better for the Steam developers, for the people that have games on Steam, for other games that are going to release, that Grand Theft Auto 6 is not releasing on PC day and date. Because if it did, there would be no competition no matter where in the market. You don't want that. You don't want to have, we're talking about a game that for the most part is going to be so popular that it is going to freeze spending and playing and play hours for at least a few months. That's not good. And seeing as though I think it's going to be a staggered release with GTA Online, right? Because I don't think GTA Online is going to launch immediately with it. I have to look into that part. I'm not really too sure. But if that ends up being the case, then it's going to extend that dead period for the rest of the industry for a while. And here's the thing. A lot of people are like, oh, it's not that big. It's not that big of a deal. Well, it's too fucking late because literally every single publisher, developer, they are all trying to figure out when Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to come out because they want to make sure they're not going to come out when it comes out. So it's not going to matter what people think about what Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do or not, because regardless of that, any big releases that we would play during that launch period aren't going to be there. They're going to be months ahead of that. How much would you pay for Grand Theft Auto 6? I wouldn't. Nothing. It's not a must-play game for me. It's cool. It's fun. I've been playing Grand Theft Auto 5. It's funny. It's funny. It's entertaining. The gameplay is good. Like the controls and stuff feel tight. It's crazy to see like how far that game had came since the last time I had played it, which was San Andreas, right? But it's not like for me personally, it's just not a like, oh, I gotta have that game. And also at the same time, I'm not really like one of those people that's like what's a game that I would say you could gouge me on and I would like jump out of my chair to have to play? fucking nothing, man. Like nothing. I'm already hooked up, dog. They already got me. It was like Path of Exile. Now I have my like ARPG that I want to play. Before that, you know, it was like, dude, guys, who the fuck are you talking? Who are you talking to? I have like 400 hours in fucking Balatro. There's nothing that's gonna make me run to a cash register to buy something. I'll go back to point. I'll go back. Oh my god, do you guys have any idea? I'm supposed to be covering all of these like brand new games. I'm supposed to be covering all these brand new games, and there's a Calamity mod. Is it Stories? No, what is it called? There's a new one. There's a new Calamity mod 2. I can't remember what the name of it is. It's good. New Calamity mod. Fables. Yeah. Like, I'll go play this. Like, schedule 1? Yeah. Schedule 1. There you go. 40 hours, almost 40 hours in schedule 1 already. Right? Like for me, I don't need to be chasing new releases, man. And I mean, that's a new release, but like, you guys get me. Like, I can go play a fucking $10 game. I can go play a $20 game. Half of my Steam library, half of the games that are on there, probably more than half the games that are on there, the vast majority of them that have all of my hours played are games that are like under $20 or straight up free to play. I do not need to chase releases. And I mean, that's more of a, but I think that that's more of just a PC gamer mentality, right? Because like you're far more limited to like what you can play and what you play on console. And I think on console, in a lot of cases, people are much more hyper fixated on like your they're hyper fixated on like the yearly releases, right? Your Call of Duties, your Spider-Mans, stuff like that. Make sure to play Expedition 33. I already bought it. I pre-purchased it. I do not pre-order games. I make it a point never to pre-order games unless it's a game that I want to support for whatever reason that I have that doesn't actually have to do with playing the game. If it's something like cultural, or if it's something like economic, or if it's something like, you know, consumer rights focused or whatever it might be, I will support things early because I want to support what that game is doing. Why would I pre-order a game if that's the case? Expedition 33 before launch is already 10% off. They are
CGI teaser of GTR6 and apparently it was a must buy. I don't understand the hype over it.
I want to support Expedition 33 specifically because of the fact that the game is they're doing two things. One, they're pricing their game fairly, which is only going to be $50. The other thing that they're doing that I really like as well is that a lot of these companies have gotten away from like giving you any reason to even want to pre-order something in the first place. It's just like, pre-purchase our game. Why? Because we want your money. Because we want to show our shareholders how many people are going to buy it. Like, that's it. That's like that's literally the end of the conversation, right? If you pre-order or buy Expedition 33 within the first week of its launch, you get it for like 15 or 10% off. That's cool. I want to see more of that. And I think that we're going to be seeing a lot more competitive pricing in the future, especially with some of the changes that we're going to be seeing very soon here. Batty251 with the $5. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. People saw a CGI trailer for GTA 6 and apparently it's a must buy. I don't understand the hype for it. I do. Because again, I'm going to say this, like, regardless of what people's opinion is on like recent things that Rockstar has talked about, realize that it's been a long time since their last releases, but Rockstar doesn't fail to deliver. That's the problem. when they do release a new game, not a remaster, obviously there's some issues with that, but when they do release a new game, am I going to sit here and be like a fucking revisionist and say that like Red Dead is bad? That GTA is bad? No. No. Obviously, regardless of like, we're not going to know what it's going to look like until the game is out. And it's like I said in the video that I had made. For Grand Theft Auto, it's really going to come down to like whether or not the game is actually good. It's a bunch of what ifs. It's the same thing for any new game release, regardless of who it's coming from. But in the case of the vast majority of just like casual Andies, especially people that don't even really get involved in like video game discourse, right? They don't get involved in the kind of commentary that you guys are here and listening to and engaging with right now. For those people, they see Rockstar and they're like, man, I love them. Their games are always good. That's how it used to be back in the day. For like a lot of these publishers. Fuck, I remember when Ubisoft used to mean that. I remember when Activision used to mean that. I remember when EA used to mean that. It's not the case anymore. Back then, back in them days. That's not to say, though, that there aren't companies today that don't fit that mold, right? From software. There are a lot of people, myself included, that will line up for almost every single release that they put out because I've enjoyed every game that they've put out. And even though I see a lot of like negative discourse online, oh my god, the new game Duskbloods is gonna be PvE. I don't really fucking care. I guarantee it's gonna be fun. I'm on your side until you give me a reason not to be. Guess LD will buy a Switch 2? Of course I'm gonna buy a fucking Switch 2. What do you think I am, an activist? I'm a content creator. I'm gonna fucking buy the thing so I can play the games and stream them for an audience, so then that way you guys can make the decision on whether or not it's something you want to buy. Is the new FromSoft a Switch exclusive? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'd get one for my kid. See, that's the thing, too. I was hearing somebody else talking about it, and they're so fucking right. They're like, if you have kids, you don't have a fucking choice. You're buying that fucking Switch, too. You're buying that Switch, too. If little fucking Timmy wants his Switch, too, Daddy's gonna end up having to buy that shit. If he doesn't want it, if he wants his fucking personal time and he doesn't want to have to hear that bitching. If he wants to be known as good dad, he's gonna buy that Switch too. Bender the Offender with the $10 says, in my opinion, September to December of this year will be a no-fly zone for most devs. 100%. The vast majority of people are going to avoid it entirely. Now, I think that people are probably going to look at September. It's either September or October. They're going to look at one of those months and say that it's clear because Borderlands 4 is going to be releasing around that time, which means that month for sure, without a doubt, there is no shot that 2K is going to launch both of their games in the same month. It's just no way. No way. No way would they cannibalize Borderlands 4. Wouldn't make any sense to do so. Q4 is my best bet. That's what I would imagine. It's probably what's going to be coming out as well. Anyway, Switch 2. Let's talk about this thing. So, how do I feel about the price? I think it's a ripoff. All the other conversations put aside, I think this is a fucking ripoff. Because like, what's the out of curiosity? So the Switch 2 is going to be $449 or $449, right? Base. $50 more than the LCD Steam Deck, which it's going to have a higher refresh rate, but it's going to have a hell of a lot less games. So it comes down to, like, do I really care about the Nintendo? Like, if I was a customer and I was looking at my two options, which is either get a Switch 2 or buy a Steam Deck, like, I'm gonna have access to a lot more games if I get the Steam Deck, but I'm just not gonna have. But the only thing I'm not gonna have access to are Nintendo games specifically. So it depends on whether or not I think that I'm going to enjoy Switch games or Nintendo games more than I would having access to a much larger library of games, right? $299 to $350 would be fair. Oh, I'll be honest with you. The funny thing is that I really only feel like this is off by like maybe $50 to $100. But what really makes this a ripoff for me specifically is the fact that they're putting it out as an LCD and not an OLED, which means that they're going to be double dipping on people later. Like, this is what they should have done at the very least. If this unit right here was $500, and then they had a $300, and then they had like a $400 option for the LCD, I feel like that would be a hell of a lot better. Like, if they would have actually just kind of mirrored the pricing of Steam Deck, I think it'd be a lot better. But at the same time, I feel like it's still overpriced because of like how much more limited the library is going to be. I thought Nintendo said it was OLED. It is not OLED. No. No. Don't worry about that, though. They'll double dip on their entire audience in about a year from now when they release the OLED Switch. And that's really what this kind of comes down to. I think like it's two parts. It's one, Nintendo wanted to charge a higher price, and if they used an OLED instead of an LCD, they wouldn't be able to profit as much. That's really what this comes down to. They had two options ahead of them. Either A, we can charge $449 with an OLED, and you know, we'll profit X amount off of the hardware, or we sell for $449 with the LCD and we profit way more off of that. And keep in mind that the Nintendo Switch, from my, at least from what I understand, the Nintendo Switch is not a loss leader like other consoles are. So there's not a lot of profit that's made off of selling a PlayStation or a Xbox. A lot of it's just trying to get people into the ecosystem so that if they're in the ecosystem, they start buying accessories, they start buying games, and that's where the companies start making all of their money. But Nintendo does make money on their consoles. They make a lot of money on their consoles. So I'm not a fan of the pricing. I feel like it should be lower than what it is. But the thing is, and this is actually where I am going to agree partially. Okay. So so this is really funny. There's a really funny story that kind of that tags along with this, right? So the Switch 2 pricing comes out and the internet goes fucking wild. Okay? Blood's in the water, everybody's hungry. Games Media runs with the story of the reason why the Switch is $449 and $499 is because of Trump's tariffs. Every outlet ran with that story. Every single one of them. They ran with it for the games, and then they ran with it for the console. And I had called it out. I made a post on it where I'd said right here. Now gaming news sites are running with Trump tariffs increase Nintendo prices. No wonder these sites are dying. They all regurgitate the same thing. Not long ago, they said, due to inflation over time, games should be over $100, but now you have an excuse to make it political. Unreal. Like, that's the crazy thing to me, is now that they're saying, oh, well, game prices are going up, the console prices are going up, and this all has to do with tariffs. Except for the fact that we've been having this ongoing conversation for the last fucking 5 years. but apparently like that, all of that coverage is now erased and we don't need to pay attention to that anymore. That has nothing to do with it. That's not the motivating factor. No, it's American tariffs. That's what it is, guys. And that's the only thing. It can't be the 5 years of listening to CEOs talk about wanting to raise prices. Never mind that. Get that shit out of here. Now, they ran with that story, okay? And they were wrong. And I had said that. That's what I'm saying here. They are wrong. It's not because of the tariffs. And the funny thing is I was proven right because because today it was announced that Nintendo is going to delay their Switch 2 pre-orders because of the tariffs. So they had ran, and the funny thing is now the media is like, see, we were right. No, you were fucking wrong and you lied about it for a day and now it's true. But nobody's gonna own up to that shit. Ain't nobody gonna own up to that shit. You're trying to tell me that a console that Nintendo has been developing for this entire time is somehow going to like, they were trying to sell me and they're trying to sell you guys on the idea that Nintendo had preemptively made these changes and preemptively made this price to tariffs that didn't even exist yet. What? But now it is a thing. But now it is a thing. Back north. Nintendo is really just adjusting their Switch prices to maximize profit, not only tariffs, but the incoming recession where people want entertainment and comfort. Thank you for the 10. I do think that people are going to be trying to capitalize on entertainment products because like during a recession, people are going to want something to like keep them in the house for longer and whatnot. But here's the thing, just from a non-political point of view, they are 100% right in wanting to revisit what the pricing should look like because of tariffs. Because they're going to be dealing with I don't really understand. Here's the funny thing, man. I don't know how tariffs work, but I do know that they are going to be like Japan got hit pretty fucking hard. So like their products are going to be getting taxed pretty mean on the way over here. So, and then on top of that, I like they have parts that are being made both in China and Vietnam, which are also getting hammered as well. Those guys get their shit from somewhere else. They sell products. Like this is all like, it's all supply chain issues. And like supply chain theory was like one of the classes that I fell asleep in during business school because it was just so fucking boring. I'd be real with you guys. The only part that ever woke me up was like finding out like how much retailers were actually spending for the equipment and how cheap they were getting it for. Not for video game stuff, because usually that stuff has an MSRP. Vietnam caved too, funny enough. Well, of course they were gonna cave. We're not talking about fucking we're not talking about first world countries. We're not talking about well-off economies. We're talking about countries that would fucking collapse under the conditions of some of these tariffs. So yeah, like that's the point. That's why that, at least that's what the point is supposed to be. I'm not going to pretend like I fucking understand how any of this shit works, right? I'm not a subject matter expert on these kind of things, but I would imagine that the idea is that, oh, hey, here's this country that's been taxing our goods. We don't want that. We don't want that. So we're going to fucking hit you guys. And then they're going to fucking take their shit down. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be honest with you guys, when it comes to the tariff shit, I don't really see the fucking point in it. Especially because the fact that, like, chances are the bigger countries are going to be the ones that are, like, the least likely to actually back down when it comes to a lot of this shit. So who fucking knows? The smaller countries are going to cave immediately. Like, I think I saw there was another, who was the other? Argentina, right? We're talking about a fucking economy of, like, billions of dollars. Like a tiny, tiny little minuscule economy. Like, of course, these guys are going to be like, we can't fuck with that, right? Trying to double down and match us on the tariffs. Of course they fucking are. Because they can support themselves if necessary. The countries that actually can support themselves are going to fight back. That's what a trade war is. That's what's going on right now. It's a trade war. I'm a massive fence sitter on these issues. And this is the reason why I don't really get into like talking about politics at all, is specifically because the fact that nobody's ever going to fucking agree with me, because I don't agree with anybody else. Because like I see it from like every perspective, where I'm like, jobs need to come back to the US. As somebody that's worked in construction, that's worked blue collar work, I'm gonna fucking tell you that right now. It needs to fucking happen. And if it doesn't happen, well, we already know it's already a shit situation for a lot of people. So like manufacturing has to come back here somehow. Has to. How that happens? I have no idea. I have no idea. Ishmaster with the $5. I work in freight and forward handling, imports of consumer electronics, and our customers are spazzing to try to figure out ways around tariffs. There are some ways you can get around some of that kind of shit. You're gonna see a lot more black market shit, I'll tell you that right now. So if anybody wants to get into black market, we're gonna have a massive video game black market in the US. Band-Aid that have to be ripped off at some point in time. I mean, like, there, like some shit's gonna, yeah. I guess. I don't know. Like I said, like the thing is like I could sit here and pretend to be like Mr. fucking content creator YouTuber that knows everything that he's fucking talking about. I know next to fucking nothing about US politics. I know nothing about fucking trades or tariffs or any of that kind of shit. I don't research that kind of thing. So for me to sit here and try to pretend like I'm some subject matter expert on something that I'm not, doesn't make a lot of sense. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Welcome to LD's video game black market game store. Hell yeah, baby. Most people don't. They just act like they do. Yeah, I just don't really have any interest in doing that. Mostly because the fact that I just like, it just doesn't really interest me, man. LD, Secretary of Gaming. That's a job that I would take for sure, dog. So here's the thing. They were wrong and then they were right, because, which is really fucking funny. I cannot believe that they ran with the headline that the console's original price was due to tariffs when the tariffs didn't even exist yet. The other thing that's really fucking aggravating about all of this is specifically, where is it at? Okay, so $80 digital games, $90 physical. I've heard conflicting information that the $90 physical is not actually true, and that was just like one site. I don't know about that one, so we're just gonna have to kind of, you know, let that marinate, I guess, and figure out what the what direction that's gonna end up going in. I'm gonna say it like this. Nintendo has no fucking business being in the $80 game conversation. Motherfucker, you guys have been making glorified PlayStation 3 games for the past fucking 10 years, having your players play on hardware that's been outdated for what feels like 20. The best and newest and most fucking up-to-date design choice that you made for the Switch 2 is fucking voice chat, which has been on consoles for fucking 2 decades. Like, the fact that it's never trust the quiet one. Never trust the quiet one. The fact that they are going to start charging people for games that they're going to be playing in fucking 1080. And it's not even graphics. It's not even graphics. It's just so fucking weird. It's just so weird, man. But here's the thing. I also understand why it's them. Okay? I understand why it's them. And I'm going to tell you guys why. Because I don't want people to get it twisted, especially the Nintendo fans. They'll get out of there and fucking lose their minds. So here's the thing. Nintendo has trained their audience for this diligently. Diligently trained their audience for this. What is one thing that Nintendo games never get? Sales. They never see it. So a $10 increase? They have trained some of the most resilient consumers in the entire industry. And they're just gonna eat it up. And the thing is that I want you guys to keep in mind as well, is that, so why are Nintendo fans like this? Because I want to talk about that as well, right? Like, I've already seen plenty of fucking Nintendo fan posting. Where is it at? So many Nintendo fan posting that's like this. There's a paid button on your controller, and they're like, so it's on my TV remote. $10. You guys bitch about $10. That's the price of a Netflix subscription. Pussies. Trained. Whipped. Nintendo puts a fucking dog treat on their nose. They'll sit there for fucking days and wait before they eat it. Dick eaters? No. I'm going to say something very nice now. Do you guys know why how Nintendo has actually trained that audience? It's not just through the lack of discounts. Nintendo does not care about how their games look to a fault, right? Their games don't look very good. I'm like, it's look at the fucking, you know, look at the hardware that they're dealing with. They're not the most visually stunning games that you're going to play, but they realize that that's the least important thing. The only thing their games need to be is fun. And that has been their main focus with their games forever. And they've never lost sight of that. They've never chased trends. They've never tried to make every single one of their games live service. They've never tried to do anything that any of these other publishers have done. They have just focused on, is the game fun or not? And they don't even bother trying to make the games for like older audiences or anything like that. They just make the same game because people liked it before and they're going to like it again. And we're not going to add any bullshit to it. It's just going to be a fun game. The Mario Brothers games, absolutely fucking great. They're great. I've had so good. They're too gimmicky. That's a Nintendo game. You don't like Nintendo games. That's fine. That doesn't have to be it, though. The people that like Nintendo games, which I do like Nintendo games, okay? It's what I grew up with. I grew up playing Mario Brothers. I grew up playing all of their games. That's what I started on, was an NES. So their games, essentially, at the core, at the soul, have never changed. And you build a lot. You build...
Nintendo is the Apple of the gaming world. They are exclusive club and if you can afford it, then you are in.
Nintendo has made games that have stayed true to what their fans of their games are looking for, and because of that, people come back to it, and they keep coming back and coming back and coming back. And because they do that, what ends up happening is they build a lot of customer loyalty. For good reason. I mean, people are going to disagree with me because people hate Nintendo, right? And like, especially right now, like people are predisposed to hate Nintendo. Mario Kart's a lot of fucking fun. Mario Party's a lot of fun. The new Mario Brothers game that they put out a couple years ago, a lot of fun. Tears of the Kingdom, absolute fucking blast. I had a really good time with it. Breath of the Wild way back in the day, fantastic video game. I know for a fact that Donkey Kong game, probably going to be a lot of fun. The Kirby game, a lot of fun. They make fun games for the people that like their kind of games. And they don't pollute it. They don't fuck it up. They don't make it weird. They just keep true to what they are. And because of that, their player base eats it up. because they don't change. They stay as they've always been, and that's what people are coming to them for. And while there's definitely a fault in that, and I think that there is, I think a really good example of that is games like Pokemon and a few other ones. You need to iterate, you need to change, you need to try to do something different. But, you know, they're in their refusal to do so, they become predictable, and people like predictable things. People do not like change. Change is scary. Change is different. Nintendo doesn't change. Because of that, their audience is ready to line up and buy whatever they want, whatever they're asking them to buy. That's why they can increase the price. That's why they can increase the price of the console or the price of the games or whatever it might be. They can do all of these things because, one, they have not changed the games that they've made and they've stayed true to what they are. And two, they've also trained their audience by never giving them a discount, by never giving them a deal. That's why things stay the same. That's why they're able to do this. Nintendo is the Apple of the gaming world. They're an exclusive club. If you can afford it, then you're in. I wouldn't necessarily even say that like they're that. I wouldn't say it's like that exclusive. I mean, they're definitely not expensive as Apple. That's for fucking sure. They're expensive, but not that expensive. If Nintendo was bought and forced to make modern consoles, the executives would probably burn the building down in protest and their fans would clap. If Nintendo was bought and forced to make a modern console. But of course they would. Well, thank you for the 5. Of course they would. But here's the thing. I would too. I wouldn't want a third-party company to come in and buy Nintendo and force them to make a fucking, you know, modern console. And plus, on top of that, look at the fucking games that Nintendo makes. Like, I'm not going to sit here and, like, I'll talk shit all day, but do we really fucking believe that Nintendo needs to make games that that are like modern console games with the kind of games that they make? Do I need a fucking do I need a PC? I mean, I would love to play Nintendo games on PC, but, you know, do Mario games need to be in like 4K, 120 frames per second, you know, Unreal Engine 5, hyper realistic? No, nobody needs any of that shit. You can, I mean, yeah, we can on PC, of course, but yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like their games don't really need to go down that path, and we've already learned. And this is the thing, like, I am all here for complaining about this bullshit that they're pulling, because it is bullshit that they're pulling, but at the same time, I give respect where respect is due. And these guys are not walking down the same road that every other fucking publisher that we complain about is going down. They're not bloating their games. They're not wasting their time on garbage shit that people do not care about. They are not trying to figure out how to get the high detailed eyelashes and skin that has pores on it and you can see blemishes and whether or not they had acne scars or whatever it is. No. They don't do any of that. They just make their fun little video games for their fun little fans, and they eat it up, and they spend high prices for it, and that's just the same thing that they keep doing. And that predictability buys you a lot of loyalty, and that loyalty allows you to be able to push your prices in a direction that the rest of this industry will not be able to follow. Which brings me to another topic. GTA 6 will 100% be $80. GTA 6 will 100% be $80. Believe me, I don't want a modern Nintendo game console. If anything, I'm tired of these garbage consoles. If anything, I'd prefer to go to third party. Well, I mean, like, from my perspective, thank you for the 5, by the way. From my perspective, like, the thing is that like I like retro games to begin with. So like, I don't mind that some of these consoles want to stay like a step back or something like that. Not every video game console, from my perspective, needs to fit into this like modern, you know, this like modern spectrum of technology. From my perspective, I don't think it's really necessary, but the price should match that. The Nintendo price does not match their, you know, generation a step back path that they take from my perspective. At least that's the way that I view things. Steam, every other platform. I mean, but that's the reason why I champion Steam so much to begin with anyway. Because the nice part is with Steam is that you're getting the best of both worlds, right? Like, I still get that step back where I'm playing a game, like I showed you guys, I've been playing Schedule 1, right? And I have 40 hours in this game. This is 100%, like, bro, I have a fucking 4090. I could run this thing on a fucking potato, right? It is 100% a step back game, and these can be great experiences. Absolutely fantastic experiences. And that's the best part, is that you can kind of get a mix. You can get a huge mix of that on Steam. You really can't see that too much in other places. You're hungry, aren't you? Gotta feed the cat. Cat's hungry. He's here to beg. Here to beg. Steam for president. Yeah, Gabe for president for sure. Companies think if they up their prices to the same amount of sales, just more money, but becoming more skeptical about a new game at $70. Yeah, that's actually the next topic that we're gonna talk about. You hungry, buddy? Some food? All right. We're back and we're ready to get it. Need a cat cam? That'd be great if he actually stood in one place. He does not, though. Nintendo will definitely sell their exclusive games at higher prices, but Nintendo... hold on, I'll wait for the text-to-speech. But Nintendo hosts a bunch of indie titles that I think will sell for the same prices. I don't think that the indie titles are not going to push themselves for the same prices. Nintendo does not set the price for indie titles. If I may ask, what headphones are those? These are LG Pro X's, I think is what they're called. Yeah, they don't just like Steam doesn't set the price for indies. Indies set their own price, and then like a Nintendo or Steam or whatever platform takes a percentage of the sales and the money that they make. So this brings us on to the conversation of what is this going to do for the industry, right? So Nintendo is making their games $80 digital. Done. We already know it's a thing. They've already shown it off for 2 different titles. At first, I saw some Nintendo fans were coping super hard. They were like, "Oh, well, maybe the $80 price point for Mario Kart 9 or whatever is it's that way because they're going to plan on, you know, supporting it with content updates and da 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 da." And I'm like, no. It has nothing to do with that, because if that was the case, then why is Kirby also priced at $80? So like that's completely thrown out the window. Nintendo is just making some of their key titles. They're not going to do it to all of them because they want to. Here's the thing. You what's the Tropic Thunder, never go full retard, right? Like, you never go all in. You always dial it back a little bit. You don't just immediately make all of your games $80. You slowly increase the prices of things over time until people get more comfortable with it. You make it the most sought after games are the ones that are going to be the highest price. So then that way people are more comfortable with it, because they're going to have to they'll justify it. Because I got to have that game. I got to have my GTA. I got to have my Boil the Frog. Exactly. You don't slow boil the frog. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. So they're not going to do it immediately. They're going to trickle it in on key Nintendo release titles, which is going to make it it's going to make it feel not as bad for the Nintendo fans, because they're not going to get blasted with a ton of big Nintendo titles every year, right? They'll just be like 1 or 2. That's probably it. Probably like 1 or 2 $80 games a year. And then the rest of them will be $70 or $60 or whatever it is, depending on the title and depending on how much Nintendo spent on it or how much Nintendo wants to make off it or whatever it might be. The rest of the industry will not, though. It's not going to happen immediately. Grand Theft Auto 6 will likely be the first $80 game without a fucking shadow of a fucking doubt. Unless they choose to try to price higher. They might. They very well might. I have no idea. But regardless, they'll be the first one to 80. Then you're going to see other studios do the same thing. But what this is actually going to do as well, and I've been taking the time to kind of think about this, and I think what this is also going to end up doing, I'm at least hoping, what this will give rise to is competitive pricing. I think, and this is just, if I was working at a publisher or if I was working at a studio, I would be competitive about pricing. I would look at this and go, so do I want to undercut my success or do I want to undercut my competition? And I think that, you know, if you look at some of the biggest successes that we've seen with games over the past couple of years, the 3 biggest ones that I've seen, and I'm going off of Steam pricing here. I realize that consoles can differ a little bit. Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, Black Myth Wukong. 60, 60, 60. Meanwhile, their competition selling for 70. You're selling a game for $10 cheaper. The customer is already happy because of that. And then you over-deliver on an experience that exceeds that of what you have seen from the $70 titles that come out in a year. You have not only now opened up the ceiling for your game to be far more successful than theirs because it's cheaper, which makes it more accessible to a wider audience. Like, that's just plain. I'm just going to say this in plain English. The cheaper the game, the more people that can buy it. The more expensive the game, the less people that can buy it. And there's a whole lot of different set of factors for like who buys it, why they buy it, whether or not they do, whether or not they don't, whether there's some level of like hesitation that's in there. There's economic reasons. You know, I saw a lot of people that were talking, it's only $10. It's only $10. And it's just like, bro, that is the most fucking short-sighted Western fucking take in the world. I'm not being a fucking activist about this, but this is fucking crazy. The world exists outside of the fucking UK and outside of fucking North America. There just so happens to be, and this is fucking wild, other countries in the world where their economies are not necessarily in the same condition, and even countries that are in a pretty decent position, even their shit's off the fucking rails. We're talking about games that are now going to be $110 in Canada, $120 in fucking Australia. Like, this is crazy fucking prices, man. Or actually, that's what they already are right now. We're talking about it's going to go even higher than that. But the thing about, oh, it's only $10. It's only $10 for you where you are. Maybe $80 doesn't sound that bad to you, but go to fucking Brazil, where that fucking $80 video game isn't getting any regional pricing because a lot of these AAA publishers don't fucking bother with regional pricing. And now all of a sudden you have someone that's living in an economy in which one fucking video game is half of their month's salary. Almost $700 in Brazil. Exactly. Like, that's what I mean by, like, people are so fucking short-sighted about this shit. They're so fucking ready to just, like, absolutely guzzle Nintendo rod over this. And it's not even like guzzle Nintendo rod. It's also on top of that, they also need to try to effectively posture themselves as somebody that has money. It's very much a ego-driven thing. That's what you're hearing. Any of these people that are out there that are dick riding Nintendo, it's an ego thing. They need everybody else to know, I'm completely comfortable with spending $10 extra. Oh, you can't buy the new Mario Kart, you poor? Oh, God. Funny enough, most of the world is poor. Even the people that are living in countries that aren't poor are still poor. Like, the vast majority of Americans aren't going to be able to justify buying as many games as they do a year now if games go up to $80. It's just not going to happen the same way. And it's not even just the justification, it's the hesitation of the act of making a purchase in the first place. Luckily enough, thank God for my life experience, I've been in all kinds of different jobs, and I worked in sales for a long time, high school and after high school and college. One thing that they teach you when you're learning how to do sales is the last thing that you want is for the customer to think. And guess what $80 does? It makes the customer think. Instead of them just instinctively buying something, they go, ah. They hover over the purchase button. They ponder for a minute. And then the worst thing that can happen is that they go, I'm going to think about this. And then they walk away. And now the chances of them buying that thing have gone down fucking 90%. Because that means that the next time that they come to the idea that they want to buy that thing, that cycle's going to start all over again. This exact scenario made me stop ordering food recently. DoorDash is a great example of that. You know, it's a really good way to get off of DoorDash. Don't have Dash Pass. When I had Dash Pass, I didn't realize it. Like, I'm not pretending like I'm somebody that's like fully conscious of my actions at all time, right? I didn't realize how much Dash Pass was subconsciously teaching me that I wasn't spending that much money. You would see the discounts, you would see the free delivery fee, and I'm like, shit, this ain't nothing, dog. Just go order this food real quick. I got rid of Dash Pass, and then every single time I open up the app, I'm like, fuck, this is expensive. And they're like, get Dash Pass? And I'm like, nah, bitch, this is just expensive in general. I'm gonna cook myself fucking bowl of soup. All of a sudden, I went from spending like, you know, $30 on a fucking meal, or you get fucking up to like $40 on a meal on DoorDash. I went from spending that to making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, making a tuna sandwich. The fucking, I went from like $40 to like 50 cents. It's like, whoa, holy shit. All of a sudden, I'm like, man, my bank account's looking really nice right now. What happened? Healthier too? Oh, pretty much across the board, right? You lose weight too. Well, yeah. I mean, well, to be honest with you, you know what the funny thing is? The reason why I started to quit, or the reason why I quit using DoorDash was one, because I wanted to cut down on weight, and then I was already starting to go to the gym at the same time. So like then it just kind of like, you know, cancels each other out for the most part, right? So and then now, like with going to the gym and whatnot like that, I have like protein shakes and whatnot, so then that makes you a little bit less hungry, and you're kind of replacing a lot of meals with that, and that just in general gets a lot cheaper. Fridge dash is cheaper, closer, and faster. That is true, man. I'm a big fridge dash enjoyer, that's for sure. Actually, what am I talking about? I'm a guy. I'm a freezer dash freezer dash enjoyer. Though I do every week, what I do is I do go buy like I go buy like 3 steaks, and then I put them in the freezer, and I buy a carton of eggs. So then after the gym, I wake up, after I gym, I fucking, you know, 3 eggs and a steak. Feel real good. Feel real good. So the point that I was trying to get into with this is that like they are going to, like, you're gonna, so the funny thing is that you're gonna see a lot of companies, they're gonna follow this direction with the $80, and they're gonna suffer as a result of it. And like this is something that I'm gonna go into in the video that I'm gonna make, and I'm gonna talk about it a little bit. But like what I don't think a lot of these companies are gonna take the time to think about, they're just gonna like sit there and go, oh man. And I think that a lot of people are thinking this, which is that, you know, my game that I sold 100, like a million copies of or whatever, right? Like, oh, I sold, you know, 1 million copies of my game. But if I sold 1 million copies of my game, but that game was $80, well, that's a heck of a lot of extra money that I just made because my game was $80. The problem is, how many less people are going to buy your game if your game is $80? And if your game isn't very good and it's just kind of middling, it's really going to suffer. Where like I could see some people making the excuse, like not making the excuse. I could see some people like coming to the conclusion where they're like, you know what? I get it. Star Wars Outlaws, not a very good game, but you know, I really like Star Wars or whatever. They could sit there and they could justify the purchase and they can go and buy it. But the minute a game like that is $80 is the minute that people go, I can't justify it. And the thing is that, again, this is something that like ripples all the way down, right? Because it's not just like, oh, $80. It means like when that game goes on sale, like a sale for that game could be $70, right? Now all of a sudden you're less likely to see that game go down to like 25. It's more likely going to be like 35 on sale. Or, oh, this game is half off. It's $40, right? So you're going to have a lot of people that are going to have a really fucking hard time justifying buying some of these games that aren't like the pinnacle of video games. And an $80 video game, at least from my perspective, needs to be the pinnacle of video games. We can't have this like, oh, it's not for everybody. It's blah, 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 blah. Okay, bitch. Well, then be fine with going out of business. An $80 video game needs to be something that should be like the fucking like the world loves it. Everybody talks about it, and it is a global phenomenon. Gonna still buy the Switch 2 as long as they don't jack up the price from tariffs. Well, I mean, chances are they're probably going to increase it. Unless like Japan cuts theirs down, and then the US will cut theirs down entirely as well. But I also heard that like some countries have already like redacted theirs or like brought their tariffs out, but the US is still going to tariff them anyway. It's just really fucking weird. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's going to be a really tough choice for Nintendo to make with with the tariffs, because like if you do price it at $600, it is not going to sell very well. Like you're going to really fucking suffer, especially with like, keep in mind, like a lot of these companies have to make the choice of, do we want it to sell or do we not want it to sell? Can we make our money back digitally and on accessories, or not? Can we take an L here and it be okay? And I think in a lot of cases, some of these companies are going to have to choose to take the L, because otherwise, you know, just looking at the US, right? If you go and you sell the fucking Nintendo, the fucking Switch 2 for like fucking $600 because of tariffs in the US, and on top of that, other consumer goods are more expensive, people are going to be less likely to want to buy it. I foresee piracy making a huge comeback. I absolutely do. I might end up talking about that, by the way. You might be hearing about that very soon, because I do think that this is one of those situations in which, and this is like a unique market situation on top of like other like pre-existing issues within the industry. But, you know, it goes back to that discussion that like Gabe Newell brought up before, where like the only reason why people pirate is out of inconvenience. So the more you inconvenience the customer, or the more the customer is inconvenienced, the more likely they are to find other ways to be able to get the things they want. And this happened with music back in the day, because music was a pain in the fucking ass to get. It was hard to Underwater Boat, thank you for the prime. Music was tough to get. You know, CDs were expensive, they were tough to store, they damaged easily, they were overpriced, $20-$30 in some cases. And as a result, what ends up happening is the consumer instead went to LimeWire, they went to Napster, they went to, you know, wherever else they could be able to download music and not have to worry about it. And I think that you're going to see that similar thing happen with video games. The only problem is, and like the limiting factor for pirating, I think for a lot of people, is going to be like computer hardware, right? So like computer hardware is going to be the tough part, because the pricing for computer hardware is also going to go through the fucking roof. You think the Switch 2 might end up like the Wii U, but not for the same reasons? I don't think so. I think like the Switch 2 is like in a really unique position, because you know, their new console is releasing in the middle of like a tumultuous time for like just like global economics, right? So like it's a little unique for that. So like I'm not gonna pretend like they're not fucked too, and they're gonna have to figure something out, but they're also fucking the audience as well. And this is like one of those things. Where are they to defend it? They are here to defend Nintendo. They are here. They're out there. The Nintendo fans are out there defending Nintendo right now with a lot of this shit. Thank you for the 10, man. Appreciate that. No, the Nintendo fans are out here defending Nintendo. What was that? That's speech to text. If you use bits, like a certain number of bits, I don't remember what it's even set at. If you use bits on Twitch, or if you super chat on YouTube, it'll voice to text. And for whatever reason, my voice to text is broken, and it's always a Japanese woman. I don't know why. It works fine and it works normally on Twitch. It's just like some like smooth talking, you know, male voice on Twitch, but on YouTube, anytime you super chat on YouTube, it's always fucking, it's broken. It is broken. Don't try to fucking blame this on me. I tried to fix it like 3 times, and then chat would complain. Don't fix it. Don't fix it. Leave it. I love it. It's woke? Yeah, it's DEI. This is a DEI stream. You didn't see my cat? My cat's black. That was by choice. Waifu super chats? Yep, that's exactly what it is. So yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see, because some of these companies are gonna have a really fucking hard time as a result of this. Now, what else is like really fucking funny is that, where are you at? Where are you at? I'm gonna bring. I'm gonna bring your ass up. I'll bring your ass up. He had posted an article along with like a bunch of others as well that read along the lines of video game prices increasing.
I am getting a Switch 2 but only when IT's worth getting like Switch 2 games that I want to play. I just got a Switch 3 weeks ago enjoying the backlog.
Thank you for the 10. I'm getting a Switch 2, but only when it's I'm getting a Switch 2, but only when it's getting when it's worth getting Switch 2 games that I want to play. I just got a Switch 1 3 weeks ago, and I'm joining the backlog. I mean, the nice thing is that I think that they're still going to be making the games for Switch 1. So like, who gives a fuck? Like, I mean, like, to be honest, like yeah, you're going to get better performance, but for the most part, I don't really think that here, I'm going to fucking mute the TTS for a second. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen this. I'd fucking, like, look at this. Final Fantasy VII remake on Switch 2, 30 FPS at 1080. So even though these guys want to come out and they want to, like, oh guys, it's 120 FPS, bitch, you're still gonna get fucking 30 FPS on 1080. This is not that big of an like, it's an improvement for sure, and I think like Nintendo only games are gonna do really well, but like modern games for like modern consoles are still gonna run like absolute fucking ass on this thing. Like, am I supposed to believe that like Cyberpunk 2077 is gonna look as good as it does on my fucking PC or on a PlayStation? No. 120 FPS on pixelated games. Yeah, and the funny thing is that I think I even liked a couple of the comparison videos. Guys, I'm gonna be real with you. One is a little brighter. I'll move my camera. I do not see the difference. One has volumetric fog turned down and the other one doesn't. I don't see the difference in some of these games that they're trying to. So new shaders, basically new shaders. Yeah. I missed a couple more here. Let's see here. Resentment can grow quietly without much warning. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake, thank you for the 10. Oh, you were trying to use the TTS for that. Fuck. Damn. I'm so bad. I'm sorry, man. It was just the timing of your TTS. I turned the TTS back on. I'm sorry. It was the timing of yours because I was answering somebody else's. Fuck. You're too quick to the draw, dude. You're too quick to the draw. And I can't imitate it, because if I imitate it, then I'll end up on Twitter. Or worse, Reddit. And somebody might Molotov cocktail my computer. Oh, you're gonna be on Twitter for something anyway? Well, that's true. So I don't really see the difference in any of this stuff. I really just don't see the difference in it.
スイートフリーダム TTS レディ
You should be able to replay it, right? I don't even know how to do that, my guy. I have no idea. Move face cam. Yeah, I'm putting it back. So, like this is Daniel Ahmad right here. He's from Nico Partners, which is director. They do like research in like fucking tech industry and stuff like that. He's 100% right when he says when GPU prices increased in February, it was because of tariffs on China. We're at 10%. When they increased again in March, it's because they were at 20%. Now they're at 54% in China and other Asian markets included, Vietnam at 46%. Unless reversed, expect gaming hardware to see jumps. Yeah, for sure. Like gaming hardware is going to see an increase. What's really funny is how many of these gaming outlets have ran with the headline of $80 video games because of, I don't know if I've saved any on here. I probably haven't saved any on here. And if I go to try to check today's news, it's just going to bring up the stuff that was talked about today. But yesterday and the day before, they were all running with the headline of, oh, well, you know, it's because of the tariffs. The video game prices are going up because of the tariffs. Bro, I can, like, let me see if I can actually find some. Hold on. I'm going to show you.
I can get the same FPS on my phone games.
So if you go and you look, like the vast majority of the headlines, tariffs and shock throughout the video game industry. How much tariffs are going to affect the Switch 2 costs after tariffs? Buy these electronics now before tariffs kick in. Tariffs. There was one article that I found by CNET. Why Switch 2 games are so expensive? Trump tariffs may not be the sole factor. No, it's not that they're not the sole factor. It's that they're not a factor. Tariffs, yes, exactly, Phoenix. Tariffs do not affect digital products. Tariffs are only for physical products. So, yeah. It was just like really weird to read some of these news sites and talk, and like they would loop the game prices in with it. I'm fine with them talking about it in regards to the console because that's hardware, right? But a game price, no. Now, maybe we could talk about it with the physical games, right? Why are they increasing? Because the industry wants them to increase. They've said as much for the last 5 years. That has nothing to do with tariffs. It has everything to do with they just want it to go up. And it also has everything to do with the fact that they're not moving enough units and they're spending too much money. They can't rein in their costs. That's exactly what it comes down to. They do not have the self-control or the management or the vision to be able to budget their projects correctly. And can you put tariffs on video games? No, you cannot. On a physical copy of a video game, you could, because that's a physical good. But on a digital good, you cannot tariff digital goods. That's not how that works. Yeah, it's digitally distributed. Tariffs work on goods that are transferred. I think that okay. Tariffs are affecting things that are actually like traveling, like physically traveling, like something that is being shipped from one place to another or flown from one place to another. Imported goods, yes. Yeah, cars, wood, steel, food, exactly. That's what I mean by physical goods. You cannot tariff something that is not physical. Especially because, like, if you think about it, a video game, like, there isn't multiples of a video game, right? It's just one video game, but everybody gets a key to access it. So it's like even more so, like, it's not even like a singular product as well. It's odd, but yeah. So it's just really weird to see that there was a lot of these sites that had basically like looped in this entire discussion into, oh, well, you know, it's the game prices. And it's like, that's not the case. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I literally made a fucking video. I literally made a video. How long ago? Right here. The gaming industry has lost their collective mind. This is the one where I 2 months ago, I talked about a GTA 6 could cost as much as $100. Some analysts hope. They were talking about this before tariffs were even a conversation. So to say that like the tariffs made this happen is fucking ridiculous. But the Donkey Kong game is $69.99, so they aren't all $80, which is fucking weird. I'll be honest, I don't understand. I don't understand that part. I'm gonna tell you right now, it just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. You cannot fucking tell me. You can't tell me that with all this shit that's going on with the Nintendo Switch, that people aren't side-eyeing a Steam Deck right now. You can't tell me people aren't like looking at the Steam Deck and going like, you know, maybe I'll get a Steam Deck instead of a Switch. You know what I'm curious about, actually. But you know what the funny thing is that the Steam Deck price might increase. Maybe, I have no idea. I mean, Valve can afford to just take the hit to continue to put out the hardware, but the Steam Deck is made in Steam Decks are made and assembled in Taiwan. So they could also get knocked by one of these tariffs as well. I was looking at the Steam Deck last month, got rid of my PS5, was going to take my PS5, take my wife PS5 and get her a PC. Yeah, you know what the other thing is too, is that like they're also talking about making like a Steam hardware piece for like your TV, like a Steam, like they're trying to like think about doing a Steam box again. I know they still have like the Steam key or whatever it is. There's like a plugin that you can get that'll allow you to be able to like basically stream your games straight from your PC to your TV. So there's another option for that as well. You know what? Like when I get a new apartment, which I need fucking badly because I need Steam Link. That's what it's called. When I get a new apartment, what I would really like to do is actually have like my desk and my PC and all my whole setup, and then a couch in front of it, and then an actual fucking TV on a wall in front of that, and then I'll just have a third HDMI running from the computer straight into the TV, and then I can go sit and play games on the TV if I want to. apartment, you need a castle. I need to be rich to be able to do that, my friend, and I am not a rich man. 32 monitor game. I don't need 32 monitors. I just need 2. 3 is also nice. Actually, it would be kind of nice to be able to have like a TV behind the setup, like a big TV behind the setup, because then I could actually have like chat up there, and I could like look up at chat up there. Then it looks like I'm like looking at you, wantingly, intimately, peering into your soul. Then this becomes a whole entirely different kind of stream. What I'm talking about? After hours. Oh man. Unironically though, I do think like, because I had even posted it. I think I even said it too. Yeah, I love watching consoles slowly push more people towards Steam. It's like, you know, obviously I had some people obviously the console naysayers come in. I'm not a console war Andy. I'm not a fucking you know, PC master race guy or anything like that, which the like console brain people always want to like default to that kind of thinking, because that's basically as far as some of these folks go. Not all of them obviously, but there's a lot of them that do. It's just like, I personally love never having to touch Windows or graphic drivers. And I'm like, I didn't know that Steam Deck ran on Windows. Like, who the fuck says I'm talking about that? You have options when it comes to Steam. You don't have to play on a PC if you don't want to. And it's like, and yet owning a console is cheaper than a gaming PC. This is the shit that like drives me fucking crazy, is that like people always want to have like, did I bring it up in here? I did. Yeah, there's no master race thing here. That's console war talk. The issue is that console owners are short-sighted. The conversation always is about the initial purchase and not the long-term savings, increased flexibility, or cross benefits. It is never that. That is the thing that infuriates me the most. The minute that the like console versus PC conversation starts up, it always devolves into the most brain-dead take of, yeah, but a high-end mega ultra gaming PC will cost me $4,000, and my PS5 is for $500. And the worst part is that the fucking PC Andes then argue that same point. Oh, well, you know, you don't need to build the most high-end PC. You can part out, you know, this, and you can get this part cheaper, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, bro, you guys are arguing the wrong fucking points. It's always short-term, short-sighted thinking. The reason why you get a PC isn't because you're going to be able to save fucking, it's not because you're able to build something for fucking, like, even, but let's not pretend you can build a PS5 Pro equivalent PC setup for $700. I wouldn't want to, bitch. Why would I do that? PC upkeep is expensive? Only if you're needy. Only if you feel like you need to be running every single new release on max settings every time one comes out. And the vast majority, and this is the funny thing is that the vast majority of people that are in a rush to constantly get the next series of hardware, all they are trying to do is overcome bad optimization. It's not that their computer can't run it. It's that these developers don't build it so it can. It has nothing to do with the hardware. It has everything to do with the developers. And if players would stop running out to buy the next piece of fucking hardware to overcome the issues that these developers make, then we wouldn't be in that kind of position to begin with. So what you do is, if you're a good PC boy and girl, you just play games that you can play and that play well on your system, and you support studios that make optimized games that you can actually enjoy, and you ignore those that make fucking garbage. That's what you're supposed to do. But these people are like, I constantly have to upgrade. No, you do not. The only reason I buy new consoles is because they stopped making newer games for older systems. Would still be rocking a PS4 or Xbox One if the new stuff was. See, that's the thing too, is that like, so if we walk away from the short-sighted conversation and we look at the long-term conversation, in a 10-year gap, you'll buy 2 consoles. At the very least, you'll buy 2 consoles, right? And in a lot of cases, for a lot of people, it's an Xbox and a PlayStation, right? They want the PlayStation exclusives. They want the Xbox Live, or they have the Xbox experience, or whatever. I don't know what the fuck you even buy an Xbox nowadays, but that's usually what it's been, is those 2 consoles. Together, accessories, all that good shit, probably like $1,200, right? We're not even talking about the games, okay? Not even talking about the games. Just like $1,200, 2 consoles, okay? Chances are these fools then go out and they also buy Xbox Game Pass or Xbox Live at the very least, and PlayStation Live or PlayStation Online or PlayStation Plus or whatever the fuck it is, right? That's probably at least another $15 a piece a year for those. That's $30. $30 a month for those. So that's $300 a year, $3,000 over 2 years. So between the 2 subscriptions and the 2 consoles, I'm already at like $4,500. That's a 10-year gaming PC. And I don't need to pay a subscription fee to be able to play online using my internet that I pay for. That's a high-end gaming PC. You don't even need that. And chances are, you're still going to be able to continue to use that high-end gaming PC past that 10-year mark. And on top of that, if there is something that you need to upgrade, it's modular. You don't need to replace the whole fucking thing. You just go out and get a new CPU. And chances are, if it's been 10 years, you're not buying the next gen CPU. You're buying the current gen one, which is cheaper in the first place. Like, everything's just so fucking short-sighted when it comes to it. It's just like, you don't need to do that. I'm rocking a GTX 970 and still can play most games. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, one of my buddies is still running a fucking a 1080 Ti, and he plays everything that he wants to play. But he's playing, and it's also, the other thing is too, and I think this is probably the one thing that's like the most difficult to be able to explain to somebody that's never played on PC before, and that's that like a 1080p monitor at a high refresh rate looks absurdly better than anything that you're going to play on a fucking 4K big screen TV. Like, it's a better image. It just looks better. I don't know what I mean, like, if you can afford to be an enthusiast and buy a crazy, high performing rig and a super expensive monitor, you're going to see some incredibly beautiful looking games. But like 1080p on a fucking, it just looks, 1080p at 144, 27 inch is fucking lit. It is. It looks real good. It looks real good. Like, I like, the thing is that I was Mr. 4K gaming, 4K this, 4K that, when I was an Xbox guy, right? With my, what did I have? Like I had Xbox, what did I get? You didn't really have 4K, but high def gaming or whatever. Like, I was put like fucking big screen TV and stuff like that with my Xbox One and all that shit. And then, like, I was like, well, I can't really afford to buy these, like, super high-end monitors. I can't really afford to buy a super high-end PC. I'm just gonna buy, like, a mid-grade setup. And I, like, popped on my first game at, like, at fucking 1080p and was like... I'm like, I like, one for one looked at, like, The Division 2 on my TV versus my computer monitor, and I was like... What the fuck? What the fuck? What have I been paying for? Division 2 was years ahead of its time. I was so mad. So like I had like I had made that like Ubisoft video and I had used some like footage of Division 2 and it like how it looked on my monitor versus what the recording looked like did it like no justice. Like that game looks fucking absurd. Now mind you, like I'm talking about how you don't need to do all of these things. I have a 4090. I have a like 360 refresh rate fucking 2K because I don't believe in 4K. I think 4K is stupid and not worth it. But I have a 1440p 2K monitor, and I was playing the Division 2, and I was sitting here like, this shit could come out today. This shit could come out today, and it just looks so fucking good, and it plays so good too. Such a good game, man. OLED. It's an OLED. The dude at the store was like, do you want to buy the extended warranty? You know, you can get burn-in on these monitors. I'm like, bitch, this is a write-off. I turn it off when I go to bed. I still turn it off when I go to bed if I can turn them out, bro. That's a Ubisoft game? It is a Ubisoft game, yes. Division 2 is a Ubisoft game. As a console gamer, Data 4 and main provider, it's not the console gaming. It's not that I think console gaming is better. For me, it's the initial price. Oh, I know. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand that in a lot of cases, what it kind of comes down to is, by the way, I'm not like talking shit to all console gamers. I realize that for a lot of people, the reason why the thinking is short-sighted is it's because like their life is more immediate than a fucking video game console, right? Or than a fucking video game PC. And in a lot of cases, it's also just convenient, and it makes it a lot easier to be able to play with your kids. It's a centerpiece in the middle of your fucking living room for you to be able to, play like Netflix and shit off of. That's why I have a PlayStation specifically for like, because I don't have a smart TV, so I have Crunchyroll and shit like that on there for me to be able to use, and Amazon TV and all that stuff. So I have it there so that if I want to sit and play something couch co-op, I can. Yeah. No, so like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's no value in them at all, but the problem is just like, it's just like when people want to like come into the conversation and talk about how like PC's just not worth it. And it's just like, bro, you're barking up the wrong fucking tree. Was there anything else that I talked about this week as well? So we talked about. Is that official? Yes. Remember when I said, man, I can't wait till they start putting some X-Men characters in this game. There it is. There it is. The funny thing is, this is like really in character for Emma Frost too. Like, she's always been kind of like a gaudy character, right? Like she's definitely been extra, but like, I saw this.
Just wanted to say that I appreciate your good work. Keep it based. Keep it going. We need bosses like yours.
El Vasan Gamer. Was that like El Vasan? 99. I just wanted to say that I appreciate your good work. Keep it based, keep it going. We need voices like yours. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the kind words. Nice fidelity in her graphics. Yes, very fidelity graphics. Might get crucified for this, but Marvel Rivals so blatantly panders to gooners that it puts me off of the game. Like, it's a hero shooter. We don't need such exaggerated jiggle physics on characters with thighs, chests, and butt. You know what I have a problem with here? I don't have a problem with their opinion. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. I have a problem when people speak for me. Who is we? I'd love to know, because apparently you want to make choices for me. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know that I gave you the authority to fucking speak for me. That's crazy, man. How did that happen? When did that happen? Was I drunk? Did I put it in writing? Because the last time I checked, everybody is their own fucking person with their own opinions and their own fucking taste. And there's other games that you can go and fucking play without having to bitch about this one and talk about what other people need to be looking at. So you're probably far better off fucking off and going and playing something else rather than talking about what somebody else is enjoying. Judgmental Puritan bullshit. Unreal, dude. When I see this kind of shit and then you see 16 fucking K people like this. Yeah, stop looking at boobies. No. No. These motherfuckers made her look like this. You want to know why? Because people are going to play it. People are going to buy it. And people are going to fucking buy her skins. They're going to fucking do all the things. The Gooners goon? Just, it's not even Gooners, bro. It's just like, let people enjoy the shit that they like. I will call out a game for pandering when they're not delivering on anything else, right? I am going to be the first person to step up and talk mad shit about the First Descendant. I will talk mad shit about that game. Because literally, did you like the post? I did like the post. So I can talk shit about it. I'm one of those people that if you see me like your post, it's not for a good fucking reason. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's not for a good fucking reason. So, I'll be the first person to step up and talk shit about the First Descendant because the First Descendant's gameplay fucking sucks. They're fucking pay-to-win systems. They're fucking all their other shit, like the amount of like how harsh the monetization is, how brain dead the like. It's literally the most copy-pasted AI fucking bullshit game. The fucking voice acting, the story, the everything is just a fucking clear ripoff of Warframe, but made worse in a lot of ways. It's just not good. And they put all their focus into making chicks with big old racks and asses, and that's as far as it fucking goes. And then they wonder why. I'm gonna say 20,000 players. Dang! Yikes! Holy shit! I didn't think it was that bad, dude. Woof! Woof. And your big update? Your big update only brought in 23,000 players at peak. Check Warframe. Keeps going up. Fuck. Even even Destiny 2 is doing better than your game. I thought Warframe is a dead game. Warframe is the most played looter shooter live service game. It's not even close. Not even close. Mecha Break? Not even out. Warframe's always had solid numbers? Yeah. Yeah, they fucking Division 2's dead. There's nobody playing Division 2. Steel Division. Yeah, there's like nobody playing it. They don't support it. They just don't release content for it. They haven't released content for it in 2 years. This is a game for sure, and this was a Epic Games Store and a Ubisoft Plus or Ubisoft Connect exclusive as well. So also the Division 2 is not a live service game. How's PoE 2 doing? That's actually a really good question. I wonder how many people brought back. What was their peak? 500,000? I'm gonna say 150K. God damn. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, PoE, I see you. Good lord. Monster Hunter Wilds update? Ooh, that's a good one too, yeah. Good lord, it brought back 500,000 players. Oh my god. Good lord. Holy shit. Big fan base. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's just wait for them to actually start adding in some like real like end game content and things like that. Which I think that kind of sucks because we're really not going to see any like real end game like world or Monster Hunter Wilds content until probably an expansion most likely. But man, it's going to keep bringing people back. I like this though. Reviews 58%, and that's mostly just people are mad that the game doesn't fucking doesn't run on their PCs, right? Or runs like shit for them. Optimization and whatnot. 100% completely fine with those people bitching. They need to bitch. But crazy numbers. Crazy numbers. Wilds is so fun. I love Wilds. How bad is Ashi Shadows? I would almost guarantee it's probably 10K by now. $20. Man, dude. One more week, and it'll probably be less than half of that. Veilguard's done. That one's been done for a long time. You know what's crazy about this though? You'll hear a bunch of people say, "Man, but Dragon Age the Veilguard, Dragon Age the Veilguard, guys. You know, it's an RPG, you know, and like once it's done and you're done, and you know, It's a single player game, and it's a single player game. There's no reason to keep playing it. There's no reason to keep playing a game like that. The amount of fucking games journalists that I saw compare Dragon Age the Veilguard to Baldur's Gate 3 honestly made me sick. And I was like, I can't believe that you guys would invoke the name of fucking Baldur's Gate 3 in this conversation. You are talking about a fucking generational title. You're talking about one of the most definitive games that we have seen released. I would say I'm gonna get some flack for this probably. Some people will disagree with me on this, and this is more of a matter of taste than anything else. Baldur's Gate 3 is probably the most influential game that we have seen released in probably the last like 20 years. I would even go as far to say that Baldur's Gate 3 is likely, and I don't think people really notice this, I think that Baldur's Gate 3 is likely the tipping point that pushed people into like what a lot of these folks want to call like Gamergate 2. I shouldn't say 20. I say last 10, sorry. Last 10 years, not 20. 20 is too long. More than Skyrim? Skyrim's mid compared to fucking Baldur's Gate. More than FromSoft games? Yeah. The new Fate Gamergate? Yeah. So I mean, like, there's like, I feel like there's a few different like factions of like conversation that I think where like you have some people that are like just genuinely hunting for like higher quality products and are sick of being like there's two camps that are going on. And this is actually really sucks in general. Like I'll take the second to talk about this. So there's two things that are going on right now. There are people that genuinely want higher quality games for the prices that they're spending. They are sick of the monetization. They are sick of the added bloat. They are sick of, in a lot of cases, they're just sick of some of the favorite studios and publishers that they've grown to love over the years, failing to live up to not only their expectations, but what everybody knows that they're capable of, like what their potential actually is, right? So you have like that group that's like, I don't like the pandering, I don't like this, I don't like that, and I don't like and it's not that I don't like those things because I don't like groups of people, it's that I don't like those things because like you guys fucking suck at doing this, right? Like I just want good products, that's it. I just want good games, I want good entertainment. That's literally the end of the fucking conversation. Then at the exact same time that you have this latched onto the side of that ship like a fucking massive growth is it's racist. Like I'm just gonna fucking call it like it is. I mean, like I see some of the shit that people are talking about and I'm like, bro, like there are the people that are like, no, it's not. I don't hate Yasuke because he's black. I hate it because he's black. Like it's like, bro, I fucking like it's way too easy to see because their opinions are so surface level that you realize that it's literally just the color of the skin that they don't like. And it's just like, bro, like, I mean, that's cool, dog. I mean, I'm just not. Get the fuck away. Fucking move on, dude. Fucking move on. Go fight that fight somewhere else. I'm not racist. You're just shit at writing. That's what my like. Go watch any of the fucking videos where I cover any of these things. It is never about the identity of the characters. It's never about the sexuality of the characters. It's never about the skin color. It's about why you put it there, how you put it there, and how it was executed. It is always about delivery and execution, never about the inclusive or inclusion of certain elements inside of a video game, right? So like I got a lot of shit. A lot of people are really disappointed with me. They were very upset because I fucking love Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And then I see comments like, but there's Jews in it. What? It's like, what? Like, it's like, you don't even know how to react to it. You're like, the fuck did you just say? Like, but why did they put them in there? It has to be a part of this, like, fucking apparatus. This, like, this what exactly? A conspiracy? Excuse me? And then like there's a bunch Banhammer. Oh fuck, bud. I'm like a sniper. I'm sitting there just popping shots back and forth, like gone, perma, like flicking fucking ticks off. So and then like there's people that are like complaining about what was his fucking name? I don't even remember him. You know what's who's the African guy? The guy from Mali. I can't remember his Musa. A ton of people fucking complaining about Musa. I don't even remember him. The game is like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 Musa. I couldn't even fucking remember his name. Love your content, dude. Keep it up. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Background music, I got you, brother. Where'd it go? He's a traveler that he would have been access to a port city. Yeah, like that shit just gets fucking weird where they're like, excuse me. According to historians, he never would. I'm like, bro, it's a fucking major city and a trading hub that is also being occupied by somebody from fucking Hungary with a foreign army. Don't forget Henry and Hans can get freaky with one another. That's one of the only things that I will actually be like, that's kind of fucking weird. I'm just gonna like, I'm not gonna bullshit around that one. It's just kind of fucking weird. I don't know why you did that. Like, these guys are supposed to be fucking homies, but now you want to make them more than homies. Like I get it. It's an RPG. You want to give people the ability to express themselves however they wish within a game. That's cool. I guess, but it's just kind of fucking weird. Like, to be honest with you, like it would make a lot more sense if it just wasn't Hans and it was somebody else, right? But that's the only thing. The gay thing was for the girl fans, 100%. Do you guys? I don't think people understand like how much girls love fucking boy love. It's so weird. It's so weird. There's a manga shop. Really? Oh yeah. There's a manga shop that's like at the mall over here, and every time I walk by, the BL section, boy love is what it's called, BL, is just filled with women. Every time. Of course, I know. It's just, what can I say, man? And like in a lot of cases, like look at some of this, like, look at the difference in taste, okay? Like they're into some weird shit, okay? They're into some weird shit. Guys are like, oh man, you know, fucking, big boobs. Hell yeah. Right? Hell yeah. Women. Cthulhu monsters. Werewolves. Don't king shame? I'm not king shame. I'm just saying they're into some shit. Leave our tentacles alone. Hey, all right, hey. To each their own. Let your freak flag fly, okay? Let your freak flag fly. That's all I got to say. But like I hate when I see shit like this, man. It's so sad to see people want to like push their values onto other people. I think it's like it's incredibly offensive. Incredibly offensive. This right here. Hold on. This right here with the Nintendo pricing is fucking crazy. It's $10 add-ons if you want to upgrade your Switch 1 game and be able to play your Switch 1 game on the Switch 2 with higher graphic settings. I wonder if they're going to allow you to be able to play the Switch 1 game without the higher graphic settings, or if they'll make you buy it. I don't know if it's like fully backwards compatible or if it's specifically that you have to make sure that the game has did you get your butt out of my face? And away from the camera? Sony tried this? Sony didn't try this. Sony did it. They're doing the exact same thing that Sony did. It's identical. There's probably new textures and stuff. You know what's crazy though? They could give that away for free. Isn't that fucking crazy? Man, could you fucking imagine that? Could you imagine free updates for some of your older games so that you can play them in higher definition? You know what's crazy is, I wonder how many more people would buy your console if you did that. Meanwhile, Steam enjoyers, like how many times have I seen my games get a fucking free graphic update? All the fucking time. Monster Hunter World did it. Even though, like, for some odd reason they released Monster Hunter Wilds with an increased graphic setting as well that you could download, like a DLC for it. You didn't have to pay for it or anything like that. It was free, but still. Like, if you wanted high resolution textures, you could download it. Then again, if people on PC wanted high resolution textures, they would just download a mod for a lot of games in the first place, right? That's what they're going to end up doing. Still, though, I'm sorry, man. $70 for a fucking Wii U game. $70 for a Wii U game. You're paying for a 10-year-old game? Over 10-year-old game? Is that right? I can't remember when Breath of the Wild came out. It's been 10 years? With a texture pack. $8 years? It's been 8 years. Okay, it's almost 10 years. 8 years. And do you know what somebody else brings it up? Gotta sell 15 times more. What's crazy is you are absolutely fucking right, but in another direction. Imagine making one of the most successful games of all time, and instead of just like celebrating that game's success and giving people a free fucking, you know, texture upgrade on the new console, you want to charge for it. Like that, like the fucking ethics of video, like the ethics of like video game culture for like how customers are treated is just like fucking gone. Especially from Nintendo. Like they really do not give a shit. Like they will charge you, you will buy it. That's just how Nintendo works, and everybody goes for it. I think it's just a difference in like I mean it's Nintendo's consumer base, but like maybe it's just a difference in like I think that like PC gamers are just like a little bit more outspoken about those kind of things, and they just don't put up with it as much. And also at the same time, like there's no way for Nintendo fans to be able to bitch about this in a way that can actually enact any change, because what they'll do is that they'll cry about it on Twitter, or they'll cry about it in a you know, I shouldn't say cry. They'll complain about it on Twitter, or they'll complain about it you know, on a YouTube live stream, right, saying drop the price or whatever it might be. But the issue is that because you can't really enact any change with consumers specifically, that means that, like, because you're not going to be able to, like, rally consumers to not buy something. It's just not going to fucking happen. Like, the idea of, like, boycotting products, it just doesn't fucking work. You're just not going to be able to organize that kind of group of people. People buy things for all kinds of different reasons. You're just not going to be able to get around it. Anytime a product ends up getting boycotted, it's because it happens naturally. It's because people weren't interested in it for whatever reason. Like, one of the things that Bud Light, I don't think Bud Light lost that fucking much money. If people want to drink Bud Light, they're going to drink Bud Light. Unless it's political. Like, maybe if it's political, I guess. I'm not really too sure. If it's something that's, like, specifically price related, the only reason why you're going to see people stop buying it is because of the price. Disney? See, okay, like, look, this is what I'm telling you guys, right? Disney. Do you think people are do you actually think that people are actually boycotting Disney right now, or do you think people are not going and watching Disney movies because the movies suck? Why not both? I mean, I think you're going to have some people that are going to say that they're doing both, but in a lot of cases, what they're actually doing is they're really doing the first one. They're not going because the movies suck, and then they're saying as a result of it that they're boycotting it. And I would almost guarantee that the vast majority of those people still went and saw fucking Deadpool versus Wolverine. How many people here saw Deadpool versus Wolverine? Or Deadpool Wolverine? I did. Me. I did. Me. I did, and I enjoyed it. Me. Yep. Nope. I'm fucking telling you guys. I'm telling you. That's why, like, I'll see some people talking about, like, what is it? Assassin's Creed Shadows. Avowed. Dragon Age the Veilguard. The vast majority of, like, when I see people go online and talk about how, like, guys, the boycott is working. There's no fucking boycott. There's no boycott on video games. The proof that there's no anti-woke boycott in video games is that Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the best-selling games of the last of the last, like, few years. It's one of the best-selling games that we've seen, right? That game should have been ripped apart. It had everything that everybody hated, yet it sold great. At the end of the day, what's going on right now? People are not buying games because the games suck. That's what it is. If the games didn't suck, it wouldn't matter. Simple as that. Wouldn't matter. You ain't gonna see me buying Pokemon. I ain't gonna buy it because it looks like shit. The quality of the product matters a lot. A boycott can get mixed up in things with consumers, right? But, like, what I'm trying to say is that you're having a lot of people that are trying to pretend like they are some type of, like, leader, or they're not only are they leaders of, but they are also claiming victories for things that they have no involvement in whatsoever. I will say that there is some involvement. I'm not going to say it's done, because I think that there's a lot of, like, consumer awareness that's going on. I really think that's probably what I shouldn't use, like, that's why I don't fucking like using the woke shit. It's just, like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's too much of a fucking blanket pejorative, and it doesn't work when you're describing anything. The thing is that I see a lot of people that are claiming victories for some of these games that are failing, saying the boycotts are working, but there's no boycott that's happening. And while there might be some people that are out there that are consciously making decisions based on some ideological boycott that they're going through or whatever, I think that really what this is coming down to is the fact that people just aren't interested in the games. People are just aren't interested in the games. Like they look at something like Avowed and they're like, this doesn't really look doesn't really look good to me. And I think in a lot of cases as well, you're also getting you're getting what I would refer to as negative marketing. You're getting people that are not selling their games, right? So a really good example of this is a game like Avowed. Avowed had next to no marketing whatsoever. There was no talk about it. There was barely any fucking previews. There was literally nothing else that was going on. And I think that the reason why the game ended up doing badly was because nobody was actually talking about it. And then the only time that they were talking about it, and the only thing that you ever really heard about what was going on with it, was one of the developers going online and using the game as a, an ideological soapbox against Elon Musk, right? So then the only thing that you have is like, oh, okay, this game must be like some type of like ideological thing. They're gonna, they got their whole thing that's going on in there. Yeah, like how the boycott worked for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Thank you. That's a really good example. Just like how the boycott worked for Hogwarts Legacy. Yes, exactly. Like boycotts, especially in video games, they just don't work. And I think the reason why. One, it's really hard to be able to organize consumers from around the world. That's one issue. People have completely different values depending on where they live. I think that it has something to do with like video games being like not only entertainment but also an addiction. Because like video games are addictive, right? I'm not going to pretend like they're not. So it makes it really fucking hard when you are bored and you want something to entertain you and you're hooked on that and you're hooked on that idea of being able to play something or like you want to be entertained. You need something to fucking stimulate you for whatever reason. And I think that because of that makes it even more difficult. Like people aren't necessarily, especially when it comes to video games, I don't think that people are going to buy against, like people will buy against their best interest. Yeah, people will buy against their best interest. I think a really good example of that is like fucking gacha games and shit like that, right? Like people know what they're doing to themselves. They know that they shouldn't be supporting this. Same thing goes for microtransactions or battle passes or whatever it might be, right? Like Call of Duty is a really good example. Like look at like the Call of Duty community fucking hates Call of Duty and they have hated almost every release. They talk about how shit it is and they never fucking fix anything, yet they go out and they buy the next one the next year every single time. FIFA? Now DEI is flagged too. Yeah, I flagged. I've banned both DEI and woke. I can't do it on YouTube for whatever reason, but I did it on Twitch. I'm gonna figure out how to do it on YouTube too. I'm sick of people not being able to say what it is that they don't like and trying to use a blanket pejorative to be able to like claim that something that like claim they don't fucking like it. Oh, it's woke. What the fuck does that mean to me? Nothing. It means nothing to me. See a libtard? Get the fuck out of here, pussy. Sorry you don't know how to use the English language and instead say what you don't fucking like. What happens if we don't say the magic no-no words? It's not about that. People are just fucking pussies about it and they need to cling to their fucking DEI and cling to their fucking woke. Oh, I gotta say these two words. Tell me what you don't fucking like. That's the whole, like, watch any fucking video that I've made. I don't use those terms specifically because I'd rather put the things that I don't fucking like in games into actual terms. Real fucking words. Enjoy the Parma. Get the fuck out of here. nothing happens. You don't get banned or anything like that for using using the words or anything like that. It just blocks the term so the chat doesn't go through. Because I just like, the problem is, I'll tell you exactly what it is. The reason why I fucking got rid of it was because I was sick of playing certain games. It happened during the Assassin's Creed stream. I was trying to play Assassin's Creed, and all I'm seeing in fucking chat is DEI woke, and I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up and let me play the game, dude. Like, let me talk about those things. Let me find those things that I don't like in the game and talk about those things with actual fucking words rather than, Jesus Christ, man. The spam is annoying. It is, dude. And like, people cling to those words so fucking hard because they don't even know how to be able to actually voice what their opinion actually is. That's what the issue is. Like, if you watch the videos, if you watch the fucking content, then you know, like, there are things in games that I don't fucking like. Buzzwords. I know people love fucking buzzwords. I just don't like it, man. When you were playing Dustborn, I never played Dustborn. Why would I play that piece of shit? Articulate your criticisms. Thank you. That's the whole fucking point that I'm trying to make. And like, I brought this up, I think I brought it up at the end of the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 video, where I'm like, I'm just kind of getting fucking sick and tired of seeing these blanket pejorative terms like DEI or woke being constantly used, and nobody is actually doing anything to actually... How the fuck do I explain this? I need to think. The issue is that there are people that are out there that constantly rely on those terms specifically and don't use anything else. And because of that, it completely turns off the brain of anybody else that you're trying to convince of whatever it is you don't like in the media that you are engaging with. So the minute that you walk up to somebody and say, I'm sick of these woke games, what the fuck are they supposed to do with that? To what extent, to what issue in that game do you have a problem with? You need to vocalize it. And the further we get away from that, and that's what's been happening lately, that's why I don't fucking like it, is because for whatever reason, like, that's the only thing that people are saying now, and none of these game developers are going to be able to quantify what it is you don't like about the game that they're making. And in a lot of cases, because it is an ideological battle line, and you are drawing it as well, they are not going to cross it, or they're just going to fucking ignore it. They're just going to turn off their brain. If you're not willing to actually have a conversation about the things that you don't actually like, well, then what ends up happening is that they're never going to do anything to actually fix it in the first place. That's it. That's what my stance on it is. Like, I just, like, the thing is that grifter is the same thing. The other, like the other side of these debates use the same fucking terms. They do the exact same thing. What the fuck is a grifter? Like, I hear people call me a fuck. What the fuck does that even mean, dude? What are you talking? What am I grifting about? I didn't like a video game? What are you talking about? Yeah, Nazi, fascist, grifter, exactly. All of those same terms. It's all it's all tokenizations of things that, like, we can actually fucking talk about. So, like, anytime I ever hear anybody talk to, like, call me a grifter, which I hear that shit all the fucking time. It's like everybody's favorite fucking word nowadays. What does that mean? What am I grifting? What am I trying to sell to you? I'm not trying to sell anything to you. I'm just giving my opinion on the fucking internet. What are you talking about? It gets old. It gets super old, man. And like those terms, like all those fucking terms are just irritating the fucking shit out of me anymore. Because the issue is that, like, I'm trying to, like, I like to read comments on videos, man. I'll be straight with you guys. I like to read the comments. I like to see how people are engaging with things. I like to see what their opinions on stuff are, what they're interested in, what they don't like about some of these games and whatnot. And when I'm listening to these folks talking about this stuff, well, the problem is that, like, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. If you just run out and just say, this is woke, this is DEI, people are just going to think you're racist. That's it. And if you are, that's cool. I mean, that's your life to live, right? But this is really what this comes down to. And that's what it's being traded with now. So if you're fine with having that label because that's how people are going to view you, But me personally, I'm not going to lean on these phrases. Instead, I'm going to say what it is I don't like. And personally myself, because I want to hear what your guys' opinions are, I don't really want to use those terms here either. You don't like it? Get the fuck out. I ain't keeping you here. Asmongold made a good point. Where these buzzwords will be so overused, people will be desensitized with grifter and Nazi when an actual grifter or Nazi appears. Yeah, it's the boy who cried wolf, right? Story old as time. And using buzzwords means you're dismissed by the people who might have listened. That's actually probably the best thing to be able to bring up, is the fact that, like, when you engage in that kind of shit, the people that are in the middle, that are just like vibing and doing their thing, and while they very well might be folks that would actually get like invested, or maybe they have the same kind of concerns that you do, but instead when you're taking the time to, or when you're not taking the time to explain what your position is, they just don't want to be included on your side, right? Hey man, love your vids. You articulate your points extremely well. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I think a really good example of this is someone like I've talked about it before, right? Because people have like tried to share me like tweets from like Grums and stuff like that. I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be involved with those folks, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, when you lean on those terms and those words so fucking often, it's so easy for people to misunderstand what your position is, and then you start pandering to an audience of people for attention because you don't want them to turn on you. So the minute that you do try to argue an actual point, they go, well, wait a minute, I thought it's lazy. Exactly. And the minute that you try not to be lazy, the people that the audience that you built for yourself gets upset that you're not being lazy like they are. This is why I like you so much. Reason and sensibility. Thank you. Drum beaters. Yeah. Saber rattlers, right? That's really what it comes down to. And the thing is that, like, in a lot of cases, you're going to see some people, and this is true for anybody on either side, you're going to see people that actually have the occasional, like, really good point that they make, right? Or things that they find or they bring up or they, you know, bring attention to, right? And I think that, like, you know, even somebody like Grums has brought up some things that are worthwhile to bring some attention to, but then at the exact same time, what ends up happening is that a lot of that shit gets lost. A lot of that shit gets lost because people don't want to hear you because of all the same shit that you keep spewing. So if you're not being clear and you're not articulating your points exactly as they should be, you know, then people are going to confuse you with something else. You're the spiritual successor to Total Biscuit. That's a little fucking far, man. I mean, that's like way too much of a fucking compliment, to be honest with you. I don't think I'd even be able to get up to that dude's boot. Rest in peace. Yeah, if the bathwater looks too dirty, you might actually throw the baby out with it. Yep, that's exactly what will end up happening. Do you think that companies prioritize their agendas at the expense of gameplay and storytelling? Do you think some companies prioritize their agenda? What exactly do you mean by that? Are you talking about like ideologies? If you're talking about ideologies specifically, like, you know, whatever it might be, like left-leaning ideologies, gender ideologies, and things of that nature, I think that, yeah, I don't think that it's at the expense of their gameplay. So, yes, it is at the expense of their gameplay and story, but it's actually it's profit motivated. It's profit motivated. I brought this up like a while ago, but I think that if you look at the games, think about the timeline of the games that we're seeing released, right? 2024, 2025. The vast majority of these games were being made between the vast majority of these games were in their concept phases and early development phases and writing phases and pre-production phases in 2018 and 2020. If you went online in 2018 and 2020, you would 100% believe that everything online, because nobody was going outside, nobody was talking to anybody, nobody was having any actual human interaction, you would have 100% believe that social justice issues were the thing that people were the most interested in. And all of these investors and CEOs and boards of directors completely greenlit a lot of these stories that were fixated and focused around social issues. And they pushed that shit because they saw Hollywood was pushing that shit. And this fucking industry loves to sniff Hollywood's ass for whatever reason. And they greenlit a bunch of projects that have a lot of that, that have like, you know, gender ideology, race ideology, all those kind of things. They pushed a lot of games that have a lot of that stuff because that's what it looked like audiences were interested in. And because what they were doing is they were trying to get hip with it, and they were trying to use social media as a way to be able to gauge people's interest on things. And they were essentially taking activism, online activism as actual engagement, invested in it, and then put out games that were in accordance with those beliefs at that time. And it's just not reflective of like how people actually spend money, especially when it's, you know, like a long form of media, like a video game where you're going to put like 40 hours in or more or something like that. You don't actually think that they believe in their ideologies? Do you actually? So I think the better way to be able to say it is that like some of the people that are working on the games and that are writing the games, 100%. And a lot of those folks as well were people that were in like long-term positions that they had earned, right? But their views on the world were twisted by one of the weirdest occurrences with lockdowns and shit like that back in, you know, back during the vid, right? So, and a lot of that stuff is going to bleed on through. And people are really fucking invested in who people think they are on the internet. And because of that, it's now affecting the things that they do in real life. Druckmann is a really good example of that. Yeah. So like, I think there's a mix of it where like the people that are working on the games do, but I think the people that are greenlighting them and the people that are funding those games don't, and they thought it was something that they'd be able to make money off of. And that's the reason. So it's like a two-part issue where you actually do have some, you know, directors and writers that do believe in the things that they're saying and doing, which, I mean, fucking to each their own, whatever. I don't really give a fuck what people believe in or whatever it might be. You know what I mean? Like, live your own fucking life, man. But the problem is when you too strongly oppose those or impose those kind of things on consumer products that people have to buy, you're going to run into some serious problems. And I think that the investors and the CEOs mistook online engagement as genuine interest, and those games came out and failed. So this is not like EA, you know, this is not like EA is trying to fucking, you know, EA is not putting out Dragon Age because they want to make everybody gay. It has nothing to do with that. They thought they would make money off of it because it looked like online. And the funny thing is if you go and you look, that is the case, right? That is the case. If you go and you look at like the posts that people were making, but the thing is that people do not act the way that they do on the internet. So you'll see these like super positive posts. Like a really good example of this is Avowed, and we still have yet to hear anything about sales figures yet for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Look at how much positive engagement there was about Assassin's Creed Shadows, but it's not authentic. all the people that were posting about how I'm totally going to buy Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? I'm going to buy Assassin's Creed Shadows because they were like, because of like the shit talking posts they did for like Elon and Grums, right? There's a bunch of people that were posting images of them downloading Assassin's Creed Shadows on Steam. It did nothing. It literally did nothing. So like you're gonna hear and Dragon Age the Veilguard saw the same thing. There were a ton of people that were online talking shit, saying like, "Oh no, it's trying to own the chuds." Exactly, it's all ideological. So people are on these like battlegrounds of ideologies, and they're not actually engaging with the products that they're supporting, or that they act like align with whatever their interests are. Society of the Spectacle, yeah. I think a really good example of this is, you know, if the best example of this, literally the best example, if you go online and you say, you know, I want slavery to end, or slavery's bad, updoots, all the updoots, yes, goes and buys a cell phone. People's online ethics don't align with themselves as a like as a consumer. Like, you will buy things based on like your best interests. Like, simple as that. So brave, so stunning. Yeah, let's get L's in the chat for fucking slavery. I hate capitalism. Yeah, that one's gonna give you like, yeah, talk shit about capitalism. That one will give you, that one will definitely, you know, fuck. I mean, like, look at bro, the biggest like socialist streamer on Twitch takes fucking sponsorships. He took a fucking like $70,000 sponsorship from Ubisoft to play Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like, so it's like, not even to the people that say they believe in something, and it's like their online identity. Not only do they not even fucking follow their own shit, but even the audiences that watch them don't give a fuck. Right? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? So it's like, and by the way, this is not me being judgmental of those people for doing those things. They're human. They're being humans. My problem is that these dumbass companies think that it's real. Like, they're using internet data, online Twitter engagement and Reddit engagement as genuine data to run off of on how to make products or how to position products for their audience. What are you doing? Nah, bro, they're trying to push the message. Okay. If for some odd reason everybody all of a sudden wants to believe that these multi-million-dollar companies aren't actually interested in making more money and are actually trying to get you to cut off your wiener, I don't know what to fucking tell you. There's one of those that I'm going to believe more in, and it's going to be the them wanting to make more money. Oh. What? What? Not doing anything. All they want is as much money as we're willing to let them get. Yeah, that's really all it comes down to. That's why, like, my prediction is, I would almost guarantee that we're likely going to be seeing within the next, like, probably, like looking at, like, the direction that some of these games have gone in and how hard some of these games have flopped. I would almost guarantee that in the next couple of years, we are going to see a massive push in the opposite direction. You're going to start seeing a ton of games that are going to be like fucking mechs, masculine, dudes being dudes, hot chicks and attractive characters. Where did the message go? Now all of a sudden the message doesn't matter anymore? All the global conspiracy disappeared? Why did the global conspiracy disappear? Oh, I don't know. Probably because they want to make money, and that's the only reason why they were doing any of these things. So back to normal. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, man. This is all, like, don't get me wrong. Like, do I think that there were some people that, like, influenced a lot of this stuff, like Sarkeesian and stuff? For fucking sure. For fucking sure. And also keep in mind that, like, the vast majority of people, like, we're talking about an industry that is in the fucking, it's an art. Video games are an art form. There's just not a lot of, like, conservative voices within, like, gaming companies. Up at the top, oh, for fuck sure. Up at the very top, CEOs and shit, oh, without a fucking doubt. Those guys are here to they're here to make money for the investors. And that is the only thing that they give a fuck about. That's it. But the people that are actually working on the games, yeah, they're gonna be trending far more towards, like, the liberal side of things. So you're gonna see some bending and breaking within the industry. That's just the way that shit goes, man. I need attention. That's funny. Need a Sarkeesian. Yeah. Yeah. I can't, like, imagine going to the fucking UN to talk about how fucking talk about how sexist video games are. Dude. Billy Mitchell collects the W. Billy Mitchell collects the W. So, you know, I don't really have any opinions on, like, Carl Jobst or whatever it is. Like, I don't really have any opinion on him as a person or anything like that. Or, like, I don't really understand. I haven't really watched a lot of his content. I've seen, like, 1 or 2 videos that the guy has made or whatever. What I will say is this, is that for the people that are out there that, like, all of, like, any of the channels that make content that is, like, critical of other people or, like, downfall content, like, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, literally every video they make is talking about a content creator that fell off. It's talking about a celebrity that nobody likes anymore. That's talking about, you know, somebody like Billy Mitchell or cheaters or whatever it might be. This, like, downfall content that's, like, super high engagement. They make a ton of fucking money. Yeah, internet anarchist, Sunny V2, folks like that, right? You are playing with fire. You're playing with fire. Because, like, it is so easy for you to misreport, to find the wrong information, to get emotionally involved, to just mess one thing up and then find yourself on the backhand of a lawsuit. And it's just like, man, I would never, I would never. Criticizing products and companies, that's a whole other fucking story. But individual people, especially people that have like a brand image that, you know, like you are now, by making this video, you like, by that video existing, you are actively trying to ruin that person's reputation. And that will be used against you in a court of law. It's a reoccurring theme to prey on others' tragedy, disasters, faults, be it in traditional media or other newer forms such as YouTube channels. Well, I mean, like, so it's not necessary. So there's like preying on it for fucking sure, right? Or there's just like I think the one thing that I try to do, and I hope I do an effective job of it. And if I'm not doing an effective job of it, please fucking call me out and say something about it. But I don't try to just complain. I don't try to just talk about why something, I don't just be like, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. Instead, what I try to do is I always form my criticism and then give the solution. Give the comparative. Show like, why is this bad? Because this thing is good. So then that way I can contrast the two and show like the path towards making something better, right? That's the idea. But the problem is that like when you're just sitting there and you're just talking shit about these fucking people, man, like you're gonna run into some fucking walls at one point in time. Calling out, not hitting down. Right, exactly. Liar, you and Yops deserve each other? What the, bro, I'm just gonna fucking ban you, dog. Like, you literally just sit in my chat and just say like random shit all the fucking time. And I'm just gonna get rid of you. I'm like literally like all of his fucking chats are like fucking weird. Like it has nothing to do with like anything I'm ever talking about. It's always like just some like random shit. It's just like, just get the fuck out of here. He was talking to me. Okay, I'll bring him back. Unhide. All right, you got saved, buds. You need to start atting people, bud. You need to start fucking atting people or I'm gonna fucking crossfire your ass. You got fucking saved. You got fucking saved, buds. He's like, do it. He's going crazy. Mods help. I banned 2 people. Aspen Gold bans like fucking 50 a stream. Next time unleash me. I want to feel the power. You know what the funny, the mods ban people. I don't even notice it happens. Or actually, you know what it is? Like the mods will ban somebody before I can talk shit to them first. That gets on my nerves. At least give me a minute to talk shit. Aspen has a loaded gun in his streams. Bro, I swear. I've never, and like the thing is, what's crazy is like how easily he can pick those motherfuckers out of a herd. We're talking like 50,000 people. And this dude is just like, hey, bitch, I see you. Like, how do you do that? You know what it is? Criticism and negative comments stand out in like high contrast to everything else. Your brain is like, your brain is programmed to pick up on negative shit. That's just how it is. I saw this. Former PlayStation CEO says he left partially because of the shift to live service. Who was this? Thank you for using like a semi-dark mode, by the way, TechSpot. That's super nice of you guys. As an old school single player, this is an editor take. I don't really care about that. When Sean Layden left Sony in 2019, it came as a shock for the PlayStation fans. Layden spent more than half of his life with the company, 32 years. and the last in upper executive positions, including the CEO of Sony something Electronic America. I don't know what the C stands for. And the chairman of Sony Worldwide Studios. Layden's abrupt departure came before the PlayStation 5's debut. At the time, there were rumbling disputes against him and Jim Ryan. Layden later dispelled rumors, telling Bloomberg that he had left out of exhaustion and he felt it was a good time to put a pin in it. The former PlayStation boss sat down with an interview with Save State Plus above and said that aside from that, he disagreed with Sony's increasing focus on continuous monetization, including live service gaming. I'm gonna turn this down. I flip my head. It's on the wrong ears. Okay. So he says, to be honest, the company was making some strategic decisions about where they wanted to take the platform in the future, with a heavy emphasis on games as a service, live service gaming, subscription formulas, reoccurring revenue, and whatnot. And that was kind of not in my wheelhouse. I just like making things like God of War, Spider-Man, The Last of Us, and Uncharted, Horizon. I didn't like this vision or energy to try to, take it all to a new era of live service gaming. So all that considered, it seemed like a good time to step down after 32 years at Sony. The thing is, I feel like we've already been kind of experiencing like a little bit of a rubber band effect with all the live service stuff. I do think that eventually there's a saturation point that you're going to get to, and it's going to poison the well too much the more these guys continue to push. Like you're gonna stretch customers so thin to the point where like new live service game adoption is gonna be so fucking low, and it's gonna be so hard to enter into the market. And the only games that you're going to be able to the only games that they'll be able to make that are live they're not gonna be able to make new live service games. Can we all agree to hate Jim Ryan for eternity? Yeah, the dude fucking sucked. The amount of money that he spent on Sony, not only did he continue to push for console exclusivity and wanted to keep games off of PC, but at the exact same time, he also wasted their money on, and I have a weird take on this. He wasted their money and our expectations. When I see a failed game, I actually get really fucking mad, because from my perspective, that money and time that you wasted could have been a good game for me. So I'm I'm upset on two levels. I'm upset that you're wasting the money, and I'm also upset that you're wasting the potential for me to have actually gotten a good game out of that. Right? That money could have gone somewhere else. It could have gone to if we're looking at Fire, whatever it was, On Fire Studios now, because they're out of business, right? Opportunity cost. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the opportunity cost that's wasted, and how we don't get now all of a sudden there's an experience that I'll never be able to have that could have came out of that money, and now it doesn't for whatever reason. I mean, you could say that opportunity cost then gets passed down, and it's a learning lesson that pushes them in a direction to make something that I want. But yeah, I'll be honest with you, because the thing is that I know, and I'll be the first to say that at some of these studios that end up getting shut down, there's probably some people that were working there that genuinely were trying to do something good, right? And were actually really good at their job, but they end up getting, caught up in bullshit that they didn't ask for. Yeah. The Sony or the Ubisoft employees, I think, are a really good example of this. There's quite a few of them that are insiders of mine, or people that work there that I've been talking to in the background and whatnot. And they're just chill people that just want to play, make good games for people. Right? And they just, and 90% of everything that's happening isn't the dude at the desk that is programming the game or making the artwork or whatever. All this stuff is happening at the direction of management that's above them. And a lot of this stuff comes up to people like Jim Ryan and people like that were like pushing for a lot of this shit. They're just head down doing their job. Yeah, exactly, man. It's no different than anybody else. Like I would almost guarantee that like literally everybody here in chat has been in that same position before. Like where your boss told you to do something or say something to a customer that you didn't want to, and you knew it was going to fuck up the relationship between the two of you, and you just wanted to provide a good service to them, but your fucking boss is making you do something stupid, but you have to do it, otherwise you lose your job or lose face with your boss. Like I used to sell cell phones, right? And like I would be super fucking chill about just trying to like, hey man, like, you interested? Oh yeah, I want this. And then I'd have a boss next to me. It's like, you know, get him in on that cheap phone. Get him in on that on this phone right here. We make a bunch of money if you sell him this phone right here. Because it was all based off of like gross profit. So if the phone's cost to the company was cheaper, but I could sell it for the same price as a high-end phone that they wanted, then the company would make more money at the cost of the customer getting a shittier phone and not the phone that they want. So like, you want me to actively lie to this person or do a worse job and ruin the potential relationship that we could have with this person because you want to make money right now, right? And that's the same way that a lot of these companies think. A lot of this leadership works. Ruvik, thank you for the tier 1, brother. Thank you for the resub. 11 months in a row. Holy shit. Tickle my brain with that inside voice pause. Oh my god, what? The art director of Avowed put his team in the internet's crosshairs. So selfish of him. Oh, it's incredibly selfish. Fucking bullshit. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, the thing is that in a lot of cases, you're not seeing, like, if you guys take the time to think about it, how many of these occasions do we see the, like, just some, like, random fucking designer being the person that's, like, trying to talk shit to the game audience? How many more times do we see it's the director or the lead writer or the art director that's the one that's actually talking down to the audiences? It's almost always shifted up towards the top. Almost every time. There's a couple of instances. I think the best example that I could give was Elden Ring, right? There was some like UI artists that thought that like Elden Ring's UI was garbage and they were working at Ubisoft. Helldivers? No, those were community managers. That's a completely different story. That's a position that like, how do you fuck up? You know what it is? I didn't realize this until I did a little bit of research into it. Do you guys know why people? Do you guys know why games have really bad community managers? They don't get paid? No, they get paid. They get paid. Not cheap labor. No. No, they hire. It's because they hire them off of. They hire them from the community. So they pick them up out of a Discord, like it's a Discord moderator that they promote and actually give a job to. It's a Reddit mod that they promote and give a job to. Literally. I was talking to a couple people because I'm like, where do you guys get your community managers? Oh, typically it's either a Discord mod or a Reddit mod. And I'm like, oh God. Oh God. Oh no, dude. That's a horrible choice. I was like, that can't be all of them, right? So I talked to like 2 other companies and I'm like, where do you guys get your same fucking thing? And I'm like, why? Well, they're communications majors. And I'm like, no, they're not. Majorly bad. They're part of marketing. I know, but they're not hiring marketing people. They're hiring like fucking failed communications majors that became fucking unpaid Discord and fucking Reddit mods. And I'm like, that is crazy. Like, as an example, the Twinbeard or whoever it was that used to be the like lead community manager, like all of the community managers for Helldivers 2, every single one of them were Discord mods from Helldivers 1. Discord and Reddit mods from Helldivers 1. Wonder why that and then people sit back and wonder why their community managers went on a fucking power trip. I mean, look at what you hired. You hired the fucking you hired the deep denizens of the internet. You'd have been better off hiring 4chaners. Goblins, literally, dude. Literally randoms online. Yeah, yeah. Which is like, it's crazy to me. I'm like, if I was like, if I were to hire a community manager, well, who would I hire? I'd hire a small streamer. Like a moderately successful one. Like nothing huge or anything like that. Or I would hire somebody that like actually has a fucking marketing degree. Like you're just gonna be in a different form of marketing. Like a 50 viewer streamer. Yeah. Yeah. Like somebody that'd still be able to like pursue their hobby on their own, right? And like, cause you're not like making a living. They're probably still working a second job or whatever, but they understand how to be able to like talk to audiences in a way and be able to navigate that without like ruining their like without ruining their public image. And when you know how to be able to do that, then you're going to be able to like make sure that you're not going to do that to the company that you're working for. So I would like look within my games community for like people that are like relatively successful voices and understand the game and understand the people that work there, and then go for people like that. Someone like Pata. Yeah, maybe. But I would probably want to find somebody that's like passionate about the game that I have, right? But I'll be honest with you, I'd still just go for a marketing major. It's not the kind of position that they would be looking for. So you probably have to pay more for a marketing major than a communications major, but it would be worth it. It'd be 100% worth it. So I saw this and initially I was like, okay, this is fucking stupid. I can't believe they would do this. I found out this is an accident, or at least Ubisoft is saying it was an accident and it's already been fixed. There was like, I guess there was like a topless character, in Far Cry 4. And then there was a silent update that got pushed that, covered them. And then people bitched and it came out that it was just like randomly pushed. And then Ubisoft redacted it and changed it back. That was an accident. It's getting patched, or someone made the patch. I think that, so like, here's the thing. There's a really good chance that this is like I'm actually going to give the benefit of the doubt here because there are multiple versions of games. And some of those games actually have to be censored to be able to sell in like China or wherever else. So there might be a situation in which the wrong update gets pushed and it adds in a feature that wasn't normally there. Like that kind of thing can happen. So maybe it's the Chinese version of Far Cry. It might be. It might be. So like goofy shit can fucking happen in video games. I'm not going to be super judgmental about this. And to be honest with you, Ubisoft has enough fuck ups that I could judge a bunch of other things rather than something like this. Could have been meant for a different region. Very well could have just been meant for a different region. It could have been that like somebody else changed their law and the person uploaded it to the wrong thing or whatever it might be. Who fucking knows? I don't know how they update games, to be honest with you. Do you see the studio closure? Yeah, actually, I retweeted that. Just as I predicted. What did I say? I literally said this would happen in my video about Ubisoft. I was like, they are going to shut down studios. Like, there's no way that Ubisoft walked up, or not Ubisoft, but Tencent walked into a deal without the agreement that these studios would drastically change their image and be under new management. And honestly, it needs to happen. They need to downsize. I knew one of the developers that worked here too. I had talked to them beforehand, and it's just like Ubisoft gave like zero communication or warning to any of these people. It was literally just like, went into work one day, got an email, everybody's done. Like, they had like a little bit of delay, because I think the notice for this went out for like a while ago, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was like January or something like that is when the announcement was made that this would be one of the studios that would likely see cuts. At first it was just layoffs, but then it's just full closure then afterwards. The closure wasn't announced, the layoffs were though. It's way more common than you think. That's what happened to me. That's just how layoffs are, to be honest with you. I hate to fucking say it, but I mean, like, in a lot of cases, layoffs are just literally like, you're just chilling, and then all of a sudden somebody from HR shows up and says, hey, you know, which, like, it's really weird if you guys ever work for like a larger company or a corporation, and if you're in any type of like higher end leadership position, like, they treat you like you're a fucking criminal. It's so weird, dude. It's so weird. Like, they think that you're gonna like freak out or something like that, or steal company property or whatever. So like, they come in and they're like, yeah, we're laying you off. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck? You know? And they're like, yeah, so you can go ahead and get your things. And then they like follow you through the fucking office and watch you as you like go through your desk. And it's just like, bro, this is so fucking weird, bro. Like, give me some space, man. Like, if anything, you fucking hovering over me makes me want to go postal. So they're just going to downsize their offices outside of the main HQ. I don't think they can really do that fully because of the fact that Ubisoft Montreal is like their main studio for Assassin's Creed. That's where like the vast majority of their Assassin's Creed people are. And Massive, where is Massive Entertainment? They're in Sweden. Yeah, so they can't like fully downsize across the board. They have to do it in they have to like figure out strategically where they want to like bring shit in. They made Division, Outlaws, Avatar, yeah. AKA Massive has been massively misused. Massively misused over the last couple of years. They should have just and I think they should have just went through with Heartland. They should have just pushed forward with it, personally. I think that they fucking pulled back on doing Heartland, which just doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I think that I'm not a big live service guy, but I do think a Division live service game could have worked. It's one of those brands that like for sure would have been able to fucking do something if it was good. That's it, prefaced by, you know, if it's good. Like, if it's actually the Division and it's a well implemented live service model, it actually would have probably performed relatively well. I think people would have liked it. But didn't Ubisoft outsource work to the India Philippines? That is that was grant based on the government of the Philippines trying to bring work there. So they had started a studio. Ubisoft wanted to do it, obviously, because they get the labor for fucking dirt cheap over there, right? And the labor laws are also relatively laxed, which means that they can work them longer hours, and crunch isn't really a thing over there. Indonesia, that's what it was. It was Indonesia. They don't have to worry about labor laws as much over there, so they can work them as hard as they want. They can work longer hours. They can beat their employees if they really wanted to. Yeah. But I'm sure that studio is going to stick around because they're paying him dirt cheap. Yeah, they're paying him dirt cheap. I don't think they're going to get rid of them. They get rid of somebody else before they got rid of them. So I have a prediction. You guys want to hear my prediction? What are the chances that if you do not own the service and you accidentally press this button, it brings up a screen saying that you need to buy the service? So if you're playing a game and you're just vibing and doing your thing and your hand accidentally grazes that C button, I fucking guarantee it. I guarantee it. And here's the thing. People will buy it or buy the service just to get away from that. Imagine the dark patterns. If I think it could happen, they are definitely thinking about it. Nightmare vision goggles. I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you. Just takes you straight to the store. Hey, sorry, you don't have this feature unlocked. If you want to unlock, you know, what is it called? The voice chat features. You need to buy Nintendo Online. I still cannot fucking believe. Like, that's probably like one of the biggest selling points of a Steam Deck, is that it's a console. It's a handheld console. But you can just play games online. You don't need to have a subscription service to play games online. Which completely dismantles the entire reasoning behind Sony, Nintendo, and PlayStation having paid for subscriptions to be able to play online. It's obviously not necessary. Like, you're just connecting the player to the servers that you don't even fucking own. That's the thing that, like, that's the thing that blows my mind. Is it like these companies don't even own the servers in a lot of the cases that they're connecting these players to. I love that. It's for security. Says it's for security, says Sony, the company that shared players' information on accident multiple fucking times and has had data breaches more than probably any video game company outside of Ubisoft. That's the shit that was the shit that fucking pissed me off with Helldivers 2 and them wanting to force PlayStation logins. I'm sitting there going like, dude, Sony, you have had the most infamous data breaches out of any company in this industry. And you are now forcing people, if they want to play your game, on a different platform to sign up for an account that will put their information at risk. It's for security. Sony, known for data security breaches. Yeah, like that was the crazy thing. Like that was literally what they had said. Why do you need to force us to sign into Sony Online? Oh, it's for security. Really? Is it? Is it Sony? And actually, didn't they just have another data breach? I'll just ask Brock. I don't know. Where is it? I thought they had another one. October 2023. I thought there was another one in 24. These two events mark the latest significant data breaches to the Sony as of the current date. Okay, so these are the most significant ones. Player accounts. This one was a ransomware group that had breached all of Sony's systems, stealing 3.4 gigabytes of data. Sony confirmed the activity was a single server in Japan. Unreal, dude. I could never unironically ask Grok for shit. I mean, like, I actually really do. I enjoy like AI search systems. At least if you're doing any type of like deep data research where you need to go and find shit. Because like the problem is that, like, say for instance, if I wanted to Google something, right? You don't really have a lot of choices to be able to find something. But if I wanted to Google something like, I don't know. I can't even really think of anything off the top of my head. If there was like an article that I wanted to like get to that I know is from like last year, it is next to impossible for me to just Google search and find that article. Like I have to use some type of like deep search AI to be able to like give them the description, like, hey, this is what the article was about. This is who they were talking to. This is what it was, this is who they were talking or what they were talking about. And then, go and find it, and then it'll be able to bring it up. Just use date filtering. It doesn't really work. It doesn't work as well as you think it would. And you have to be like, really know, like, and the problem is like sometimes when it comes to like some of these video game conversations, like it's really easy to get lost in the static and not remember like the full context of what you're searching for. And the nice thing is that like AI web searches are a really good like tool to be able to use to be able to fill in the gaps because you just can't remember things. Let's see here. Is there anything else that was like big in news that I missed recently? What are you fucking meowing about? Damn. Notice that isn't that crazy? Is that crazy? Cat looks chubby? No, he's fucking huge. Cat's fucking massive. Cat's like fucking 6 foot tall. Monster Hunter Wilds breezes past 10 million copies sold. Capcom explains why it's done so incredibly well. Monster Hunter Wilds' phenomenal success shows no signs of slowing down. It just breezed past 10 million copies sold, setting a new record for the developer and publisher Capcom. The first month of sales record for Capcom. No game in the company's history has sold more after 1 month on sale. Wilds is already the fastest selling game in Capcom history after selling 8 million copies in just 3 days. God damn. God Damn. Where's the player number? There is no player number because Monster Hunter Wilds is not available on any subscription services. That's why. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? It's almost like you make more money if you don't put your games on subscription services. In a note to the press, Capcom explained why it believes Monster Hunter Wilds has proven to be so successful. Even blowing Monster Hunter World out of the water, it pointed at the introduction of crossplay and day one launch on consoles and PC. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought releasing it on all platforms outside of Switch? Nobody really cares about that one. Who would have thought that releasing a game on PC day and date would be beneficial to your game? Crossplay is also really huge. In general, even though I think what? Can somebody please explain to me why do Japanese games make it so fucking hard to matchmake and play with other people? Like, why do they have to go through all these like weird ass fucking different systems and shit? You just don't have like the like drop in drop out co-op just doesn't exist in the same way. There's always some like, it's always Japanese games and like roundabout ass ways to be able to play with people. You guys ever notice that? Like, look at every like FromSoft game. Fucking Monster Hunter does it. I'm trying to think. There's a couple other ones too. I can't think of off the top of my head right now, but like it's always them. Probably something in their domestic. Maybe, I don't know. Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, well, I mean, Dragon's Dogma is not really like multiplayer though, right? To keep the foreigner out, maybe. Let's confuse them so they don't know how to play our game. It could be the thing, right? I mean, here specifically, it's definitely the PC thing. So like, and that's why I think it's like it's really dishonest, I think, for all these like games journalists to talk about how they think that Assassin's Creed Shadows is somehow like markedly successful, when like in the last 5 years, like outside of like 2 outliers, which is what is it? Spider-Man and God of War Ragnarok. Outside of those 2 games, we do not see games release that are breakout successes if they are not getting supported on Steam. We just don't see it. Marvel Rivals? It's on Steam. Steam is where it's at. I mean, like literally every fucking massive hit game that we have seen is a success on Steam. I think it's partially, you know what it is actually. You want to know what it is? It's because Steam is an ecosystem that includes both US and China. That's why. That's what it comes down to. 2 of the biggest consumer markets. One just because of the sheer size of how many people it has. And then the other one is just, I mean, the US is the biggest consumer market in the world. The US just buys more things. Like Americans just buy more things than anybody else does. So you have both of those put together. And if your game is not available on there, and then also, and I'm going to give more lean on China here, because if your game is not something that the Chinese are interested in, your game is fucked. Your game is fucked. Like, it's not like, you must really hope that it's going to be supported by Western audiences. And if it's not, you're cooked. You're cooked. Monster Hunter's a global brand. People are going to play it regardless of wherever they are. As a Chinese, can confirm. Yeah, I would guarantee it. I would guarantee it. There's too many fucking people that could buy your game. And if it's like, that's why when I look at the games that succeeded. Do you think people are gonna do you think people that are going to be, do you think people in China are going to be interested in Dragon Age the Veilguard? Do you think people in China are going to be interested in Stellar Blade? Do you think people in China are going to be interested in Avowed? Do you think people in China are going to be interested in Monster Hunter? See what I'm saying? Too many black people in it for China, not even joking. Bro, I was watching like clips. I'd seen like I Show Speed go to China. Somebody walked up to the dude and they handed him a bouquet of cotton. And it's so funny to see like these like fucking teenagers and their reaction to it. And they're like, "Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe they would do that. Oh my god." And I'm like, "Oh my god, did you guys actually only think that fucking the US has racists? Like, you guys, oh my god, you guys don't realize that the rest of the world is racist." Oh, you sweet summer child. You thought we were the bad guy. You don't we're all the bad guy. Well, everybody is. USA's racism's actually really low. It is incredible. Like, does it exist? Yes. Will it always exist? Of course. But the thing is that like, this country's a fucking melting pot. We are like so used to cohabitating with people from all walks of life and different skin colors, speaking different languages. You go to a country where that's not normal. Guess what? Guess what you find? Guess what you find? Some people that are very confused as to why you're there. Asian racism on another level, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And it's crazy because like they're blatant about it and they don't even care about being on camera in front of like millions of people. They're like, "Oh yeah, no, I hate you." And this shit's funny. Yeah, I don't like you, and this shit's funny. Pro level league, bro, they are fucking grandmasters. Like there's no, they are fucking to such an elite level. They have all the sponsors. You know, they got jerseys with their fucking name on the back of it. Their mascot is a hood. I didn't say Grand Dragon. We Asians are racist to everyone outside of our country. Hell, we're racist to our own. That's actually one thing that I don't think a lot of people will realize as well, is like how different, like if you like look, like think about how big a fucking country like China is. Japan does the same thing, right? Like the like Southern Japanese versus Northern Japanese. Like they look at each other like they're completely different people. Completely different fucking people. It's entertaining. The title provides its own environment where the range of players can enjoy. Yeah. Additionally, the introduction of focus mode. Okay, so why do I think, for number one, why did Monster Hunter Wild sell so many copies? One, it's a global brand. Everybody wants to play it. Everybody can get behind it. It's an idea that everybody wants to, like, it's a game that like everybody is going to want to play. Beyond that, the other thing is, and the really important part, is that it lowered the barrier of entry considerably, and more people are just really fucking interested in playing Monster Hunter, especially after seeing like the wild adoption rate for Monster Hunter World and how popular the game got and how people were excited to play it and how many people really enjoyed playing it. It's that, but then it's also at the exact same time because of just, I think that like the market's hungry for a good game, a good multiplayer game. And and they're looking for something that's like not competitive. I think that's what it is. And I think that like in the multiplayer sphere, I think you're going to see more and more people that are going to start to move towards these non-multiplayer games. Or sorry, not multiplayer, non-competitive games. That's me, dude. Like I playing competitive games are fun. I just don't really feel like sweating it out all the fucking time, man. Like it can be a good time and I can get into it, but like I'm not a fucking pro gamer, dude. I play games to enjoy myself. It is so much more fun running around beating on a fucking monster with my friends. Helldivers, I think I would say Helldivers is a signal. I think it was a signal flare that got shot up. It was a wake-up call. I think that's really what it is. I think that like people were looking for something that wasn't necessarily competitive, that they could enjoy with their friends and go and just do it that way. Co-op multiplayer is back, baby. Split Fiction. Pop the fuck off. Pop the fuck off. Did great. Sold a bunch of copies, broke a bunch of records. Why? Because people are looking for people want more experiences like that. It Takes Two. It Takes Two did a really good fucking job. A Way Out. I never played that one. Really happy for Joseph. Bro, I'm sorry. That shit was so fucking funny. When like when he's like doing that interview and they're like, he's just like, they bring up the question, they're like, does your game have DEI? And he's like, what the fuck, what is this? He didn't even know what it even meant, dude. He's like, dude, I made a game. He's like, I made a game and I used like my daughters as like the initial like inspiration and source material because I want my daughters to like grow up and play my games and enjoy them, and I thought this would be a cool thing if there was 2 game characters that were named after them. Yeah, but it's girls and they're not super hot, so it's is that DEI? That's what I like. When I go back to, I talked that shit before. Like that's what ends up happening to people when they only just use these like blanket phrases, and they just start wanting to like throw everything into the same basket. And I'm not necessarily saying that people are wrong for being sensitive to that kind of shit. The industry is the one that really put that onto people, right? The industry is what made people like that in the first place. But still, man, this shit's just fuck. Here we go. Why did my message appear twice? I have no idea. Yeah, a few years ago, I caught myself finding identity politics and things that that didn't have it. Yeah, and like the thing is that that's a fucking beautiful thing, man. when you can find yourself being conscious of something where you're like, wait a minute, like what the fuck am I doing right now? Am I really doing this to myself? That's a moment of growth and critical thinking, my friend. A beautiful fucking thing. Beautiful fucking thing. First party Switch 2 games. You know, one of the things that I'm really curious about as to why they would increase their prices. I wonder if the subpar performance of third-party titles and the lack of the biggest third-party titles. Keep this in mind. I can't believe I can't believe nobody's thought about this. Like, Nintendo's been making money. We're not going to pretend like Nintendo's not been making money. But it has to fucking hurt. It has to burn a little bit that you didn't make any money at all off of Baldur's Gate 3. You didn't make any money at all off of Elden Ring. You didn't make any money at all off of Black Myth Wukong. You didn't make any money at all off of, you know, I list a few more games, right? Like these major Cyberpunk 2077. Like these massive games that sold fucking insane amounts of copies. And you didn't make a dime off of any of them. Explain. So the Nintendo Switch, GTA 5, that's another one. So like, but that one's a little bit older, but it still probably would have sold on Switch anyway. So the idea is that so Nintendo makes money off of their first party releases, and they make money off of third party releases, and they get that by like a 30% off of like, you know, whoever they sell their game or whatever. I get a cut of that. But imagine your console not having any of the biggest third-party releases, massive, and we're talking mega fucking ton successes over the past 10 years. Like they completely abandoned the third-party market, the third-party AAA market that had some big releases. Monster Hunter World, another game, or Monster Hunter Wilds and World, both of them combined. But it's always been like this. It has been like this. Yeah. No, actually. No. It wasn't like that until the Switch. And it wasn't that bad initially, but it got worse over the years because they didn't upgrade. Because like when did the Switch come out? How old is the Switch now? $10 years. So like, you know, you go that long where like initially it wasn't as bad, but then all of a sudden you start missing out on the Call of Duty releases. You start missing out on like, I think they still ended up getting Hogwarts Legacy. So almost 10 years. That's crazy, man. So I'm wondering if this is them making up for the fact and they're going to charge more for their first party titles. Basically, they're going to squeeze the audience they have because they don't have access to, and likely still won't have access to, major third party releases. Like, you have to make up for that money somewhere, right? Emulation on Steam Deck, thing for the 2, yeah. I think that they're showing that with more third party now from FromSoft. Yeah, well, what they're doing is they're just trying to get their own, third party exclusives. That's what they're trying to get at. Because they realize, like, if they just let FromSoft continue to do their thing, you know, like the next FromSoft release, they likely wouldn't be able to get on their console. That chip from 2015 was made for phones? Yeah, I know. It's a Snapdragon, isn't it? It was a Snapdragon processor. That's why all their games look like fucking mobile games. Fuck, mobile games now look better than theirs. Let's be real. Genshin Impact and fucking Honkai Star Rail and shit like that. It looks way better on a fucking phone or even on a fucking PC than it does on a Switch. But even with their fan base, there's got to be a price point where both the enthusiasts and a general audience get discouraged from buying their games. Oh, I do think that's gonna happen. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wua looks crazy good on mobile. You know, I don't really like games like that because they always make your phone like turn into a fucking oven. You know what I mean? Like the phone just gets way too fucking hot. And then I don't like it. I feel like my phone's gonna blow up on me. Gotta handle it with a pair of mittens. Exactly what you gotta do. But I'm wondering if that's part of this. Like they were feeling the heat from that. And then I also don't think though. I don't think that Nintendo wants to be involved with the third party industry either. And they don't trust the direction of the rest of the industry. Because like so here's the thing. I'm actually going to give some credit where credit is due. I'm going to tap back to something we talked about earlier in stream. While Nintendo is price gouging for fucking sure. While Nintendo's technology and shit is always like fucking one generation behind. True. At the same time, while a lot of their games are just essentially reskins, when they do release like a new game or the next iteration or a sequel or whatever it might be, like any of their games are always focused on the video game, nothing else. There's no other distractions that are involved. In a lot of cases, they don't even really get into a lot of games that have a lot of microtransactions or anything like that. They don't try to turn any of their games into live service games. They don't try to turn any of their shit into political platforms or anything. It's just video game. Here, fun video game. Mario go bounce. Mario turns into a monster. Play go-kart racing. Like they are very fucking like laser focused on fun video game, and it just doesn't really go much further than that, right? And they are looking at the rest of the industry and seeing the direction that it's going in, and I don't think they want on that boat. I think they want off the ship. So they're gonna call up third-party publishers to come and make games for them, like FromSoft, right? And I think you're gonna see more of that happen specifically just in Japan. You're gonna see some like nationalistic support for like Japanese games on the Japanese console. Like that's gonna be their thing. They're gonna be really pushing for that kind of thing. They're not gonna be fucking with Western studios. And the reason why I say that is I don't think I have the article saved here, but I saw it recently. Nintendo withholds dev kits, chaotic studios. I love these idiots that like go and post something and then they go to like another page and they probably like do something or say something stupid, and then people say they hate them and then they delete their fucking accounts. Nintendo reportedly denied Switch 2 dev kits to major chaotic publisher over concerns about shutting down studios. It appears that Nintendo Switch 2 dev kits were withheld from a major publisher due to worries about studio closures and hardware security, according to a new report. The Nintendo Switch 2 is easily one of the most anticipated pieces of hardware this year, with with a reveal set later back for a week, April 2nd. Nintendo Direct, building fast. From rumors, Mario Kart, okay, but as the spotlight got brighter, they held Nintendo's been cautious about approaching developers to share development kits to third-party developers. Nintendo's playing it safe with its dev kit access. Recently, there have been multiple reports that Nintendo has been slow to roll out Nintendo Switch 2 dev kits, even with the console reportedly launching in late June. On an episode of Weekly Direct, Digital Foundry's John Lineman said many developers still don't have access to development hardware. I think that Nintendo is trying to keep themselves away from any of these problematic Western publishers. They don't want their games on their console and making their console look bad. And I think that's where that's where it starts, right? Because they see that, you know, a lot of the games that are being released on other consoles are like wildly unoptimized, especially the releases that are going onto PC. And there's just a long list of other fucking issues that they just don't want to get involved with at all, and they don't want their games on their console. Same thing probably goes for some of the live service stuff as well, I'd imagine. You know, bad monetization, whatever it might be. According to what we heard at GDC, Nintendo is being extremely selective with smaller and mid-sized studios, especially left out now. So the other thing that they're probably doing as well is they don't want the developer kit to get leaked for piracy reasons. So it's probably a multi-tier thing where it's like, one, we don't want our shit to get leaked, so we're doing this for security reasons. Two, we don't want their games on our hardware because these guys aren't making good games and they're pissing off people, and we don't want our name sullied by that game being on our platform, pissing off our audience. And then the other one is piracy. They don't want the dev kit to get out there for people to be able to, figure out backdoors to be able to get into Switch 2 software and be able to, make emulators and shit like that. But it says it doesn't stop there. Now, Imran Khan, a writer and reporter who's contributed to multiple outlets, VentureBeat, Fanbyte, and Game Informer, added another layer to the story. In a post on Reset Era, he said a large third-party publisher was also kept out of the loop. Why? Because Nintendo thought the company was too unstable at the time and worried that they might shut down studios and possibly misplace or lose the dev kits in the process. He later confirmed that the publisher in question was Embracer Group, a company known for its recent mass layoffs and restructuring. I know of at least one kind of big third party that didn't get anything from Nintendo because they were deemed too chaotic at the moment. They were afraid that the dev kits to the studios that would go, that they would be closed down and the kits would go missing. Khan wrote, it was Embracer. Khan mentioned that some companies that split off from Embracer went back to Nintendo afterward, and the platform holder was more open to working with them. So they just don't want to have anything to do with Embracer Group based. So it's like Khan mentioned that some companies that split off from Embracer went back to Nintendo, and Nintendo was like, oh yeah, cool, we'll work with you. I wouldn't trust Embracer to make Pong, but yeah, no shit. I don't know if their plan changed. The story was from maybe 8 months ago, but I know companies that split off from Embracer ended up going back and they renegotiating, and they were more amenable. So not only are smaller developers still waiting, but even big publishers aren't guaranteed early access to Nintendo if Nintendo doesn't trust their stability. That is a bold move, but maybe that makes sense if they're trying to avoid leaks or complications. So Nintendo is like super hard doubling down on like trying to limit piracy. I know that's like one of their main focuses. And I think part of that is definitely motivated by the fact that they know that they're increasing the price of the hardware and the software, which is going to increase piracy. Like, baseline. You're increasing the price, you're going to increase piracy. because you are going to have people that are going to be priced out of the console and priced out of the games, and they are going to find other means to be able to play those games that they want to enjoy, because you are making it too difficult for them to get access to those games. That is going to happen. I would guess to say, and I'm probably right to say this, that Nintendo hardware and software is the most pirated video game content on the internet. Historically, and it always it always has been. Because like the more that I think about that, I was emulating fucking Nintendo games and Game Boy games on a fucking PSP. I was playing fucking Chrono Trigger on my phone. And Golden Sun. Golden Sun's so fire, dude. Forgot about Golden Sun, so did Nintendo. So did Nintendo, my dude. Where's my Golden Sun 3? Fuck, are you telling? He's your guy, FBI? Man, shut up. I think, what was it, R Gaming? $37,000 upvotes. 5.8K comments. Please, people, just be smart for once and don't let Nintendo ruin the entire industry by buying damn digital games for $80. I swear to God, if you do this, say hello to the mythical $100 price tag for GTA 6. And you'll deserve that pain for backing up this kind of bullshit from Nintendo, because if they pull it off, others will follow. Edit. For the love of God, get a better damn cope than inflation. Nobody gives a fuck about inflation. Shut the fuck up. Every single time I hear somebody say inflation, I am like, nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares about your fucking made up numbers, math man. Shove that shit up your ass. $80, but $80 10 years ago was a lot of money. $80 today is a lot of fucking money. Inflation, bitch, my income hasn't seen inflation. Ain't that the fucking truth? Ain't that the fucking truth? Can you explain to me exactly how I benefit from paying $80 for video games? Because I know that you're not going to be able to find anything. You're not going to be able to tell me nothing. I ain't going to be fucking listening. A game will sell well if it's a good game. And the developers / publishers will get their investment back in no time if the game is good to the people who buy. A great example of this, if you want to talk expensive shit, Red Dead Redemption 2's estimated budget, including marketing, was $550 million. They got a profit of over $700 million in the first 3 days of launch. Like I said, if it's a good game and it's good to the players with the price, it will be successful. I can't honestly believe that you are backing up a company that dicks over their entire fan base for the most insane reasons And now it's on the edge of changing the industry for the worst. I can get that Nintendo does good and talented stuff, but there's no doubt about that. But if you change but this change will end up but this change they are pushing will give you shit AAA games from other companies for worse prices if you let them get away with this. It's already bad enough that there are morons out there that are buying deluxe editions for over $100. That doesn't even come with real stuff that you can even display on a shelf. Fucking true. Fucking true. And guess what? I'm going to say 35,000 of these upvotes are going to spend $80 on a video game. People don't have self-control. Gamers have self-control. These motherfuckers can't even they can't even stop from whacking off before bed every night. You're gonna ask them not to fucking buy a video game? What? What are you talking about? These are the same motherfuckers. These are the same motherfuckers that see hi, buddy. $2.3 million views. And more than half of these motherfuckers are gonna spend money to buy this character. It's good. Like, what are you talking about? I'm telling you, fucking guys. Like, that's the direction that things are like yeah. I agree. I mean, 100%. They're absolutely like, and that's the thing is that like these companies are making enough money, but in a lot of cases they're not budgeting themselves well enough to be able to make up for their development costs. And they're not making games that will reflect the money that they're spending. Like, you can spend $550 million to make a fucking Red Dead Redemption 2. Of course you fucking can. Because people are going to line up for years to buy that game, right? Everybody's going to want a piece of that shit. You could spend $550 million to make a Baldur's Gate 3. Guess what? They fucking didn't. They made Baldur's Gate 3 for $100 million, I think. How much did it cost to develop Baldur's Gate 3? Maybe it was $200 million. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. According to Kotaku's report on the breach, Spider-Man 2 development costs ran $30 million over the original $270 million budget. $300 million game. It had a total budget of $315 million. We don't even know if that even includes its marketing costs. Wonder where they hired their community manager. Do they even have one? Did they hire you, Witch? That's who they should hire. Baldur's Gate 3 is made with a lot of passion and a lot of vision. Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what they can do with more money. more money and more time. They bought themselves a lot of time, a lot of money with Baldur's Gate 3. Marketing is normally double the development cost. Isn't that fucking crazy? It's so unnecessary too. It's so unnecessary too. I'm gonna be honest. Do you know what you need to be able to be able to make a successful game? I would say like early access playable demo very early into the game's lifespan. Make sure to show actual gameplay in your trailers. About it. I mean, don't get me wrong, like there's still some traditional like advertising that'll work. I think like ads on YouTube and stuff can still at least like put you like in the customer's mind. But like I mean like billboards are fucking dead. TV commercials are fucking dead. And like these companies are still spending money on that shit, right? Pop-ups in store, don't even worry about that shit. Pop-ups on like the thing is that what I don't think a lot of these companies realize is that I'll pose a question to you guys. How many people here try to avoid ads, any type of advertising, everywhere they go? I'm curious to see. Oh, minty flavor. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. You block with a custom script. I even block ads on Twitch. On YouTube, 2 30-second ads for everything you click on. Shitty ads telling you about shit with an ad blocker. It's beyond bad. YouTube ads are that bad. Cat. Honestly, what does this see? I haven't seen ads in ages. Ad blocker on my device. Swiss cheese methods. Beth method. Damn LD. You should have pulled it. I don't even need to pull it because I know every fucking buddy in their fucking mother tries to do everything they can to avoid advertisements, right? Ad blockers. Yes, constantly skipping. I mute ads on things, right? So it's like if I'm watching something and it's like gonna force me to watch an ad, I turn my volume all the way down and I put my phone down. I don't even want to watch it. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a fuck about it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. And the fact that these companies are spending, you know, like they're spending their entire development budget on marketing just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Where is it going? I mean, like okay, like the thing is, like people could say, oh, it's going to like content creators. No, it's fucking not. Ubisoft's budget that they had spent on Assassin's Creed Shadows was like $2 or $3 million. That's nothing. The rest of their marketing budget went to everything else. Now, mind you, there's definitely some frivolous spending that's in there that they could totally get away from and they don't need to have in there like whatsoever, right? Absolutely, they don't need to have anything in there. Like what do they do? for Star Wars Outlaws, they took like a whole group of content creators over to like Disney or whatever. You know what's way cooler? What's a really good use of that fucking money? If you're going to use content creators specifically, bring them out to the studio. Let them play the game. Let them get their hands on it. Give them some fucking gameplay to take back to their audiences. Give them sit down interviews with the developers and things like that, right? Like Digital Extremes for Warframe, TennoCon last year, they flew me out to they flew me out to their studio. I hung out with them. I drank beer with them. I played, I got to check out, some background information on Warframe 1999. I got some insider information. I got to have, interviews and things like that. I came back home with a ton of different perspectives on the studio, the game, the people that are making it, and all those different things that I then got to share with my audience. And that shifts the audience's perspective and expectations on the games that they're putting out. That's the kind of shit that you want. You want more grassroots guerrilla marketing tactics than you want anything else. They flew you out and you got drunk? I did, actually. I didn't eat enough, and they had this like sour beer that was like it tasted like strawberry lemonade. Yeah. I told this story like way back, right? But so I had planned to do interviews. I bought all the equipment to be able to do my interviews and whatnot. And so they're like, okay, so we're gonna have interviews today. We're gonna do a tour of the studio. There's gonna be a presentation at one point. We're also gonna serve you guys dinner. And I'm like, fuck, okay, this is gonna be cool. I'm like, so where are we starting the day? Everybody at noon is supposed to meet at this bar, and then we're gonna pick up the content creators and the media, IGN and a couple like other like IGN and I think somebody from Game Informer and GameSpot were there, and go meet at this bar. It was an arcade. You got open tab basically. You guys can just have a couple drinks, and then we'll come get you from there. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. So like noon, and I didn't really get to eat anything yet. I ate like a little bit while I was there, but I didn't have all like that much. It was just a couple appetizers or whatever, because I knew we were going to be eating at wherever they were going to take us or whatever we're going to do. So I started having these beers, and I'm like, man, these things are fucking good. And then I didn't pay attention to the fucking alcohol percentage on that shit. And I also didn't realize that they were going to leave me there that long. And like, I'm not going to sit at a bar for like 2.5, 3 hours and just not drink. Like, what? So, and they had these like cool setups where they had like consoles that were installed. Like, so I'm like sitting there playing fucking Super Nintendo and drinking just delicious, absolutely delicious sour beer. And I got like, I think I got like 5 beers deep. And then they fucking show up and they're like, ready to go for the tour? And I'm like, huh? What now? I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I'm like, that's fine. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. We do the tour, we hang out, we do some other things. My interviews, will be later. It's not that big of a deal. I'll sober up by then. I get there, and before I can even I get in the door, and they're like, hey, we had to move up your interviews. You need to do can you do one of your interviews now? Like, I was getting ready to go with the people on the tour, and I'm like, yeah, but the tour, and they're like, yeah, no, we need you to do one of your interviews now. And I'm like, okay. Hey. So I go and I go and I do the first interview. It was fine. I'm definitely like sitting there and I'm like, fuck, I am buzzed. And I'm like, I'm going through my questions. It was still pretty solid. And then a couple hours go by, and they're like, all right, we're gonna eat. And I'm like, oh fuck, thank God. Oh my God. Okay, I get to eat now. So then like we're waiting for our food, and then they're like, by the way, with the food, open bar. And I was like, well, I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna have a whole ass fucking pizza to myself, right? Like you get to make, they're making your own custom pizza, and I'm gonna eat it to myself. So I mean, I can have another beer. I can have another. I'm gonna eat a whole pizza. I had 2 beers, and my pizza was the last to be finished. So while I'm waiting and it's taking too long because they got backed up and there was something wrong with the oven, I went to go to the presentation. I finished the presentation. My pizza still didn't come. And then all of a sudden, fucking the creative director, Rebecca Ford, is like, wanted to do her interview now. And I'm like, well, I didn't have my pizza. I didn't even have it yet. I'm still sitting there with another beer in my fucking hand. And I'm like, what have I done? So I go and I have the interview with Rebecca, and it went fine, and it was funny, and it's too bad because I was so sloshed that I accidentally hit slow mode on my camera. So the entire interview was captured in slow-mo, and you can't speed it up, or otherwise it ruins the entire thing. So I came back with no content. And the best part is, not only did I hit slow mode during that interview, it was on the rest of the entire trip, and I didn't even know. So all of the footage that I recorded when I was actually like at the entire, like the actual event at TennoCon, and I'm like interviewing players and talking to people about the game and just random conversations with developers and all that stuff. The entire thing was all slow mode footage. So I literally went there. I got to experience. It was a fucking great time. I had a fucking blast, obviously. But I came back with 0 content to my name. And not only did I come back to with 0 content to my name, but also this is the CloudStrike thing that happened. So all those flights got shut down, and I was stuck in Detroit for an entire week before I could come back home. So I didn't have any content. I couldn't make any content. And I was basically gone for like almost 2 straight weeks without being able to make anything for YouTube. And then I came back with nothing to my name. That'd be amazing content to watch. It would have been fucking great. The interview with Rebecca was fucking hilarious. It was really funny. It was really funny. At least you had a good time, I guess. Yeah, that's the way that I looked at it. I just said, you know what? It kind of is what it is. Like, at least you got a beer and a pizza. Yeah. It was fucking good, man. It was good. But I'm one of those people, and especially in like, in social events like that, I don't drink at home, okay? But if we're out and we're having a good time, your boy's throwing them back. Your boy's throwing them back, man. Like, I lay it the fuck down, okay? I'm also one of those people that's always like I can get like I'll get like buzzed and shit like that, but I'll never get like I never get to like, you know, blackout or do anything that's like irresponsible or anything like that. You have to partake. It'd be rude. Exactly. It'd be rude. It'd be rude. Plus, on top of that, I'm like in social environments, I'm a hyper social person. So like, you add alcohol to that situation. I'm just here to have a good fucking time, man. I'm just here to have a good fucking time. I do beers, but I swear it off hard liquor. I don't drink hard liquor. I like wine and beer. Whiskey on the side every once in a fucking while. I'll have like a whiskey splash of water. Whiskey on the rocks. Guess I'll be rude. I don't drink at all. There's a lot of people that don't. I've never been one of those people where it's like, don't be a fucking square or whatever or anything like that. It's just like my family has always been like happy drunks and, you know, having a good time and whatnot like that. And it's just, yeah, the environment that I was raised in. Luckily, I'm born with their genetics as well, so I can handle my liquor pretty fucking well. But I almost never have any booze at my house. I never really see a fucking reason for it. Like, I'll have some, like sometimes I'll have like a, like, but that's always when I have company. I don't drink by myself. I think it's because of the fact that like I've been around actual alcoholics. I've seen what that looks like. So I just don't. I'm one of those people that was paying attention in DARE class, like the drug awareness classes. I was like, oh wow, that sounds terrible. I ain't gonna do that. I was that person that, like, you know, those commercials like, this is your brain. This is your brain on crack. I was like, I don't want my brain to be eggs. I don't want my brain to be eggs, man. What the fuck? Yeah, where they crack an egg in a frying pan? Yeah. Yeah, that shit worked on me. That shit worked on me, man. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. Nah, dude. I'm fucking good. Can you fucking imagine? I'm sorry. Why? Why? Why would you do this? Why would you do this to yourself? If you paid attention to DARE, they didn't tell you how awesome drunks were. Yeah, probably. Like, I'm sorry. I just thought it's just like, guys, we're getting Cyberpunk 2077. I can't wait to play it in 1080p at 40 frames per second. I thought this was, I was initially impressed when I saw them bring up the 120 FPS on the fucking thing, that they're like, oh yeah, we can do 120 hertz refresh rate. And I'm like, oh shit, all right, Nintendo. And then I see this and I'm like, I see you guys are still back in 2010. That's 20 frames more than I expected. Yeah. Next gen 5 years ago. Yeah, next gen, they just haven't caught up yet. I thought Nintendo caught up. More expensive, but it runs worse route. Interesting choice. Yeah, 70. Could you imagine spending $70 to literally play the worst version of Cyberpunk 2077 that likely exists? Unless you're literally playing on a fucking potato PC. I guarantee that's the high point. That's actually a really good point. I guarantee that's probably not the average. That's probably the like the intro cutscene. Maybe if it came with Phantom Liberty. I don't know if it's a bundle or not. I don't know if it's a bundle or not. It would have to be, right? Oh yeah, they had missed out on Hogwarts Legacy as well. Fuck, yeah, they didn't even get that one. I thought that they got Hogwarts Legacy. They didn't get that. That's crazy. Okay, it is bundled with Phantom Liberty. It is bundled with Phantom Liberty. So it is in there. It's still a bad deal, though. It's still not a good deal. Because the thing is that I guarantee that this like Phantom Liberty or this Ultimate Edition, you can already buy it right now. It's $82. $90 is what it is. It's the game plus. It's the game plus, right? So like, because you can buy Cyberpunk by itself for $59.99, or you can buy Phantom Liberty for $29.99, or you can buy them bundled. Yeah, $70 for a vastly inferior Cyberpunk. Yeah. Goes on sale on Steam all the time. Steam has sales constantly, right? There's like literally like all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a fucking sale going on right now. Yes. Devil May Cry HD Collection, 67% off. $10. Then you get Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3. That's... I mean, Devil May Cry 2. They honestly should probably give you a little bit more of a discount for that one. I heard this one was good. I never played it, but I heard it was good. I should probably check it out one point in time. Maybe one day. $9 for the Arkham collection. That's a good deal. Holy shit. I probably should pick this up. This is definitely up my alley, but I'm selling drugs right now, so I'm not going to worry about that. I'm playing fucking Schedule 1 lately. I'm not going to pick up another survival game. BioShock for $9. That's a good deal. I don't know what any of this shit is. If a Switch is all you have, then I guess buy it. That must be the target audience. Yeah, I think that there's going to be people that are like, without a fucking doubt, that are just like Switch Andes and they just don't play anything else. And like that's going to be the people that are going to buy that game. Like the people that will only play Switch games are the people that are going to, they will be completely fine playing the inferior version of some of these, games. It sucks, but yeah. This is also crazy too. So the game isn't included on the game card itself. You have to download it before you can play. So not only are they increasing the price of physical copies, but on top of that, the game isn't even on the physical copy itself anyway. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? For Cyberpunk, the game is on the cartridge? Really? Can you share the physical copy? I don't know, actually. That's a really good question. Please note, to download the game, you must have enough free space on your Nintendo Switch for the memory card, micro SD express card, the amount of free space indicated with the key card, play the game. An internet connection is only required when you launch the game for the first time. That's good. That's good. I saw people that were bitching about you need to have an internet connection. It's DRM. That's what that is. I mean, it kind of is what it is when it comes to that. You should be able to share the game. I would imagine you should be able to. At least Nintendo is keeping trade-ins alive, I guess. What is the storage in the console? Because the games are getting to be 100 gigabytes easy. I think it's 512. Read the last part. I just read it. An internet connection is only required to launch the game for the first time. After this, the game can be started without an internet connection. However, like regular physical software, the game key card must be inserted into the system to be able to play the game. 250 gigs? 256. 256. Yeah, it comes 256 standard. This was fucking crazy. Like, I'm still blown away by the fact that Silksong was just like a fucking side note. Did anybody else think that was fucking weird? Like, how would Silksong not have been like a fucking major announcement trailer? Bro, that would be like watching that'd be like watching like a fucking like an Xbox like B-roll of like, we got new games that are coming out for Xbox, and it's just like they just like slide in like Halo or fucking Half-Life 3. You know what I mean? Or like PlayStation's doing one of their shows and there's just like a clip of like Bloodborne 2, and it's just like, what? Sidelined by Nintendo? Oh yeah, like repost to delay Silksong. Why would you delay it? At the peak of the Haunted Kingdom, Hollow Knight Silksong is arriving on Switch 2 this year. Is it? It's gonna come out for PC same day, right? Or no? I can't remember. Did Hollow Knight come out day and date on both, or was it just on Switch? Will you be buying a Switch 2? Of course I will be. I'm a content creator. What are you talking about? It's part of my job. Yeah, of course I'll have one. Then I can fucking play it, and I can talk about it, and I can stream games that it comes out on, whether or not you guys actually want to play that stuff and see it and whatnot, things like that. How long do you usually stream? Until I get tired. Write it off on taxes? Yeah, I write it off anyway. And then obviously the FromSoft game, the Dustbloods game. The fucking trailer for this was fucking sick. So I guess it's like a PvE game. So I guess it's online only. I know that for a fact. I saw that in the announcement. But it's going to be like players vying for territory. I guess I don't know if it's like matchmaking, or I'm wondering if this is basically going to be like a Bloodborne version of no, because I think they have their other game coming. No, they didn't announce it. They didn't announce that. Wait, it's online only? Yeah, Duskbloods is going to be an online only game, which I think I think that softens the blow for a lot of people that were upset that it was going to be a Switch 2 exclusive, because people are like, oh man, you know, oh, I don't get to play the new FromSoft game. I don't get to play the new Souls game. I don't think that's what this is. I like, people are just going to pass on it regardless, because it's just not something that... The universe itself looks really cool. I think the character designs and their artwork, I mean, but I mean, FromSoft always knocks it out of the park with that. But I think they're just trying to experiment with some other stuff. Miyazaki already came out and commented on it. So fucked. So fucked up. Are you sure? Fucking accurate though. Sony, do you want Bloodborne? No, I want you to make a Bloodborne bastard with Nintendo. Noob 2.0 with $5. End of the day, buy only what your financial situation permits. Please don't buy it just because of the new hotness. Cheers to legendary drops. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, no, like never feel like like it's hard to say that because people are automatically like inherently drawn to like the hottest thing, and people want to keep up with the times. There's a saying, keep up with the Smiths, which is like, you know, I don't even know when that fucking came from. Probably like fucking 60s or 70s or something like that. But the idea is that like you look over and you see your neighbor bought a new lawnmower. Now you need to go out and buy a new lawnmower, right? So people have that. They look at their neighbors, they look at their friends, they look at their coworkers, and they just don't want to be. FOMO is part of it, but it's also I think it's also just like social acceptance and like wanting to be in on the conversation. Keep up with the Joneses. That's what it is. It's the Jones, just not the Smith. I think it's a social acceptance thing, and like, and I understand it. I totally fucking feel it. I think a really good example of this is like, you know, like working with coworkers, and like I've golfed since like high school, right? So like it's always been something that I've been into. But I fell out of it for a long time, and then all of a sudden, like all my coworkers at my old job, everybody got into golfing all at the exact same time, and I was like, oh fuck. I kept hearing them talking about golf outings. I kept hearing them talk about the golf course and all this other stuff, and then all of a sudden, I go out and I buy a fucking set of clubs. Why? Because I want to go golfing with everybody else. Because I want to be included. Part of it's FOMO because I feel like I'm, you know, missing out on that, but a lot of it's just wanting to be like around friends and shit like that. What's your handicap? Autism. That's my superpower. No, I don't even. Yeah, I'm so fucking ass at golf, man. I don't like. I'm one of those people that's like proud when I par like 9 holes. I'm like, holy fuck, I need to try out for the PGA. Tiger, I'm coming, bud. Like, what do I go out to the golf course to do? Drink. Fucking 6-pack of beer. 12 pack of beer. And just go out and fucking have a good time with friends. 19th hole. That's right, baby. Actually, there's a place that I used to go to. They used to have a bar that was called 19th hole that we'd all go to afterwards. I think it was, yeah, that's what it was called. I'll just stick to Top Golf. Bro, that shit's expensive. You're out of your fucking mind. By Billy Madison with a mean slice. I just try to do my best to be able to just fucking keep it under control. I just do my best to just make sure that I have a fucking just a clear swing. I don't try to fucking crush it. If I try to crush it, it's going way off to the fucking right every single time. It's not gonna go where I need it to go. You tried Wuthering Waves yet? No, I've just been too busy. It's midnight, LD. Hasn't got to the game part yet. LD, your streams have been getting later and later. The next thing I know, I'll go to sleep one day and you'll still be dreaming. Yeah, probably one day for sure. You're right though. I do need to start my streams earlier. I've been getting in a really bad habit of where like I haven't been before I was starting stream at like 11 a.m. and then I was getting done with stream at like 8 o'clock. Now I'm starting stream at like 4 o'clock and I'm not getting done until like 11 o'clock. It's literally like, it's like fucking flipping, right? Like I got to get back to like streaming earlier, but really what it is just like I get up, I'm chilling, I have some breakfast, I go to the gym, I come back home, I take a shower, I vibe for a little bit, and then I just yeah, that's pretty much about it. That's as far as the story goes, and then I get online. So it's just I'm just taking my time. I just don't feel rushed to do a lot of things, but I think like in some cases I do need to like kind of like lock myself in and get better into like scheduling and whatnot. It's just like I'm trying to get myself better on like just general life habits, right? That's really what it's coming down to. Like I'm just trying to get better with like just general like good healthy life habits, eating better, going to the gym, making sure that I'm like getting my writing done and my streaming done on time and things of that nature. Yeah, pretty much as simple as that. Will you ever play guitar on stream? Yeah. I went and I took one of them to get tuned up because the fucking neck was out of whack. The other one I have to get hardware for. I didn't realize it because I was trying to... Computer's like freaking out. Hold on a second. I don't know why it does this. Hold on a second. For whatever reason, like when some of these games update, they all want to think that like my computer monitor is like fucking 300. Like it always like automatically puts the game into 4K, basically. It's really fucking annoying. Yeah. 3480 by 2160. That's not my monitor. Like, well, I don't know where the fuck it keeps getting that from. And then, of course, anytime you want to like change the resolution, the entire fucking computer wants to like the game will like seize up your whole fucking computer, and then it puts it on full screen. Then you got to change that. There we go. What the fuck is going on? What is it doing? I'm shutting the game down. This is being fucking weird. Hold on a second. We love freeze frames. Something might be going on goofy with your NVIDIA control panel. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, like that like fucked up stream and everything. What the fuck? I'm gonna try to launch it one more time. All right, now it's fine. I had to fix the settings and then relaunch it, and then now it's fine. Now it's not bitching at me anymore. Sorry about that, guys. Got fucked with all my windows, and I gotta bring chat back up. Like resized everything. D3D is fucked. What is that? Had to go back to the NVIDIA app and check launch resolution. Really? NVIDIA. Is it NVIDIA control panel? Yeah, my default settings are set up the right way. Native. Refresh rate is set to be what it's supposed to be. Everything looks like it's... yeah, everything looks fine. Hi, buddy. It's the app. Yeah. Where is... there it is. And then I just need one more thing. What is the other thing that I need? You guys remember? You don't even know what I'm talking about. Open widget. Oh, whatever. Cat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you want to lay in between me and the seat. Okay, I got you. That's fine. Hope you enjoy yourself back there, bud. Chair mount? Yeah. Yeah. He's like sitting. You see him back there? This fucking dude. Just vibing back there. You know what I need to get? I need to get like a like a little backpack that he can like sit in back there or something maybe. I don't know. Le crevice, yeah. Wherever he can be, I guess. Hey, as long as he's comfortable and chilling, that's all that matters. That is all that matters, my friends. Probably warm. Oh, it for sure is. New update, create. Dawn of the Hunt. I might make a solo self-found character later. But I'll make it just a standard league character now. Huntress? Oh, there she is.
Feral Asmirian, expelled from your mountain, you are wild at heart and wild of mind. Oh, how the glory of the Asmiri has faded. I sentence you to death. Say your piece.
Man, I'm not gonna do monk. I did monk already, right? I've done witch. I haven't done a ranger.
Ranger, an outcast.
I guess let's try the huntress.
Feral Asmirian, expelled from your mountain, you are wild at heart and wild of mind. Oh, how the glory of the Asmiri has faded. I sentence you to death. Say your piece.
Too slow? Do you think people were like, I can't believe it. Amazon Prime? Ooh, that was a good one. I should have done that one, yeah. And then if that one wouldn't have worked, I would have done like Amazon Prime rewards. This is on the standard server? Is it? No, it's not. I swear to God, if you baited me, I'm gonna be so mad. Dawn of the Hunt League, motherfucker. I'll have to update my filters. I did not do that. Wazzed. Did I not? Waz. Oh, save. There we go. Okay, we're chilling. What's up, dude? Yeah, you're about to never see another one again. Look at this. Can I turn off tutorials? How do I do that?
Stronger than I dared imagine.
How do I turn off tutorials? Notifications? Game? Disable tutorials. Thank you. I've played enough Path of Exile that I'm still gonna get my ass kicked, so it's not really gonna matter. What a noob that guy was. I know, for real. Like, imagine living in such a harsh environment and you couldn't even survive one zombie attack. Why would you like lay next to a dead body in the first place? Like, come on, dog. And also, why didn't you use the pointy stick? There was a pointy stick right there. You could have used the pointy stick. You didn't want to grab the pointy stick? That's crazy, dude. You're crazy for that, dude. Cute. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Middle mouse button is block. Okay. Where are these fools at? Where's the loot at? Where's the loot at? Ooh, little gem situation going on here. Oh, okay. Okay. What do I want that on? Right here. Then it explodes when I leave the circle. Okay. Why am I still getting tutorials? Fuck off. Is this PoE 2? It is PoE 2. I still have you guys checked out Last Epoch yet? Because I haven't gone to take a look at it at all. I really should. I know that I've heard the update's pretty good. People have been enjoying it. I'm gonna put it on. Let me change the channel back over to Path of Exile 2, so you guys can get some Twitch drops. So you guys can get some loot, get some like free cosmetics. Let you guys get the good shit. Good fuck. Oh, that hurt. I'm dead. Good lord. Slow to fucking move there, bud. I don't think I'm gonna use the melee, honestly. Like, I'm probably gonna play her range. Put the melee down here. Yeah. Maybe I will play her melee. I have no idea. You play like Elon? That's good.
The wind howls.
He's rich.
The hunt is on.
Dude. Elon's ranked #1 in the world? Yeah, exactly. Good. I play like Elon. He's like the best player ever. Or at least his intern is.
So this is the sweetest warned about.
Oh, where are you going? I'm over here. How the fuck that hit? I wish the stun mechanic was like a little bit more of like an actual mechanic. Like it goes away so quickly. Like like you get like a little burst window, but it's like you're gonna get like 1 or 2 attacks off maybe. I guess it's probably a little bit more impactful in the later game when like 1 hit is a lot of damage. But like, I don't know. I just need to be focusing on him. What the fuck happened there? You see that? Did I get hit by one of the zombies or what? I just like took damage but like jumped around.
One step further from home. At least your friend weren't here to see what you've become.
What we got here? Attack damage. Now we'll go attack damage. We got some loot. Caruso, thank you for the membership, brother. Appreciate that. If you played like Elon, you would have had somebody else playing for you. That's actually kind of based. That's what I should have done. Fuck, that'd actually be like a really funny stream. If I was like, all right, guys, we're gonna play Path of Exile 2, and then like I just like get out of my chair and somebody else sits down. Man, I know your PC specs. A PNY 4090.
Friendly's the night. Well, I've no Smith for you. Violence against this devourer as
50 was it 5980 or yeah, I think it's like 5980 X3D or whatever it is, Ryzen.
If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Explosive spear. Disengage. Jump back as you rupture the earth in front of you with spear points, damaging enemies. Consumes the parried debuff on hitting enemies, and releases a shockwave that grants you a frenzy charge. This can be used while using other skills. Parried. Oh, so you hold your shield to parry, which will then give enemies the parry debuff. And then you hit disengage, which will consume their debuff and release a shockwave that grants me frenzy charge. But I don't have anything to spend frenzy charge, so it's really not necessary, right? You not bite me? Fucking asshole. Windows 11 or Linux? I use Windows 11. You should do that. It'd be funny as fuck. Yeah, it would be funny. Twister. Whirl up a twister that inflict with the flick of your spear. Oh yeah, because you can mix like the twisters and stuff. Explosive spear.
Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like disengage, you'll consume it to throw a spear that explodes immediately and creates ignited ground. Using whirling slash on this ground will empower it with fire. Explosive spears stick into the ground.
That's really cool.
Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. If a twister is inside a whirlwind, it will create more twisters with more damage. Twisters can also suck up patches of elemental ground to take on their effects, or be used with elemental whirlwinds that have sucked up elements.
Man, you guys really like the word suck, huh? So, but that would be so. This is really only good if I have disengage.
Twister conjures a
I don't know. I guess we'll just try out some of these new skills, right? There's no reason for me to like trip about it. That just seems really unintuitive. I'm having a hard time like figuring out how that works. Like, why would I want to like jump in and like hold my shield and get pummeled just so I can dive out? Like that feels like kind of like roundabout for whatever reason. The menus are voiced. I had no idea. Yeah, they have added videos and stuff like that. Give me a second. Make myself a pizza. Jump in, attack, parry attacks. Can I hold the attack while I'm using melee?
There's a time and a place
Oh,
for
I'll
violence.
try it out there, I guess.
Welcome to the camp of the old. I fear this. Fly.
A woman without a place to call home. We have that in common.
No. Okay, that's ass, dude. That's a lot of setup for some bullshit.
The eye of the storm.
I should have took the exploding spear.
The hunt is on.
If I get another one, I'm just gonna take that. Let's put this here. We'll put the parry here. Maybe that'll work a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, that just feels like shit. Especially because they just knock it back. Yeah, that sucks, dude. I don't like that. It's like too much setup for so little payoff that it's just like not even, you wouldn't even want to fucking do it.
Hold on.
I should have took the exploding spear. PoE 2 graphics don't matter. No, not in a game like this. It's nice because it looks good. I'm not gonna like that. I'm not really gonna play Amazon right now. It's one of those like it wants set up too early in the game, and I just don't really want to. I just don't really feel like fucking with that, to be honest with you. I'm gonna try out Ranger.
An outcast, lurking among the shadows of the trees like an animal. You murdered one of my soldiers in the name of a filthy thief. Your guilt is clear. Plead for mercy, if you must.
I don't know. The danger. No. Melee is shit compared to range in this game. It's pretty much always the same. I mean, like, melee is like one of those ones that gets like... I really fucking loved Monk. Monk was a lot of fun. But it takes a while for melee to get online. Plus, I'm kind of a pussy with those classes to begin with melee. So it's like so much easier to just like... oh, Legolas. Well, Legolas is already going to be taken. Lego drops. We go on Lego drops. The frequency that enemies attack make it super hard to play. Well, I mean, like, but that's the kind of game it is, right? Like, it's supposed to be a little bit on the tougher side.
Take a better snare than that to catch me.
But to be honest with you,
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad to see another living soul. The miller went now. I would appreciate it if you could.
there's tough and then there's annoying. Melee classes in the beginning of Path of Exile 2 are just tedious as fuck to play. That's really all it is.
Sickness I've ever seen.
Like, so I'm just gonna say it what it is. Like, melee classes at the beginning of like an ARPG are typically like, unless it's something like Diablo where it's like relatively brain dead, like a game like this, which is a little bit more nuanced, like, yeah, melee classes are just kind of annoying as shit to play. Melee classes are fine to play after you already have a character and you're not playing solo self-found. Like, I had an absolute blast playing Monk after I had already leveled a witch to, you know, a certain level. So I had like some skill gems and shit. So after I visited the town for the first time, I already had like a decent like setup of a couple of skills and abilities that, you know, made it a little bit more fun and interesting to play. I find it annoying that I have to pop health potions so much. I mean, you still want to make that shit useful, right? Like, you don't want to like, you don't want the game to be about like, you don't want the game to not challenge you at all, right? What is? I can't remember what my skills are. I can do that. That's fine. Imagine paying for 2 gen behind tech. Oh, for the Switch 2. That shit's crazy, man. I'm actually like really surprised that, especially for that price. Like, and I actually don't even understand how, like, now that I'm thinking about it, especially them showing off like, oh, here's Cyberpunk 2077 that you're gonna play in 1080p at fucking 40 frames per second. Like, well, I would just go get a Steam Deck that is going to give me a lot more added flexibility. And like, yeah, it's technically like the performance is maybe the performance is a little better than Steam Deck, but probably not. I have no fucking idea. And then plus on top of that, at least if I go with Steam Deck, if I ever choose, like, you know, if I was somebody that didn't have a gaming PC as an example, right? Then at least I have the option to like go to PC and still keep my library. And then I don't have to pay an upgrade fee to play those games at a higher refresh rate or at a higher resolution. But as somebody that already has a PC, like, it makes even more sense not to get a Switch and to get a Steam Deck if you don't have one already, because at least you have access to your already existing library.
The journey has not been kind to you.
Oh shit. All right. I forget that like first character, no fucking like you actually kind of got to dial in a little bit. Not a lot of it, but a little bit. I'll probably end up playing like a little bit of the Amazon and shit, like maybe as like an off-stream character or something like that. I don't fucking know. Yeah, we go.
Please come inside.
They already have pre-orders for extra storage.
Friendlies then. Well, have no fear. I'll smith for you. But now you could chant your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it. We'd be indebted to you. If you find a pipe out there, do bring it back.
Welcome to the camp. All this. I fear this. I've collected these over time. Another for my collection. Thank you.
A songbird makes for easy prey.
What is this? Steam Deck Linux can emulate a Switch OS. Honestly, that's probably a fucking bet for most people, to be honest with you. It's just like, it's too much. It's too much for the fucking price. It's far less flexible. We don't even know what like the overall, like the battery performance and shit like that is going to be. But it can dock at 4K. Yeah, and I'm sure it's going to fucking play absolute garbage in 4K. Can you imagine what the frame rate is going to be on a Switch at 4K? Good lord. It's going to be one of those things where it's like you got what you asked for. It reminds me when like people were like begging to be able to play Diablo Immortal on PC. It's like, good, you got what you asked for. And now you guys are upset that you got to pay to win fucking Diablo game. What'd you think it was going to be? It was a fucking mobile game, you retards. Like, I was always so confused by people that were complaining about Diablo, like Diablo Immortal on PC, where I'm like, guys, like it's like, you know, it's a mobile game. You knew it was going to be a mobile game. Why are you upset that it's pay to win? Like everybody knew that's exactly. It's like, oh my god, the most like blatant thing that we knew that was going to happen happened. Wow. Who would have guessed the Diablo game that was being developed by a Chinese studio would end up being pay to win?
Fury.
That's interesting.
Back to the dirt.
Are you going to talk about the ongoing shitty Genshin VAs drama? What's that about? Oh, that's them getting pissed off about like a scab actor or something like that, right? Like somebody, one of the fucking voice actors is essentially like trying to like boycott or something like that because of they're trying to boycott because of like SAG-AFTRA, something to do with like AI voice acting or whatever, and Genshin and like MiHoYo just like fucking replaced them. Is that what ended up happening? Have I? Yeah. That's really funny to me, actually. Like, it's actually, it really is, now that I think about it. Because the thing is that, like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, that's cool that you unionize, right? Like, you're in the US, you have the ability to do that, right? You can do that in other countries as well. Your union rights do not extend to other countries. Fucking really foreign idea. So, like, these guys do not give a fuck about what you're fighting for, nor do they ever have to respect it. And you can do all of the online like fucking social justice activism you want, and it's never gonna change that fact. Like, I mean, like, you can try to fight it, but, like, I mean, like, there's certain things that it's just, like, I mean, good fucking luck. And plus, on top of that, like, whoever took the voice acting work from them, like, what are they doing going after that, dude? It's literally just somebody looking for a fucking job, but then they want to treat them like shit because they're not falling in line with whatever their social agenda is. It's so fucking stupid, dude. You want to know the voice actors that are going to keep their jobs? The people that are fucking happy to have a job. You want to know the ones that aren't going to keep their jobs? The ones that are fucking making life difficult for video game developers and publishers right now. That's literally how this is going to go. They're just going to remember who was being a dickhead and who was making their life harder than it needed to be. And then they're going to fucking replace the rest with fucking AI. Oh god. Damn, I got fucking cornered real quick there. Not using the new Huntress. I didn't like how it felt immediately. It's something that I don't really feel like playing. I don't like playing shit that makes me have to think while I'm on stream. My attention is split, so I'm not fully paying attention. I'm always looking over at chat and trying to play something that's completely new that I don't understand and have never played with before. It just doesn't sound fun or interesting to me. Just gonna be straight up with it. Simple as that. Like, I'm sure it's good and I'm sure it's fun and I'll end up playing it off stream, but I'm just not gonna play it on stream because my brain don't work like that. Oh my god. Really cool to get a bunch of shit that I can't even use. Lightning resistance. Wow, that's great. So SAG has no benefits for him. The voice actor lives in Tokyo. Well, like, but here's the thing. These folks will they'll gaslight everyone else to believing that they're all literally just like one people. Like, a voice actor is a voice actor, and it's like, the fuck are you talking about? Scabdacker was actually just a Japanese voice actor who didn't even know that the strike was going on. That's probably the funniest part is when, like, I just love how fucking shitty these people are and how mean they'll fucking act to other people. And it's always almost for like fucking nothing. Like, it ends up being like literally just like some fucking bullshit, like a complete misunderstanding in some cases or whatever it might be. But these guys have no problem at all putting their fucking reputation on the line and trying to drag somebody else's reputation into the mud just for some fucking online validation. It's so fucking disgusting, dude. It's such pathetic, like, attention-seeking behavior that it's just like. And the worst part is that the internet fucking promotes the shit out of it, right? There's nothing you can really do about that part. Shit. I forgot how hard those bitches can hit if you're not paying attention. Would people buy 3D printed tech accessories from Amazon? I have no idea. I'm sure they already do. I'll take their jobs if they'd like. I've only done a couple of projects, but I'd love to get more voice acting work. Yeah, I mean, like, you're also gonna have that too. Like, you're just gonna have some people that are just hungry for work in general. I feel like it's incredibly fucking privileged. It's incredibly fucking privileged for these people to go out and try to shame other people for taking fucking work. I'm sorry, if you're gonna leave it on the table, somebody else is gonna take it. You know, the same thing happens with like union and non. So like the idea of like scabbing, right, is literally it's literally a social elite club. Like, it's basically what it is, but it's for like typically for working class. So like it's popularized it's popularized from like construction unions, where like those guys will use that kind of, they'll use that kind of language. They don't really use it in like in any states where those states were like I don't know how to say it. It's non-union, like non-union workers. You didn't join our union and you took our work, you're scabbing. They're fucking rats. Roaches. So they're talking about it. They're talking shit about a dude that's not even in their union and could give a fuck less whether or not like anything's going on in the first place. It's literally some dude that saw a fucking application, applied for it, got the fucking job or got the call, and they're like, wow, you piece of shit. It's like, he didn't even fucking know anything was going on, and nor did this motherfucker probably even care to begin with. Like, why would he care? Especially when they're trying to impose, like, especially when they're trying to impose their shit on like on another country. I think that's like the shit that's like the most aggravating. If you're gonna do that shit in the fucking, if you're gonna do that shit in the West, go ahead and do that shit in the West, dude. Go ahead, that's fine. You know, if you're protesting or whatever, or if you're fucking striking, if you're striking the American company that you're working for in your American, you know, labor union, that's great, man. But when you start striking against a fucking Chinese company and shaming Japanese voice actors for taking your work, eat my fucking nuts. Shut the fuck up, you privileged fucking asshole. That's not your fucking country. Stop trying to push your values on the fucking world. You're not that fucking special. You're not that valuable. You're literally just another fucking turd in the pile. Get a fucking life, loser. There you go. You got my opinion.
These tunnels run deep. Fury!
I'm gonna take attack speed. Did you guys see, have you guys ever played, if any of you guys have played Grand Theft Auto 5, you know how like you can like watch the TVs? You know how they have like the fucking, like the TV shows? Like there's like the, what is it? Like the liberal superhero TV show? Like that's what it fucking makes me think of. Where like all the fucking union workers are like outside and they're like fucking crying about fucking, you know, like, oh, we're on strike, you know, what are we striking for? And like the dude running the company is like, they want union mandated massages or something like that. Obviously there's a lot of cases in which like union workers are striking for good reason, and I would 100% fucking support those reasons. But it's like when I hear about these fucking voice actors acting this way, it's just like, I don't know what the fuck you thought you were getting into. Like, you're in the entertainment industry. I guess I have a really hard time, they know, and they should know that they're gonna have a really fucking hard time getting the sympathy of other people for an entertainment-based union. Even if you don't like unions, they're still better than corporations. It's the lesser of the two evils. I mean, it's just a different beast entirely. I don't have any problem with unions at all. I fucking worked for the union trade companies for years. I was in management, so I was never actually in any of the trade unions, but I've worked with the Boilermakers, the pipe fitters, the carpenters, the fucking iron workers. unions are just as scummy as big corporations. They are quite literally just the exact same thing. There is no lesser of the two evils, to be honest with you, man. It's still at the top. It's literally some fucking union manager that is like getting his fucking palms greased. They're fucking they're taking the, like, if anybody is here that's from union trade, you know, like how much like government influence there is to try to get your union to side with them and like politically, and it always comes down to like funding and shit like that, and it's always backdoor deals and shit. Like, I do think that some of the unions that are like that have been like buddying up to Trump, I do think that those guys are like, some of those guys are actually like straight up legit. Like, they're trying to bring like jobs back. Like, as somebody that's worked in travel and construction, I've seen how a lot of that work is dried up, man. It's fucking bad, especially the steel industry. I feel so fucking bad for the steel industry, man. It's just, it got absolutely fucking hammered by China and these companies outsourcing their shit. So many jobs lost. I know so many people that used to work for steel plants, and almost all of them are fucking shut down, or they're running at like 5% production. It's horrid, dude. I am straight up there for the people that want to bring back I'm straight up there for the people that want to bring back manufacturing back to the US, because like I know people that have worked in that industry. I have family members that work in that have worked in manufacturing, and I've seen how quickly that shit has been fucking drying up. And as people want to say like, oh, life moves on, and then they like, you hear these fucking political parties and like fucking completely disconnected like upper middle class Americans that like live in fucking gated communities talk about how like, oh, well, when those jobs go away, they move into more like creative industries. Fucking shut the fuck up, you stupid fuck. No. My aunt that used to work at the fucking tire plant, that was making really good fucking money and basically could support her entire family by herself, now has to work at a fucking, now has to work at a mall that is also dying because there's not enough money for the average blue collar American to want to go out to the mall to buy anything. So then she's gonna leave that, and then like one of my uncles that was working at one of the steel mills that ended up laying off and downsizing significantly now has to fucking scrape by as a bartender. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? From plant to working at Walmart is the norm. Yeah, because these folks don't have like the kind of work skills that they're going to be able to just like go and like get into a a respectable high-paying career. We're talking about people that were making like over $100,000 a year that now make fucking next to nothing just because some fucking fat cat CEOs want higher profit margins, so they send their fucking manufacturing over to China for a minimal fee. It's literally all this boils down to. It's sad, dude. I don't even know what you even like. I look at the shit and like I'm not really like getting political about this. It's just the like state of the world more or less that I'm talking about. But it's just like, like you look at like the tariff situations that like we're talking about like issues. We're talking about issues in the U.S. Like when I hear people get all fired up about this stuff, we're talking about shit that we are not gonna see the benefits of for like fucking 20 plus years. Like, moving jobs, manufacturing specifically, back to the U.S. is not something that's going to happen over the course of like fucking a year or two. Like, these places have to be built, or they have to be recommissioned. You know, like, services have to be moved over, people have to be hired, and then, like, also on top of that, the demand has to be there. It's just like there's no quick blanket solution to any of this shit. It's just like a series of like really bad and selfish decisions that lead the world down that route. Gotta dial in here. There we go. Forgot how fucking annoying as shit that dude gets. Thank you.
Stay light, stay alive.
That's huge. That's huge. Nothing. Can't trust to this. Still gem 2.
Light.
The notion after change, innovation, labor gets redistributed. People retain and move forward. Retrain and move forward. Whoever convinced society of that was horrendously disingenuous, and it was based on such baseless fallacy. You want to know who was making people believe that? These fucking corporations that move their shit overseas. Dems will have you on that government check. It has nothing to do with the Dems in this situation. The fucking Republicans are just as fucking guilty. What the fuck are we talking about? This country is so, like, the U.S., like, the reason I don't talk about politics is because, like, it's because of how polarized this fucking country is and how fucking gullible the entire country is. We're talking about a fucking, we're talking about a country. We're talking about a fucking country that continues to bring in the same two teams of fucking political parties that are both equally guilty for fucking the country up in the first place. They're either there to fix their own issues or the other party's issues every single fucking time. And since everything is so fucking team-based, red versus fucking blue, the problem is that, like, there's never gonna be any type of, like, any moderate voice or any type of, like, any type of creative solutions that are gonna come, because they have to stay within this, like, party binary, right? they have to continue to like beat the same drum that they've been beating for the last like fucking 100 years. Like, you're just, I don't know, from my perspective, you're never going to find the solutions to the world's issues. Like, solution, who cares about the fucking world? You're going to find the solutions to your country's issues that way. It's not going to fucking happen. Which, like from my perspective, when I look at like the U.S. and I see like what direction like politics have gone in and like how people engage with politics in the U.S., I think it shows a lot, like how fucking fed up people are. Like people just want it to burn. That's really what it's come down to. So whoever they think is going to be the most chaotic, the most like that's the one you're going to start seeing people go for from now on.
Now this won't come.
And also, I think that there's a general desire, and maybe this, I don't know. I do. I think there's a genuine desire from a lot of Americans to have problems, like serious ones, very serious ones, like to be at war or it's weird for me to say this because it's like I just feel like there's like a lot of Americans that are cosplaying like we're fucked. Like life here is the worst it could ever be. And it's not true. Are things fucked up? Sure, there's some shit that's fucked up. But I think like you just have some people that are trying to cosplay like their issues are just as bad as like shit that's going on in like countries that are literally at war or suffering from famine or some like other crazy shit where it's just like, bro, we are some privileged motherfuckers over here, okay? We are some very privileged motherfuckers. We got a good life over here. Thomas Sowell said it best. There are no solutions. There are only trade-offs. True. Very true, man. We have it so good compared to the rest of the fucking world. Despite our flaws. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In my lifetime, I've seen America gradually decline. Yeah. You know what the thing is? It's not even America decline. I'm going to be honest with you. I hate to be one of those people. Like, as much as I love technology, I've just watched as the world slowly declined. I don't even, I think that, I guess my problem is the reason why I can't really get into like talking about politics or anything like that is because I think we have global societal issues that are so fucking deep rooted and so bad, and I don't see them changing. And it's just like I feel like I'm just watching like the entire like human race de-evolve in front of my face, right? And a lot of that shit is just driven by corporate greed. Smartphones made us all dumb. It's not just it's just reliance on technology in general led us down the path of like it's making us antisocial, which then leads to our inability to be able to I hate to say it like this, but like this is really how I feel. And I think a lot of people will agree with me on this. Compromise is now a pussy word. Compromise? Like, I remember I had talked about it before when I was talking about it, like, with like, I'm looking at, like, how people view... And, like, don't get me wrong, I think people push boundaries for sure, but that's the problem, though, is that, like, there are too many people, and it's growing more and more by the day, where, like, the idea of compromise does not exist. There cannot be compromise. There cannot be you see it your way and I see it my way. That's okay. Agree to disagree? Yeah, exactly. No, agree to disagree. No, 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 no. No. Cannot have that. Cannot have that. And both sides of any issue are they both have it. That's the thing. It would be one thing if there was like one side willing to compromise, but the other one like refused to, right? Because like that's something you could still be able to navigate. But like we literally have like, you know, two immovable objects, essentially two walls that are yelling at each other, and there's like there's nothing you can fucking do about that, right? Like I look at like the social issues that we have in video games, which is really just a microcosm of like everything that we have that's going on in the world, right? And you look at like the social justice issues, woke, anti-woke, whatever the fuck you want to call it, doesn't really matter. And you have one side that is like zero compromise. You need to like, it's not one side, both sides. You need to see the world the way that I do. You need to see the world the way that I do. And both sides are delusional. Because the one side got probably, I would say, more delusional, because I think people were still people were compromising, but they didn't want compromise anymore. They wanted them to validate them, and you're just not going to be able to have that. Like you cannot expect the world to validate you, because that's just not how the world works in general. That's not how life has ever been. You cannot expect the world to validate your existence. It's just never going to happen. And I think that people push buttons too many times, and now it's turned the other side. But here's the thing. This is what's fucked up. This is my perspective. That doesn't mean that the other side is now justified to not be okay with compromise. Just because the one side definitely turned into that doesn't mean that we're going to be able to solve anything if everybody's that way now. That's the problem, where it's just like, oh, okay, so then we're just fucked. Cool. So we're all just going to be mad all the time? Sick. That's why I just don't even want to get fucking involved, man. It's exhausting. All you're gonna do is just make yourself unhappy. Like, what the fuck is the point of that? Hold on. Where is it? Gem tab. Gem. Unique. I don't need it yet. Well, they already got shit on sale. What is this? River Toad portal effect? That's kind of cool again. Crab. Tumbling Vol Orb. Funny. Oh, you guys want to put on some fairy wings? That actually kind of looks cool. I like that. Pet rock. Paladin portal effect. Pretty cool though. Oh my god. We have gotcha. We have gotcha RNG, my friends. We have gotcha RNG. We have Gamba. It is back in the game. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Is there not any I'll have to look through it later. Travel to the Grellwood. Okay. I want to play PoE 2, but I'm not going to pay $40 for a game that's just going to become free to play. Cool. Yeah. I like this. I don't like, there's no problem. I have no problem with people making that choice. I think you're totally well within your right to do so. I think it's $30 though. But then again, it depends on where you live, right? So I don't think there's anything fucking wrong with that. If people want to wait, go ahead and wait. You're not gonna pay for any of their problems or anything like that. You're gonna end up waiting, and you're gonna get like a full game experience. That's gonna be fucking crazy, dude. Especially with like the amount of value. Like, I'll be honest with you, like even when the game, like the game's early at like very first early access launch was already, from my perspective, a game that's like more complete and had more content than most games that you see released in a year. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, it's genuinely wild, like how many, like how much content was on deck. Like, it felt like a fucking $70 release, and it was only it's only half finished. Like, that's crazy to me that people are just going to be able to like come and play this game completely free in, you know, in like a year's time. I think this game isn't going to get to 1.0 for at least for over a year. I think it's going to take a little bit longer. I have 800 hours in PoE 2. I've already got my money's worth. Yeah, like, I mean, you're going to get the money out of it. Like, it's not like you're buying something that feels wholly incomplete, right? Like, I think that's the thing to kind of keep in mind. I think some people are like, they see early access and they're like, the game's going to be free one day. It's not really worth it. I mean, you still get access to a lot of stuff. Plus, on top of that, you know what you're really paying for? You're paying to have your input included. That's what it is. You're paying to have your input included. You're paying to help develop a video game. And if that type of game, oh shit, what the fuck?
Name's Delwyn. See that there? No, your eyes don't deceive you. That is the spirit, or at least a form of it.
Oh, this is the season.
Don't worry. It means for us to follow, approach, and the hunt begins. Ready?
Okay.
Try and keep up. Don't lose sight of it. No time to tarry.
Fury.
It's getting stronger. Spirit's will be done. You'll get the chance to recover. That were a good hunt.
So consider it free person. Oh yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, you're gonna get. I completely forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, the big benefit, the reason why people get it, is because you're getting $30 in-game currency. So you're gonna use that then to go and then, you know, buy stash tabs and whatever else, right? Like, you're not just like spending $30 and then it doesn't mean anything. You're getting that much in-game currency. So. Buy crab skins. I mean, yeah, you can buy crab skins. I mean, in most cases, the best way to go about it is just to go ahead and fucking buy your stash tabs early.
Aye, if you have an interest in these hunts, stick around. We talk more. If we run enough of them, maybe we'll come to understand what the spirit wants of us. keep
Cool.
your wits about you.
Didn't really drop anything. Maybe there's a currency for it later on in the game or something. Or it might just be like loot related.
Fury!
A bit.
Home of the Grellwood Witch.
Guess that hurt. You fucking bitch. This fucking, she fucking teleported right on top of me, you fucking asshole.
I need more mana. Claims another victim.
Oh, I didn't do my support gems. Scatter shot I need for lightning arrow or lightning rod. Didn't I have 2 of them? Did I throw one away on accident? Probably, knowing me. Would not doubt that I did that. Is there a demo or some way to test if my potato laptop can even play it? If you're saying that you have a potato laptop, then chances are no. You can't play it. And I don't think there's any returns on Steam for early access games. Or at least like this one. Go play Last Epoch. Your Last Epoch is like not even close to the PC requirements, and they just got a brand new season. Is there recommended specs for this game? Like, oh, there are recommended specs. Yeah, of course. It's not. Oh, that's right. Last Epoch did delay theirs. You got a good point. Still go play it though. Or Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn. You can oh, you can refund on Steam if you don't like it. Okay. It's PlayStation is the one that the PlayStation and Xbox one you probably can't. Fuck.
Fury! Nowhere to run.
Oh shit. Damn, okay. Damn, okay. I'm all for that. I want that chest piece too. I want to check that out. Bye guy 81 tier 1 2 months. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Is PoE 2 free? No. It's still in early access. It's not going to be in full release for probably another year. I mean, I'll be honest with you, their update schedule, this is their first update for this is their first update since they launched it into early access in December. And this is a pretty fucking meaty update. Like, you already have a seasonal mechanic, the first seasonal mechanic introduced, which is the Numerian Wisp or whatever it's called. And then on top of that, you also have another class that's been added, ascendancies that have been added, new maps that have been added, new skill gems added, new endgame mechanics, balance changes, items, weapons. Like, the list goes on, man. There's a lot of shit. Like, they really went all out. They weren't fucking around. Is that a stoat? It's not as complicated as it used to be. You can respec anytime now. Yeah, that's actually really nice. I mean, you respec with gold, but that was a good change that they had made. The other thing is that it's not as complicated as it used to be, in the sense that like, you're getting in on the ground floor when there's less skill gems, there's less mechanics. Like, it's a peeled back or pared back version of Path of Exile, right?
Has the tree not endured enough?
What happened here? To release that being from the Tree of Souls will need more than simply cutting his robe. The ancient runes that imbue the Count's blade created the binding, and only ancient runes can break it.
Why are there no Corn
There is a
Hub
battlefield
games?
not far from here that runs red with rust.
I feel like
Where the
entertainment would
weapons
become
and
more
armor of
sexualized,
countless Ezamites still remain.
and the shift
We
away
call it
from
the Red Veil.
wokeness.
You should search the
That's the
area.
next frontier.
There may
We
still
need
be
more
power in some
rated
of those
adult only
centuries
games.
old relics.
You're never gonna see that.
Rainbow.
You're never. I don't think you're ever gonna see like truly like AAA high quality like adult only releases. And the reason why is because the interests don't align. Like, if you're going into adult related content, you're going into it with one like one thing in mind. There's one thing that you want to do more than anything else, right? You're there for a mission, and that mission doesn't take very long to accomplish. And once that mission's over, you're likely not to play the game very much longer than that, right? Because it becomes a lot less interesting. GTA, they're talking about like XXX related like video games. There's just a reason, like, and then plus on top of that, the reason why you don't see a lot of that kind of content in general is it's mostly because it's just not it's just never going to sell well. Like, you're limiting your market share way too much. And then the only way you're going to be able to overcome that is with one of two choices. Either you make the game obscenely expensive to be able to make up for your development costs, or you make the game on the fucking cheap and it's a relatively low budget experience, and that's what you see. Like, I'm sure there's going to be like one game someday that somebody takes like super seriously and makes like that, but you're never going to, you can't publicly advertise it the same way you do other products. Like, there's so many limiting factors to allow you to be able to even do anything. Like, think about the spaces in which you can even advertise a game like that. Are we trying to act like we pay attention to like advertisements on those sites? No, because like we're all conditioned to believe every single one of them is a scam to begin with, right? And because they are all scams to begin with.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
Like, you know what the funny thing is? Unironically, that is like the best game. Like, if you were gonna make like a AAA budget adult game, the best way for you to accomplish that, like, you wouldn't even make the game. Like, the best way to make money from something like that, you would make more money from doing a, like, I would guarantee you would make more money trying to fund the game than you ever would from actually selling the game. So like GoFundMe or something like that, like fundraiser, like you would raise more funds through people wanting, like, you know, like screenshots and shit of development and artwork, and like wanting to support the creation of it, than people that will actually want to ever buy it or play it in a long-term way. I'm dead serious. Like Star Citizen, exactly like that. I guarantee it. You would have tons of people that would be willing to funnel like insane amounts of money into the game for it to like exist, but you wouldn't have people that would want to buy it as a product. As weird as that sounds. Like, you would be able to make a Star Citizen style thing totally happen for a game like that, and just do like crowdfunding, and the game could still exist, but you'll always end up seeing more money from the crowdfunding than you ever will from the actual like selling of a game like that. Just because like you're just not going to be able to make enough people like know, like you're not going to be able to get enough people to know about it, and then plus on top of that, like there's still a like even though like that kind of content is like socially somewhat more normalized, like just from a marketing perspective alone, like people aren't going to talk about it or engage with it the same way. You're not going to be like trying to play co-op, right? You're not going to be like sharing screenshots with friends. Like you're just not gonna be it's not gonna be the same.
No mana.
Just look at Studio FOW's Subverse. Oh yeah. Imagine. Yeah, imagine. Like, oh man, this game is fucking it's up to 4-player co-op.
Nowhere to run.
have grown like a scat.
And guys, hey, does anybody want to come over and play It Takes Three? Does anybody want to come over and play fucking split roasting? Tied together. Fuck.
I know this place. The crimson
Your
Rains.
indirectness describing all of this makes you land 1,000% more savage. Yeah. Want to go play Train Simulator? Buddy comes over, is like, wait, what the fuck? We're talking about two completely different things. I like how I like how instead of memeing, I engage with the topic like seriously and then just meme afterwards. Like somebody's bringing up something in chat, just like probably more troll than anything else, right? Like they're just like bullshitting, and me, like the way that my fucking brain is wired, I'm like, well, the reason why, you know, a game like that can't be successful is specifically due to these marketing factors and limiting factors within the industry, and also like social normalization. What the fuck is wrong with me? I just find that shit interesting. Like those kind of topics. I find that kind of shit interesting. It's like one of the reasons why I like I like making the YouTube channel and the videos and stuff like that is because like it's like the itch that I never got to scratch because I was in construction. Like it was just a really really what it is, man, is that like I got a late start career wise and like education wise because I enjoyed partying more than I did going to class. So I, you know, ended up wasting a lot of time, wasting a lot of money, dropping out, going back to school, dropping out again, going back to school, dropping out again. I think like 3 times. I think I dropped out like 3 times out of college. And then finally I ended up finishing. But by the time I had finished, you know, I had all these years of working in these industries. That's my timer for my pizza. I had all these years of working in like industries that had nothing to do with my business degree, my business and marketing degree, and with that lack of work experience, I could never get a job in like actually working in marketing or actually working, you know, I couldn't get a job in the video game industry or anything like that if I wanted to, because I never built up what I needed to, right? And so the only option that I had was I just took a job from somebody that was randomly like working in construction and looking for people, and then it just kind of took me down a path, right? I think that ends up happening to a lot of people. And that's why I enjoy this so much, because it's just like all those years of me unable to stretch that muscle and talk about those kind of things, and now I actually get to, you know, do that as a career, but also I get to do it casually and more like theoretically than actually have to like practice it or anything like that. So it makes it even more entertaining or more interesting. I'm gonna give the pizza like one more minute or maybe 2 more minutes. I want a little char on there, you know what I mean? A little char.
In my sights. Take this.
How did you even survive school debt if you dropped out several times? I just never paid it. Nova. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna fucking arrest me? Fuck. I learned this crazy cool skill called don't answer the fucking phone. That's such an Aspen answer. I mean, hey man. What's true is true, my friend. What's true is true. That would give me hella anxiety. I mean, it's like it was government school, like government school. It was like government student loans. Like, yeah, if you look at the law, like technically if they wanted to, they could garnish your wages. Okay, so I guess they could do that, which means I would have to pay them regardless, right? So like whatever. So they can either come take the money that way, or the debt just gets passed on to like my next of kin if I die or whatever. So it's just like yeah, does it accrue interest? For sure. But I was always of the mind, I'm like, here's the thing. Like, I was realistic about it. I think a lot of people just don't want to be realistic. They're like, they would rather struggle and put themselves in a position where they can't, like, try to at least live a little comfortably. And instead, they try to overreach and make their position even fucking worse for something that they just genuinely... like, if you can't really afford to pay something, and it's really making your life harder to fucking pay for college debt specifically. Obviously, other things this isn't necessarily true for. But if it's making your life too fucking difficult paying for it, then don't fucking do it and try to work hard enough to get yourself in a position where you can afford to pay for it, right? Like that's where I am now. That's where I am now. Like once I got into construction and I actually started making money, I pulled all that shit on fucking auto pay. Trade school. Well, see, and like that's the thing too, man, is that like I wish that that's how I like that's probably, you know, if I like look at the US and I'm like certain things that have like gone away that should still exist but aren't there anymore, is like, dude, if trade school existed, like they got rid of they got rid of vocational classes the year that I transferred to public school, like public high school. The year I transferred, it was so fucking absurd. Like I could have taken welding classes, and I had, and the thing is that like I had all of these like extra I had all of these. I went to a private school on a grant in high school, and I did relatively well. Like I mean I struggled for sure because I just like I wasn't used to like something that difficult. And I also, like, in high school had to work because I'm from like a single parent household, right? So like I didn't have like the time or the care and like the attention to be able to like do super well in my classes when I was younger. But all of that fucking super hard work at private school, when I turned 18 and then transferred myself to a public school because I wanted to go to public school instead, I had all of these extra credits because I like that, and I ended up like passing placement tests for me to be in AP classes. And I'm like, wait a minute, so I'm the dumb kid at my old school, but I'm the fucking boy genius at the public school. Guys, I'm gonna be fucking real. It was like that night or day. That night or day. That's a good take. Like, why double down on a futile strategy instead of retreat and look for a detour? Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're talking about like the college debt thing, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what I chose to do. I genuinely could not afford rent, or if I was paying my college loans and my rent and working at the same time, then my life would literally just be work and paying loans. Nothing else. I couldn't go to a concert with my friends, or I couldn't go, you know, there's no going to dinner, there's no going to do anything. Like, I'm gonna be wearing the same fucking clothes and working this dead-end job and never moving forward in my life. But because I chose to take a different path and say fuck it and just like let that fucking shit sit, like, okay, yeah, it's gonna accrue more debt, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck else am I gonna do? Quality of life is way more important. Mental health is way more important. Like, that's the thing that you have to take care of the most. Take care of your fucking mind, man. It's crazy how much easier it is. It's crazy how much easier it is to come up with solutions to issues when you are it's so much easier to come up to solutions with issues when you're happy rather than fucking depressed. When you're depressed, the only thing you can think about is how terrible everything is. But if you do whatever you can to like pull yourself away from like things that would distract you from being able to find solutions, then yeah, at least that's how my brain works. Not everybody is built the same way, man. I fully understand that. Nor would I say that like my way of doing things was just the best for me. Everybody has a different way of doing things. Oh, so it like turns red when it wants to like, it's gonna like disappear. Okay. Shit, I'm getting locked down by something. Fucking rangers, probably. God damn, fuck off. I'm poisoned, great.
Thunderous shot.
Now it's slowing me down, great.
We're wearing it down. Don't let go.
Oh, it's summoning, that's why. Bro, I don't think I do enough damage to kill this motherfucker, to be honest with you. There we go. Man, that was intense. God damn. Have a great night, man. Keep up the good work. Like usual, you deserve the gains that you've been making. Thank you. I have been working hard. Trying to, at least. Gold res. Still don't have like a magic item thing. Probably want something for lightning rod. What do I want, chat? Do I want something for lightning arrow or lightning rod? I feel like there's something for lightning rod that would be really good to have. Pierce, pursuit, no. Unbreakable, invading, no. Unleash, no. Spell cascade, no. And no. Premeditation, persistence, perpetual. Meat shield, magnified effect, martial tempo. Word skill has more attack speed. That would be good for a lightning arrow, probably. Inspiration, no. Ignition, innervate. To actually use yourself. Killing a shocked enemy with supported skills. Infuses all of your attacks with lightning damage for a short time. It's probably not what I want right now, though. Encumbrance, venom, execute, deceleration, combo finisher, crescendo, pain, blindside, brutality, cold infusion. Oh. Lightning rod. Yeah, big fucking fat lightning rod. Making you hungry? A rod? You want a slice of pizza? Here you go. You want to take a slice? Go ahead. Well, I have a good night. Looking forward to the next video as always. Yep, we get 2 of them next week. 2 of them next week. 2 big fatties. Is that his tombstone? Hell no, it's Jack's, baby. We live cheap up in this house. We do $5 pizzas up in this bitch. Do I look like a fucking $10 pizza kind of guy yet? We haven't got that. I haven't got that many fucking views yet. Wait until we get like 1 million views per video, then I might upgrade.
Fury! Prepare yourself!
That would only slow me down.
Let me clear my inventory out. Morning betters.
Sorry, I was. I've collected these over time. What do you think? I will treasure it. These are just some odds and ends of mine. Stay safe, if you can.
That was me. I did that. I was wondering where that other skill gem that I had went. My shit's not even set up. Bruh. Wait, what? Where are my fucking good tabs? There we go. Yeah, I can't move it from here? That's crazy. This is, gems. Oh my god. Gemos. We need... big monies. Unis. Mapos. Oh wait, hold on. Force any skill with an effect, making it larger. I mean, I feel like there's something good and I'm not taking it right now. Lightning infusion support skills, causing them to gain lightning damage, but to deal less fire and cold. If I put lightning infusion on Rod, will that increase its damage or no? What is profusion? Support skills that generate charges. I don't really need charges for anything. There's a block, oh my god, block icon. Yeah. Wait. I'm in no rush. Damage is all right now anyway.
Perhaps this holds the runes I seek. Storming arrow!
I think what I'm thinking of is probably like a, probably a level 2 skill gem, maybe. Whose lightning is that? Who's shooting lightnings at me?
That should hold the last piece.
These things are so fucking creepy looking. These like leg vaginas. It actually reminds me, there was this one time that I watched this like indie horror film. I don't know if it's like indie horror film, but it's like lower budget horror film that was called Teeth, which is about a girl that had teeth in her vagina, and she just like bite off dude's dick. It was a horrifying film. I recommend it. They had something to do with like living over a fucking living over power lines, or like there was like the water in the town was contaminated or something. I can't remember how. Like it's a really weird X-Men ability basically. And then when the dog ate that guy's dick on the floor, yeah, that's the one. This dude's attacks are so cool.
Rust away into nothing. Your war is long over.
You're fucked. I'll never unsee that now. Was the dog a wiener dog? No. What would her X-Men name be? Delicious. Captain Snapper. Shut the fuck up. There was another one that I watched where like a zombie virus was an STD. Why not Huntress? I have a lot less fun when I'm trying to like learn how to play a class and like learn how its skills interact and shit like that when I'm streaming. So like I'll play it off stream. I'm just not playing it on stream. Pretty much as far as that goes. That's my reasoning. Sounds like you know how to pick horror films. I just watch weird shit.
Fury!
Cat, please stop trying to like sneak around like you're gonna eat my food. Like you think I don't notice you, which is like ridiculous because you're fucking huge. You're not even nearly as sneaky as you think you are. You are not going to eat the pizza.
Here are your spikes, but
You're gonna think you're gonna eat the pizza, but you are not going to eat the pizza. Oh, so now you're growling at me. So you know that I'm talking to you and you know what I'm saying to you. And you're upset about it now. Like, that's my fucking problem. That makes a lot of sense. Animal, do you understand how the dynamic of this household works?
These are just some odds
If I don't
and ends
feed
of
you,
life.
you die. Yet you literally will bite the hand that feeds. Unbelievable.
Stay safe, if you can.
Aww. You know, that's one of the things that I never understood. That's what they really need, man. I need a fucking... Did they add one to the game yet? Cat made dump skull? No shit. Like, I'm just gonna move it away. Gem, we got it. Currency, got it. Quad map, got it. Most of these ones, most of these tabs for me all transferred over from PoE 1. No rune tab. Fuck. I would have bought it. I would have bought it, but you're playing.
What have we got? Here's what I've got. That'll be useful. Till next time.
Cat's so cool though. Lone hunters. Yeah, they are cool. They're like it's actually kind of fucking crazy, like how instinctively good they are at like hunting things. Like my cat that's like never hunted a fucking thing in his entire life outside of like a fucking like a feather toy. You know what I mean? That like hasn't even seen another, like only sees other wild animals outside of a fucking window. Like had like got a hold of a fucking mouse with like not even fucking trying. Like snapped that bitch up.
Don't worry.
Crippled it
Will not be harmed.
and then tortured it for hours.
What are you waiting for?
He was like, I'm not gonna eat this shit, dog. What are you talking about? This motherfucker over here is feeding me chicken. Why would I eat mouse? Gross.
Stay safe if you can. Good. Now the others.
Let's hope nature is listening.
Apex cat behavior? Yeah. Little fucker had like brought the mouse to my room. And all I hear is like the skrilling of the like fucking the death throes the mouse is going through after the cat has crippled it. And he's like, "Look what I brought you." What do you think? Like, good job, dude. What the fuck are you? Why are you bringing this bloody mouse into my fucking bedroom? I thought you'd like it. That's love. Oh, I know it is.
The wound only by a grim tangle. The overgrown sinkholes and gullies that run beneath Ogham can lead you there. The path is dangerous, but go back to the Grellwood. Find the entrance.
Okay.
I heard you're heading for the bit. Anything take your fancy till next time.
I went and I grabbed the waypoint. Right? I did. Because I'm a smart boy. Because I'm a smart boy.
If the face
Sing the song of your people.
the old magic still thrive. The way is open. Please, hurry.
That was quite remarkable.
Have they added any cool ones? Dawn of the Hunt. Do I gamba? What's in the Dawn of the Hunt gear? Or what's in the Dawn of the Hunt box? Do I even know? This stuff actually looks kind of cool. I don't really like the I like the front of the headpiece. I don't like the top of the headpiece though. I have this one, but that's kind of like I want like a fucking actual like ranger set of gear, right? That's one of my biggest complaints when it comes to like Path of Exile armors, is that like they fucking look cool, I guess, but the problem is like nothing's actually like in theme for a class. Like, oh, here I'm like a fucking Viking dude, I guess. You can check the box stuff on the website. Why isn't it showing on here though? Add to cart, add to wish list. I'll open one. I was about to say, watch it fucking like crash my game. Wait, how do I open the box? Fuck. I'm sorry, those MTX armor suck for me. It's not Marvel Rivals. All I'm saying. Well, I mean, not every fucking game needs to be fucking Hoochie Mama. Like, I don't need that at everything. It's just not necessary. I think it's good to have it in places where you want it, and you know, not good to have it. Doesn't need to be everywhere. K for inventory. Thank you. That's just me though, dog. You do you though. You do you though. I'm so fucking consumables. There it is. Get out. You're not gonna eat the pizza. Stop meowing about it. What's this? Arbiter of Ash Wings. Do any body armor. Oh. 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 Pretty cool. For me, it's necessary. Every armor looks bulky. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that's what I'm saying, though, is that, like, there's not a lot of stuff that, like, is in theme with, like, what I would want. Like, I want my rogue to look like a fucking rogue, or my archer to look like an archer. Mind you, that shit can change that shit will change over time, and you'll get access to like more shit as time goes on, without a doubt. Especially once I start getting my shit from my PoE 1. That's what I want. Like my overseer boots and shit like that. I like that shit. That shit looks really nice. Also, there's another scavenger helm looks really fucking cool too. No, this looks stupid. Do you get any gear with early access or skins? No. You get 300 coins, which is $30 in currency, and then you can use that to be able to buy like you would use that to buy fucking stash tabs and then never have to worry about it again. Until your addiction to the game grows enough where you're like, fuck it, I want more organization. Which I bought like everything in this game on sale. So all the shit that I have in this game outside of like a couple microtransactions, like the cosmetic shit, like I bought the cosmetic well the cosmetic shit came with my like, so you can buy an early access bundle, you can buy a supporter pack, and that'll come with like skins and shit, which is what I got. And then I just spent my remaining currency on more skins. God damn it. I knew that was going to happen. I didn't have a lot of room to move. Oh, I just fucking spawned. Get off my nutsack. Man, you have to like, it's been so long since I played Path of Exile. Like, I forgot what it's like to suck. Cause I didn't play like solo Selfbound, so any of the like subsequent characters I made after my first, like I already had like crafting material, so like I was already running around with like, you know, a pretty solid like rare bow and rare equipment, and I had like all this extra mana. I was doing all this extra damage. I had skill gems where like my character, like I basically already had like half of a build online at like level 2. I completely fucking forgot what it's like for like the early game struggle of a new season. It literally is the same. It's playing the game over. Like I forget that it's like that. Like, yeah, you've learned some things, but the game is still a fucking tough bastard. Like the Act 1 boss is absolutely going to kick my fucking nuts in if I don't have anything going by then. Fuck off. Isn't that cheating? Isn't what? No, it's the whole point of playing on like a fucking on a non-solo self-found server, just so that you can like level up other classes quickly for other tasks. Like Path of Exile is not typically like, you don't really play PoE like a one size. Like you can have some characters that are like pretty good, like one size fits all characters, right? Like there are some builds that can definitely pull that off. But almost always there are going to be some builds that specialize in certain things while other builds specialize in others. Where like, you know, as an example, like having a character built that is specifically like there to like kill bosses, right? So you can make another character that's specifically like a bossing character, and another character that is a like a map clear character, and then swap between the two doing what you want to do. Does your basic bow attack deal any damage? Yeah, it does a little. It doesn't do too bad, but like the whole idea is to be using my lightning. Does Nightlight's better for bosses? Oh, like just a regular attack? Probably. I haven't put any skill gems or anything like that into it though. Or passive gems or whatever. Any opinions on the pricing of the new Switch games? Yeah, we spent like probably 3 hours talking about that earlier in the stream. I'm putting a video out on it next week. I'll go in depth into it then. Oh, you can swap whenever to progress? Yeah. Your characters will share the same end game map. Just not the same overworld. So like you'll still have to progress the campaign normally on a new character, but both characters will share the same end game map.
Ready to hunt. Not all who wander.
What's this motherfucker doing just hiding over here? Is there even a fucking spirit on this side? Is this a boss room? Well, I want to make sure I kill the boss. I can't remember if this boss drops anything other than gear. I don't know if it drops a tome book or not. My brother, you gotta go to sleep. Sleep is for the fucking weak, dog. I'm sleep fasting, where I don't sleep, and then hopefully I get myself into a position in which I've entered into such a level of psychosis that my content gets even better. I have like breakthrough ideas, revolutionary ideas. Like, what if video games were chocolate? What, bitch?
Storming arrow.
Whoa. Kill, son. Whoa. How you gonna tell me the other arrow is better for bosses? You lying ass. Maybe with some skills put into it. Maybe. Whoa! Holy shit, homie. Got your bitch ass.
You're better off this way.
Got your bitch ass. Oh, I got clapped up. Damage is the same. More accuracy rating and light rating, I guess. Bro, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I do not see anything. Like, it says fucking light radius. I don't see a fucking thing. I don't see a damn. Not really. Check the damage. It tells you which is better. G? That is. I think it's the combo of the lightning rods proccing off of one another that does the increased damage, though. Like, the DPS says it's higher, but the lightning arrow proccing off of the lightning rods for bonus damage is the reason why lightning arrow ends up being more effective. Took me a little time. Neat the Moss. He didn't do the Blizzard leaping phase. Oh, beat the boss. I was like, lethal loss. What the fuck is that? You speaking English, boy? What's this game called? Path of Exile 2. It looks sick. It is sick. It's a very good game.
Quickly! My family has been abducted!
Have they?
That bastard tyrant Praetor
Little does he
Tyrant.
know.
He's
Guess who
taken my
abducted his
family
kids?
hostage. They're being held somewhere beyond these
It was me.
gates.
I did it.
I never thought he would stoop this low. I sent for reinforcements, but it's been so long. I must get through the gate. The keys. Where are the blasted keys? I believe those cowards took them.
That man's mind seems as dead as this cemetery. Fury! Nowhere to run. I need more mana.
Oh, what's my inventory look like? I really need to get a new item filter. Rabid dog. Thank for the gifted one, man. Appreciate that, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Much better than Diablo and the mess they made. Oh yeah, this is way better. I guess people in chat are talking about how people in the in-game chat are talking about how Rax Anorak doesn't like the Path of Exile 2 update, calling it the yawn of the hunt. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, I love my boy DM. Darth Microtransactions.
How can I help? What would you like?
But if you limit yourself to like making content only about one specific genre, no matter how much you love that genre,
If you find a
you are going to at one point get to the, like, regardless of whatever you fucking think, you will
Hello. I like
run out of
bits and pieces.
joy for the hobby, run out of joy for the genre.
Goodbye.
You are going to burn yourself out. It is going to happen. Simple as that. Pretty lame to complain about an update being boring when it's free. No, I don't think it. No. If you're playing a live service game, you absolutely should be complaining if you don't like the content for whatever reason. Oh, you're not using that combo? Yeah. I highly recommend lightning rod plus lightning arrow, because it'll proc off the lightning rods and it'll strike, dealing extra damage to the whoever's near the lightning rods. Pizza and a protein shake. Trying to get them gains, boy. Trying to get them gains, boy. Yeah. All right, you're good, homeboy. Do your thing, making great content. Thank you. Carbs, motherfucker. I'm burning the shit out of them right now. Walking and biking a couple miles a day, and then strength training for the rest of it. My fucking appetite has been through the roof, dude. Through the fucking roof.
What have we got? What would you like?
I didn't mean to do that.
Stick to the cairns.
Exercise is good. It's incredibly like it's so fucking cheesy, but it's like because if people are like, oh dude, it's so good for your like it like genuinely is good for your fucking mental health. Like unequivocally, it's just really good for your mental health. Bramble gas and the Grell wood. Nothing worthwhile. Opted for snipe. Hey baby, that's the best part of playing Path of Exile. Everybody goes their own way.
Thunderous shot.
Or whatever you tried didn't work, and instead you start using or instead you find somebody that understands the game way better than you did and watch the YouTube video and just take their build. How it works. Did you see No Rest for the Wicked, LD? No. When did they get their update already as well?
Seek out this Draven.
It's fucking crazy how many games all got updated at the exact at the exact same time. You tried the Huntress? Yeah, when I first got on, I tried it. It's just like it requires a little bit more setup, and I just didn't really feel like thinking, to be honest. So I felt like playing something that I knew would be a little bit easier to play while I was just bullshitting and chatting on stream. I'm not very good at like having my attention split and playing when I'm playing a game. This is the best way for me to say it. It makes it less fun for me, and it makes it less enjoyable from a viewer standpoint to like sit and watch me like read something, you know what I mean? I don't really digest information very quickly. So instead of me getting self-conscious about it, I just don't deal with it. Just go right around it, baby. Lean into your weaknesses, my friends. Lean into your weaknesses. Understand them. Do not fight them. Learn from them. I should take martial tempo.
Storming arrow.
That is the way. Focus is the fruit of a great introverted mind. It's actually kind of like, I don't think that it's, I'm not, I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a very weird person. Like, I have a lot of like introverted like tendencies, but a very like extroverted personality. So I like to just think of myself as a balanced human being. Bro, will you guys fuck off?
Prepare yourself.
This isn't even worth my time. I'm leaving him alone. I forget how annoying as fuck these things are to kill as a fucking ranger this early in the game.
Fury.
You're gonna waste like 20 minutes trying to kill one of these fuckers. Oh my god, there's another one. Fuck off. Holy fuck. God, they are so annoying. Did you enjoy Midnight Suns? I like Midnight Suns a lot, actually. I bought it to play on my Steam Deck. I saw somebody earlier in streams. They were like, "Why aren't you playing hardcore solo self-found?" And it's like, because I'm not good at video games. I just like to play them. There's some games that I'm good at, and a lot of other games where I'm on autopilot.
Thunderous shot.
Imagine if I should just reveal like my gamer power level, and I should just like drop into Verdansk, and then all of a sudden like you guys all find out that I'm actually like completely cracked at first-person shooters. Not real, actually. I'm not. The only thing that I'm good at in like competitive third-person shooters is in games like Warzone. I'm really good at like long distance sniping, like gauging like distance and like headshotting targets from like long range. That's the whole reason why I like playing games like that. That's the reason why I stopped playing Call of Duty. Because they got rid of that. Because fucking pussy ass players are like, I'm tired of some dude from half the map away killing me with a sniper rifle. I'm like, well, you got fucking shot in the head. Maybe you shouldn't be running around with your fucking dick out. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Head on a fucking swivel, kid. Why are you not taking cover? Why are you just running down the middle of a road with like no protection? What do you think is gonna happen? It's sad since I have exercise induced asthma. Working out is quite literally not good for my mental health. Oh. Exercise induced asthma. Is that related to heart rate? I mean, if you're breathing heavy, your heart rate's up. Your heart rate's up. You're breathing heavy, right? Like that's basically how it kind of goes. They go hand in hand. I would still imagine even so, there has to be like some ways to be able to like what the fuck is your solution there? Diet, right? Like you gotta diet like a motherfucker. Like you really gotta control yourself, otherwise you're gonna get out of hand. I will say this. I do have like one like when I like try to think about like when I think about like flaws that I have like as a human, or at least things that I would view as flaws. Like while I can be empathetic, I'm like way too solution oriented to be like I don't respond. There's certain things that I just don't respond to the same way. Like you brought that up and I'm like immediately trying to think of like, how would you solve that? Like, that's just how my brain works. I'm like, what else could you do to be able to like ensure like, you know, mental health, physical health, things like that. Like it's just where my mind fucking goes. Like I have a buddy of mine, right, that has an exceedingly rare blood disorder. You know, it's like he if he gets bruised, he gets a bleed, and then he's gonna need a fucking plasma transfusion that's incredibly expensive, and because of that, you know, he doesn't work. He spent like, you know, he's in his 30s now, and he, you know, didn't go to college or anything like that, obviously. Basically graduated high school and then just like never left his house again and just plays video games. And a great dude. I fucking love the guy, but like, you know, one of the downsides of like living a life like that is that ultimately like you come to hate everything. Part of it, you know, just because like the hand that you've been dealt, right? But more than anything, what it comes down to is like overexposure to the things that you should be getting enjoyment from. So like every new game that comes out, like this dude's a big fucking gamer, right? Big time gamer. Every new game that comes out, worst fucking game ever made. Literally the worst fucking game ever made. Games will never be as good as they were back when you could imagine them being better. Path of Exile 2, garbage game. Why would you play such a fucking why would you want to play Math Sheet Simulator? Monster Hunter Wilds, baby game, completely fucking ruined. Never fucking touch it. Capcom sucks. The list goes on. Basically, like every game that you would think is good, and you're like, oh man, I bet he's having a good time with this. No, it's terrible. No. And like I've always been, and like the thing is that like he tells me about his like situation and shit. My mind's just immediately like what could you do to like increase your quality of life so you could be happier? And I'll still like talk to the dude and be like, you should get a job. I can't get a job. I'm like, motherfucker, like, I understand you have an incredibly rare blood disorder, but like you can still get a job. You just can't get every job. Oh shit. God damn, he's popping off right now. Oh shit, he's popping off. Oh shit, he's really popping off. God damn it.
Your meaningless life ends now. Calm down.
Uh-oh. Okay, they're gonna pop off again?
Yeah.
Where'd this motherfucker come from? Why are you here? Oh, he resurrected him. No, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I can't do anything about this fucking shield head. This like fucking shield dickhead. There we go. I'm dead. Literally the entire time I'm fighting him, the fucking shield bro that I can't fucking get to is just reflecting all of my attacks back at me.
I require your aid, Asinia.
I don't even know if those are even dodgeable. No Oblivion Shadow Drop. I think all that shit's fucking rumor. If they actually Shadow dropped Oblivion, I would not play any of these game updates and I would play Oblivion.
Your soul will...
You know what the funny thing is? If they Shadow dropped, if they Shadow dropped Oblivion, like, you guys know it would be ass, right? Like, I cannot imagine Bethesda dropping Oblivion and it not just being like, if they Shadow dropped a game, I feel like it would just run like absolute dog shit and it would have so many fucking problems. And like everybody would be like super excited, and then like the nostalgia and happiness and shock would wear off within minutes, and everybody would be like, nah, I'm fucking good, dog. And plus on top of that, how much do you guys think that they're gonna charge an Oblivion remake? $80? Oh shit, you guys think that they would go in like that? I wouldn't put it past them. I think you got a good point.
I will end your meaningless life. The spirits yearn. Cut down. Meaningless life ends now. Cut down. Rend your soul. Asinia. Cut down. Rend your soul. Spirit's hunger. I will end your meaningless life. Your intrusion will be punished. The Eternals will never surrender. Your meaningless life ends now. I command you. Cut down. My beloved Asinia.
Your request.
Your meaningless life ends now. These spirits are mine. I require your aid, Asinia.
Bro, you keep calling for your bitch. Vance can't handle his own fucking business.
I command you. Cut down. My beloved Asinia.
Oh shit, you fucking cornered me. That's bullshit.
Your
life ends now. My beloved Acilia, friend, your soul.
Get fucked. Had to lock in there for a minute.
Humbled by my hand.
I probably should have gone the elemental route, but I'll wait. They should remake Morrowind. I think the only reason they don't remake Morrowind is specifically because of the fact that, like, there's much more wider nostalgia for, like, a broader audience of nostalgia for Oblivion.
Fury!
If they don't have horse armor DLC, it's ruined. I know, right? Was that in Oblivion? That was Oblivion, wasn't it? You know what actually be a, you know what would actually be like such a cocksucker move? Is if they put the horse armor DLC in the game for free. Wouldn't that just be a spit in the fucking eye? Wouldn't that just be a fucking spit in the eye? Remember that thing we did to ruin the games industry? Well, we're gonna give it to you guys for free. Can you import your old character from a new into a new league? Like, you can just play on the existing, like, Eternal Realm that they have if you really wanted to, and you'll still be able to engage with all of the, like, new mechanics and shit like that. There's actually really no there's no benefit other than to just having a fresh experience and just being able to, like, play the game fresh, like, and like, you know, that's pretty much it. Like, that's basically as far as that whole thing goes. Basically getting to experience what it's like to play the game for the first time all over again. That's the reason why people like new leagues. I'm pretty sure you can still engage with all the league mechanics and shit like that if you make a new character on, like, the regular non-seasonal realm. I'm not really too sure. Maybe, maybe not. Could be wrong.
Storming arrow!
Still live? Yep. Getting close for me to get. It's getting time for me to get off, though. It's getting late here. It's actually already late, to be honest with you. Good fucking god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're popping off. Holy shit, they're popping off. They're popping off. Oh, fuck off.
Easy trophy.
Bro, where is this other? Oh my god. Is this it here? No. God damn it. There it is.
The Praetor's wife must be in here somewhere.
I think she's easier if I remember. I can't really remember, to be honest.
Fury! Prepare yourself. I need more mana.
Ow. Ow. Fuck off, Necromancer. Like another one, really? Oh my god, another one. Good lord.
Thunderous shot.
What's your favorite game so far? Like out of all video games? Or this year? Another one of these guys. God, I hate these guys. And I can't get around them because these corridors are thick. So it's like I'm just fucked. Otherwise, he'll just reflect all my attacks. So fucking annoying. I hate playing this area as a fucking ranger. And now all the enemies respawn. I'm good, actually. I'm getting tired, so I'm getting like easily annoyed. I realize when I'm getting cranky. It's midnight here, so I've been streaming for 8 hours. It's time. It is time. I'm gonna take my ass to bed and watch a little TV and fall asleep. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, other. Thank you guys for hanging out. Today's been a good stream. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for chatting. And yeah, we'll have plenty of stuff to be able to catch up on next week. I got a lot of things I have to be able to cover, so I have to go through. Man, what a fucking week this week was. It's one of those things where like initially there really wasn't like a whole lot to talk about, and then the next thing I know there was just like a ton of fucking news that got dumped on us like in the middle or like towards the end of the week, and I was just like, I mean, like I could get a video out if I tried hard enough, but I didn't really feel like wanting to. You know what I mean? Like I was just like, I think I'm fucking good, man. I think I'm fucking good. I would much rather just relax. My whole plan for the week was just to make one video, and then the Nintendo shit dropped, and I was like, motherfucker. So yeah, that's the life I live. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Thank you guys for sticking out. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for the subscriptions, the memberships, and just hanging out. Thank you guys. Have a good evening. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. Peace. Enjoy the